Chapter 4494. This time Boundless Sea wasn't just targeting Lin Yi, but also the entire Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Now that they had finally taken control of the situation, they didn't know how to deal with this bastard. It was truly annoying. Haha, this guy's a wily old fox. There's no way he'll give himself away in a situation like this. If he's a coward, there's really nothing we can do. Lin Yi nodded, a little regretful. Then we can't just let him go like this, right? Isn't that too easy for this old bastard? Qi Wenhan was still indignant. As long as he doesn't make a mistake, there's nothing we can do about it. Lin Yi smiled helplessly. From this, it was clear that Boundless Sea was a wily old fox. Even though he was clearly targeting him and the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, he kept saying that he was doing it for the sake of justice. Even if he made a mistake, there was no way to criticize him. No, I can't take this lying down. I have to think of the fastest way to get back at him. Qi Wenhan stared at Boundless Sea and swore to himself. He wouldn't repay evil with good. That was the style of a hypocrite. Vengeance for vengeance was his personality. He was a man of true character. Brother Qi, you don't need to be so angry. Right now, you're not suitable to deal with someone like Boundless Sea. You're not high enough either. It'll be easy for people to gossip. Let's leave this matter to Head Escort Qi. I trust that he won't disappoint us, Lin Yi advised with a smile. This was the truth. Boundless Sea excelled at putting on airs. There were only two ways to deal with this type of person. Either your absolute strength was much stronger than him, just like those high and mighty East Continent academies that disregarded the rules and could easily crush him, or you could fight poison with poison and use the same method to force him to reveal his flaws. Other than that, it would be very difficult to gain the upper hand with any simple and crude method. For Qi Wenhan, he clearly couldn't do either of these two methods. In comparison, his father Qi Mingyuan might be able to do the second. After all, he was an ambitious and ruthless character. His shrewdness were much deeper than his hot-blooded young master. With his current position as the head of the escort agency, dealing with Boundless Sea shouldn't be a problem. That's true. Dad is much better than me in this aspect. Only then did Qi Wenhan dispel the idea. Professional matters should be left to professionals. If he rashly interfered, it would only ruin things. It was not that he did not understand this principle. After Qi Mingyuan finished reading the closing speech, the 3-day event of the South Continent Escort Agency finally came to an end. The people who came from all over to watch the event dispersed. The various legendary events that happened in this event would certainly be spread throughout the South Continent Sea through their mouths. It was foreseeable that the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and Ling Yi's name would inevitably become the topic of conversation after a meal. Ling Yi would become a legend in the Southern Continent Sea, and the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency behind him would usher in a new era. After the meeting ended, the first thing everyone in the Equal Heaven Escort Agency wanted to do was celebrate. The Heaven's Equal Escort Agency had historically become the overlord of the South Continent Escort Agency. Everyone, from the chief escort Qi Mingyuan to the ordinary little escorts, felt as if they were in a dream. After the event ended, the thing they did the most was to pinch themselves as hard as they could. The more it hurt, the happier they were. Looking at this group of people who seemed to have some sort of mental illness, Lin Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although even he did not expect to achieve such amazing results, he was an outsider after all. Even if he had obtained first place, it was not a big deal. If one was not from the South Continent Sea, they would not be able to truly understand the great significance this represented. However, this did not prevent Lin Yi from becoming the protagonist of the victory party. It could be said that the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency's current achievements were all thanks to Lin Yi. Apart from dealing with Wu Baoliang, Lin Yi had originally wanted to be an external helper in the South Continent Escort Agency's grand meeting, and help out a little when necessary. In the end, he did not expect to become the main force. More than 80% of the points obtained by the agency were directly or indirectly related to him. If one were to compare it to a battlefield, Lin Yi would have simply raised his blade and chopped through the enemy's commander and his minions, killing his way through the enemy's ranks all on his own. As the greatest contributor, Lin Yi was naturally the focus of the victory party. Everyone in the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency came to toast him one by one. As for Qi Mingyuan and Qi Wenhan, apart from expressing their gratitude, They also announced a major event that could change the fate of the entire Heavens Equal Escort Agency. The father and son decided to give 20% of the entire Heavens Equal Escort Agency's assets to Lin Yi unconditionally in the form of shares. When the words came out of Qi Mingyuan's mouth, even the originally lively celebration couldn't help but become silent for a moment. Everyone was stunned for a long time before they finally reacted. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with admiration and respect as they looked at Lin Yi. Before this, Lin Yi was the Heavens Equal Escort Agency's benefactor. He was the agency's eternal honorary head. Although everyone was in awe of him, they did not feel any pressure from Lin Yi. After all, the honorary head was still an outsider. However, things were different now. After receiving 20% of the Heavens Equal Escort Agency's shares, Lin Yi was no longer an outsider to everyone. He had become the third owner of the escort agency after Qi Mingyuan and Qi Wenhan. Not only was everyone shocked speechless, but even Lin Yi himself could not help but be a little stunned when he heard this. He looked at Qi Mingyuan and Qi Wenhan in confusion. Why did they suddenly think of giving him 20% of the shares? How could I accept this? Lin Yi reacted and hurriedly refused. If it was just spirit jades, he could even accept a few 100,000 spirit jades. After all, he had already made up his mind to refine a batch of pills for the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. He would not let them suffer any losses. However, 20% of the shares was a completely different matter. Not to mention the fact that the Heavens Equal Escort Agency was bound to soar into the sky in the future. Even before this, 20% of the Heavens Equal Escort Agency's shares was an astronomical figure. After all, this was one of the top 5 escort agencies. 20% of the shares would be worth at least 1 million spirit jades. In time, this figure would skyrocket. Brother Ling, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. This is the decision that my father, Uncle Song, and I have come to after discussing it. It is the result of careful consideration, and is not an impulsive decision. This is a good thing for both of us, Qi Wenhan said with a smile as he put an arm around Lin Yi's shoulder. Our 1152 latest update, please read. Chapter 4495. That's right. With young Hero Ling's great contributions, if we really want to thank you properly, even 1 million spiritual jades would be far from enough. However, the escort agency is in dire need of spiritual jades right now, and we won't be able to gather so many spiritual jades in a short period of time. Rather than forcing it, why don't we just let young Hero Ling truly become a part of the escort agency? Otherwise, the title of honorary escort leader would be somewhat undeserved. Qi Mingyuan advised sincerely. Head escort leader Brother Qi, you're treating me like an outsider. With our friendship, is there really a need for so many benefits? Furthermore, the reason I fought for the agency this time was because of Wu Baoliang. Now that Wu Baoliang has been beheaded, I can also retire after completing my mission. You really don't have to do this. Lin Yi shook his head repeatedly. Young Hero Ling, everyone knows that the Heavens Equal Escort Agency relied on your own strength to ascend to the position of hegemon of the escort agency. This is no longer just about you. It concerns the entire agency's reputation. If we mistreat you, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency will be ridiculed behind our backs. Qi Mingyuan's face turned serious and he continued, furthermore, young Hero Ling, we're only giving you 20% of the shares. Not only can we get closer to each other, but it also won't cause the agency to suffer any losses. At this point, Lin Yi didn't know how to refuse. He couldn't possibly disregard the reputation of the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and forcefully reject the 20% shares, could he? Lin Yi could remain unscathed by doing this, but it would be troublesome for Qi Mingyuan and Qi Wenhan. After all, they had to thank Lin Yi heavily this time. If Lin Yi didn't accept the shares, they could only give him spiritual jades. However, the problem was that they didn't have that many spiritual jades. After all, Lin Yi wasn't a stubborn person. He wouldn't put his friends in such an awkward situation. Furthermore, just as Qi Mingyuan said, even if he accepted the 20% shares, as long as he didn't touch them and didn't actively participate in the agency's decision-making, he wouldn't let the agency suffer any losses. It was the best of both worlds. Alright then, but I have to make something clear. I can accept this 20% share, but I want to hand it over to Brother Qi. After all, I won't be staying in the South Continent for too long, And I won't be able to participate in the affairs of the escort agency in the future, Lin said helplessly. Well said, well said. Come, let's raise our glasses. To the new owner of our escort agency. Qi Mingyuan was overjoyed and immediately asked everyone to toast. The atmosphere became warm again. When Qi Wenhan first proposed to give Lin 20% of the firm's shares, he was still a little worried that Lin would take advantage of the situation. Losing some spiritual jades was not a big deal, but the key was that he would not be able to escape when the time came, and it would affect the decision-making of the escort agency, which would be troublesome. However, now that Lin had expressed his intention to return the favor, his worries immediately vanished. 20% of the shares were handed over to Qi Wenhan for full custody. Furthermore, he had made it clear that he would not be involved in the affairs of the escort agency. This meant that Lin would only be a boss who did not have to do anything in the future. As long as he paid his dividends regularly, everything would be fine. This was the best outcome for the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. Not only did they not have to lose anything, but they could also further bind Lin. Not to mention Lin's various magical abilities, just the Hong Chamber of Commerce behind him was enough to greatly benefit the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. After all, now was the time for the Heavens Equal Escort Agency to take advantage of the situation, and Lin was backed by the rich and powerful Hong Chamber of Commerce. Even the gale that could allow it to soar up 90,000 miles in one go was the only reward. The 20% of the firm's shares he gave out was already more than worth it. Since everyone is so generous, it would be impolite for me to refuse. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Lin raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. At this moment, a few people suddenly entered the hall. Ignoring the strange looks from the crowd, the leader of the group walked up to Lin with a hearty laugh and said, Chief Escort Qi, young hero Ling, it's rare for everyone to be in such a good mood. Can you count me in? This person was the chief escort of the Black Eagle Escort Agency, Zhao Shanning. The few people behind him were also the core members of the Black Eagle Escort Agency. Haha, Chief Escort Zhao is a rare guest. Of course, we welcome you with open arms. Qi Mingyuan immediately laughed. He did not have to think too much to guess the purpose of Zhao Shanning and the others' visit. This fellow was here to express his goodwill. The new structure of the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance was very clear. The 5 major escort agencies were led by the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, followed by the Divine Wind Escort Agency, the Great Heaven Escort Agency, the Black Eagle Escort Agency, and the Four Seas Escort Agency. Among them, the one with the most authority was undoubtedly the new hegemon, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. Among the remaining escort agencies, the Divine Wind Escort Agency, the Great Heaven Escort Agency, and the Four Seas Escort Agency were all old and powerful. Only the Black Eagle Escort Agency was newly promoted. It was difficult for it to do so alone. Once it was ostracized by the other agencies, it might not be able to reap any significant benefits even if it were to become one of the 5 major escort agencies. Under such circumstances, Zhao Shanning had to find a strong ally. In Zhao Shanning's mind, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency was the best choice. Firstly, this ally was the new hegemon of the escort agencies, which was definitely worthy of the word strong. Secondly, the other party was also a new force, and there was a big gap between it and the other traditional and powerful forces. If the Heavens Equal Escort Agency wanted to achieve great things, it would definitely need a reliable ally that could coordinate with it. The Black Eagle Escort Agency just happened to fit this position. Therefore, in the eyes of both Qi Mingyuan and Zhao Shanning, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and the Black Eagle Escort Agency were getting closer. Therefore, Zhao Shanning took advantage of this victory party to come and support them. Qi Mingyuan, on the other hand, welcomed him with a smile and did not refuse anyone. As an ambitious and ruthless person, Zhao Shanning naturally had a cruel and merciless side to him. However, in front of Lin and the others, he appeared to be smooth and slick. With his forthright style, he managed to get closer to everyone with just a few words. However, the person he praised the most during the party was not Qi Mingyuan, the chief escort agency. Instead, it was Lin who had left a deep impression on him. Heroes appreciated each other, and Zhao Shanning could be said to hold Lin in high esteem. If not for his interest in Lin, given his status as the chief escort of the Black Eagle Escort Agency, He would not have been willing to lower himself to personally support the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, even if he wanted to form an alliance with the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Of course, apart from his admiration for Lin Yi, Zhao Shanning did not know if there was any deeper meaning in his heart. At least, as far as Lin Yi was concerned, he did not believe that an ambitious and ruthless person like Zhao Shanning would be a simple fan of his idol. It would be more accurate to say that Zhao Shanning was trying to kill Lin Yi through flattery. According to his speculation, when Zhao Shanning approached the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency this time, it was not as if he did not intend to use the opportunity to drive a wedge between himself and the Qi father and son. The words "one's achievements are enough to cause a fatal knot in the hearts of both parties." However, the relationship between Lin Yi and the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was not something that outsiders could understand. Chapter 4496. Besides, it was still unknown whether Zhao Shanning had such an intention. Maybe this guy also had a sentimental side, and he simply admired Lin Yi. The celebration ended with both the host and the guest enjoying themselves. After everyone left, Lin Yi noticed that Qi Mingyuan and Zhao Shanning deliberately found a private room to talk by candlelight. Obviously, they wanted to finalize the future cooperation between the two escort agencies. This was a major event that could affect the entire Southland Escort Agency alliance, but it had nothing to do with Lin Yi. As he said, he had no interest in interfering in the affairs of the escort agencies. The Southland Escort Agency Alliance Conference was over, but the escort agencies did not disperse. On the contrary, it was a critical moment for the people in charge of the escort agencies. According to the previous rules, the Southland Escort Agency Alliance Conference would be held tomorrow. At this conference, representatives of hundreds of chambers of commerce in the Southland Sea would participate, and a large number of orders would be finalized at tomorrow's conference. This was a feast to divide the fruits of victory. The higher the ranking of the escort agency, the more benefits it would get. There was no doubt that the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency would be the biggest winner. But all of this had nothing to do with Lin Yi. The only thing he had to do now was to conserve his energy and wait for his return to the North Island. Of course, according to Lin Yi's character, he could not stay idle. Even if he only had one night, he would concentrate on cultivation and try to break through. At the same time, in another high-end inn across the street from the inn where the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency stayed, in an elegant room, Long Kiba was drinking alone to drown his sorrows. His face was full of depression. He could not help but be depressed in the same room. The night before, he was drinking with Cheng Haonan and Wu Baoliang, imagining the beautiful future of trampling over the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and becoming the hegemon of the escort agency. It had only been a day, but things had changed. Cheng Haonan and Wu Baoliang's identity as evil cultivators had been exposed in public. But now, the second place that his Dragon Boat escort agency had worked so hard to get was cancelled on the spot, and he even wondered if he could continue to stay in the Southland Escort Agency Alliance. Long Kiba felt so melancholic that he wanted to cry. But no tears came out when he thought of the loot-splitting meeting that was going to be held the next day. He was already in a trance. The window opened and a gust of cold wind blew in. Long Kiba, who was dizzy, couldn't help but shiver. He subconsciously wanted to get up and close the window. However, when he noticed the figure that suddenly appeared beside him, he was shocked. His drunkenness was instantly gone and he quickly shouted, "Who? What a forgetful person. Chief Escort Long, you don't even recognize me anymore?" Cheng Haonan's appearance finally became clearer in Long Kiba's eyes. "Ah, it's you." Long Kiba couldn't help but be surprised. As the evil cultivator that was exposed by Boundless Sea, Cheng Haonan was definitely a street rat that everyone in Demon Lung City wanted to beat up. If it was someone else, they would have fled in the middle of the night. She didn't expect him to stay here and even dare to come back to find her. "What? Chief Escort Long, don't tell me you don't welcome me?" Cheng Haonan looked at Long Kiba with a smile that wasn't a smile. He sat down, poured himself a glass of wine, and calmly drank it. "How could that be? Deputy Chief Escort Cheng, you're thinking too much." Long Kiba subconsciously looked out the window again. After confirming that no one noticed, he sat back down. He smiled bitterly at Cheng Haonan and said, "I knew that you were an evil cultivator. A real man doesn't bother with trifles. Righteous and evil cultivators just have different methods." I'm not a hypocrite who sticks to tradition. Now that this bullshit happened, it's all because that old man Boundless Sea didn't keep his word. Why would I blame you? That's good. Chief Escort Long is indeed someone who makes friends. I wasn't wrong about you. Chang Haonan nodded his head and then sighed bitterly. Sigh, it was originally going to be a success. It's all Boundless Sea and Ling Yi's fault. It was all for naught. Yeah, Boundless Sea, Ling Yi, it's all because of those two. Speaking of this, Long Kiba gritted his teeth in anger. If it wasn't for Boundless Sea's betrayal, this wouldn't have happened. But if it wasn't for Ling Yi, Deputy Chief Escort Chung wouldn't have been forced to use that black transformation. That way, at most, Boundless Sea would think that the dead Wu Baoliang was an evil cultivator, and it wouldn't be linked to Deputy Chief Escort Chung. That's right. In any case, Wu Baoliang is dead. Dead men tell no tales. As long as we don't admit it, it doesn't matter how Boundless Sea accuses us. But after being forced by Ling Yi, I was dragged into this as well. How preposterous. As Chang Haonan spoke, he drank 3 glasses in a row. With a sinister and cold smile, he said, Boundless Sea deserves to die. This Ling Yi deserves to die even more. I definitely won't let them go. Oh? Could it be that Deputy Chief Escort Chung has a brilliant plan? Hearing this, Long Kiba immediately became spirited. Hearing Chang Haonan's tone, it didn't seem as simple as just complaining. It seemed like he had a plan. Although he wasn't as miserable as Chang Haonan, in terms of hatred towards Ling Yi and Boundless Sea, Long Kiba wasn't any less than Chang Haonan. After all, the reason why his dragon boat escort agency had fallen into such a dangerous state was because of these two people. This was the foundation of his entire life's work. If you want to ask, I really do have a brilliant plan. Chang Haonan smiled, pretending to be profound. Hurry up and tell me. Long Kiba hurriedly asked impatiently. My brilliant plan is actually very simple. As long as one person takes action, whether it's Ling Yi or Boundless Sea, they will definitely die. Chang Haonan proudly took a sip of wine. Who? Long Kiba's eyes lit up. Wu Baoliang. Chang Haonan glanced at him and slowly spat out these 3 words. What? Wu Baoliang? Isn't he already dead? Long Kiba was suddenly stunned. In the arena ruins during the day, Wu Baoliang clearly died. His entire body was burnt to a crisp by Ling Yi's berserk Fire Thousand Bursts fist. It was clear that he couldn't be more dead. Could he still be resurrected like that? Long Kiba thought about it and found it hard to believe. However, he wasn't a heretic. Perhaps a heretic's martial art really had this kind of heaven-defying skill that could resurrect the dead. That's right. He really is dead. Chang Haonan's words dispelled Long Kiba's unrealistic conjecture. He coldly smiled and said, But even if he's dead, it's still useful. Why do you say that? Long Kiba was stunned after hearing this. He couldn't help but be confused. What's the use? Chapter 4497. Because we are going to train together. I have been very close to Wu Baoliang in the past few years. I know everything about him. Chang Haonan smiled proudly and said, He once told me that he had a master who was extremely powerful. The evil cultivation method that he practiced was personally taught to him by his master. Now that his disciple has died by Ling Yi's hands, if his master were to find out about this, do you think he would let the matter rest? That's definitely not possible. Long Kiba suddenly became excited. He rubbed his hands and said, If it was just an ordinary registered disciple, it might not be a big deal. But since Wu Baoliang's cultivation method was personally taught by his master, he is a personal disciple. His status is the same as his own son. After knowing about this, he will definitely go crazy. That's right. Chang Haonan nodded. If his son Chang Ketian died, he would go crazy. Now that Wu Baoliang was dead, his master would be the same. So Deputy Chief Chung plans to look for Wu Baoliang's master? Long Kiba asked. Wrong, not planning but already looking for him. Chang Haonan smiled proudly. Ah, so fast? Isn't Ling Yi dead for sure? Long Kiba could not help but be overjoyed. At the same time, he was shocked by Chang Haonan's efficiency. It had only been a few hours since they were chased, and this guy had already contacted Wu Baoliang's master. It could be seen how urgent his desire for revenge was. Of course, Wu Baoliang's master is a real demon. Even among the evil cultivators, He is a fierce and outstanding existence. Don't think that Wu Baoliang is already very strong, but in front of his master, this strength is not even worth mentioning. Even a profound ascending stage master can only die if he meets him. As long as he is willing to take action, even 100 Lingyi's will die, he. Chang Haonan nodded with certainty and grinned. The reason why he took the risk to stay in Devil Ling City was to wait for Wu Baoliang's master to come. When the time comes, he will be able to take revenge with his own hands. Even a profound ascending stage master can't compete with him? That's great. Long Qiba was overjoyed. Although the southern continent sea was chaotic, it was not the core area of the heavenly stage island after all. Although all kinds of strong people were tyrannical, there were very few who could be regarded as top experts. A profound ascending stage expert could do whatever he wanted, let alone an existence that even a profound ascending stage expert could not contend against. At first, Long Qiba was worried that Wu Baoliang's master was not strong enough. After all, he was a heretic cultivator. If he did not have enough strength once he was besieged, he would die. However, after listening to Chang Haonan's words, there was nothing to worry about. Boundless Sea is despicable and shameless. He's the main culprit behind all of this. Should we ask this expert to kill him as well? Long Qiba immediately asked. To be honest, his hatred for Boundless Sea was even greater than that for Lin Yi. After all, Lin Yi only killed Wu Baoliang, but Boundless Sea destroyed his entire dragon boat escort agency. Then forget it. Boundless Sea is our own enemy. It's a bit far-fetched to link him with Wu Baoliang's death. Wu Baoliang's master may not listen to us. Chang Haonan shook his head and said with fear, if this expert thinks that we are using him, then it won't be good. Well, that's true. Anyway, with an expert backing us, Boundless Sea won't dare to do anything to us. There will be opportunities to deal with him in the future. Long Qiba nodded with some regret, but he did not dwell on this matter. He changed the topic and asked, when will this expert come? It should be soon. If I'm not mistaken, he will arrive here tomorrow. Chang Haonan smiled proudly. So fast? Could it be that this expert is in the southern continent sea? Long Qiba couldn't help but be shocked again. He looked at Chang Haonan with a burning gaze. He originally didn't have any expectations for tomorrow's South Continent Escort Agency Alliance Conference, but if it really happened tomorrow, it would be a different story. If it dragged on until tomorrow, even if he could kill Lingwan to regain his face, at least his dragon boat escort agency would not be able to get any orders, because most of the orders in the southern continent sea would be divided up tomorrow. With the dragon boat escort agency's current awkward position, let alone getting meat, even getting soup was an extravagant dream. They could only starve. However, if Wu Baoliang's master came fast enough and completed the counterattack before the orders were finalized tomorrow, the situation would be different. That's not it, but according to Wu Baoliang, the location is not far from the southern continent sea. I was able to contact him so quickly this time because of a special internal method. When Wu Baoliang came to my place, he was afraid of being hunted down by the people from the 3 pavilions, so he told me in advance that if anything happened to him, I could use this secret method to inform his master. It was originally just a precaution, but now it has come in handy, Chang Haonan explained. Good, that's great. Long Qiba nodded happily. His original gloominess and melancholy were swept away, and he became excited again. He grinned and said, Motherfucker, the root of this mess is this Lingwan. If not for him, we would not have gone to find Boundless Sea for help, and we would not have given him a handle. Now we can finally take revenge. That's right, this brat must die. If I don't kill him with my own hands tomorrow, I, Chang Haonan, am not a man. Chang Haonan said hatefully. In fact, if it weren't for the duel in the arena during the day, he still had great confidence in killing Lin Yi. It was just that Lin Yi's fall from the arena made him lose the chance. Otherwise, if he could ignore the rules and chase Lin Yi at will, he would already be a cold corpse by now. However, this regret could be made up for when Wu Baoliang's master arrived tomorrow. Haha, that brat is destined to be a dead man. For tomorrow's revenge, let's cheers. Long Qiba laughed proudly. That's right, cheers. Chang Haonan also laughed loudly. While these 2 people were celebrating in advance, Lin Yi, who was a thorn in their side and was listed as a must-kill target, was currently in his room concentrating on breaking through. In fact, during the day, he had already faintly touched the barrier of breaking through. Although he had not been stuck in the middle stage of the Golden Core stage for a long time, he was, after all, a Golden Core stage expert who had a perfect breakthrough. Breaking through was far less difficult than ordinary Golden Core stage experts. Basically, as long as the concept was there, breaking through would be a matter of time. After fighting with Wu Baoliang 3 times in a row and fighting with the more powerful Cheng Haonan, Lin Yi had clearly entered this indescribable state. R1152. Chapter 4498. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the opponent. This was Lin Yi's usual style. After facing a strong opponent who suppressed him in all aspects, under the huge pressure, a breakthrough became a matter of course. However, the only regret was that Cheng Haonan did not choose to continue the challenge. While the pressure on Lin Yi disappeared, he also lost the feeling of a breakthrough. This was a pity. Otherwise, if Cheng Haonan continued to challenge, although Lin Yi might not be his opponent, it was very likely that he would have a breakthrough during the battle. That would be a different situation. Of course, although it was a pity that he could not break through and advance in one go, it was not completely irreparable. Since he had brushed past the feeling of a breakthrough during the day, it was very simple for Lin Yi. He just had to find a way to get it back. After all, this kind of thing seemed a bit mysterious, but it was still traceable. Lin Yi clearly remembered that when this concept first appeared, it was the first time he was knocked out of the arena by Wu Baoliang, and his mind was simulating the raging flame thousand burst fist. At that time he was only thinking about how to defeat Wu Baoliang, so he didn't pay much attention to it. But now that he thought about it, this feeling was very real. In other words, as long as he deduced the powerful and oppressive finishing move again, he could induce the fighting spirit in his body, and he would not be far from breaking through. Lin Yi was at least 60% sure of this, so he immediately tried it without hesitation. However, it was meaningless to deduce the thousand violent fire fist now. After all, this was a move that he had completely mastered. For Lin Yi there was no pressure at all. Naturally, there would not be that kind of feeling of a breakthrough under pressure. The scene of the battle during the day kept rolling in his mind. This time Lin Yi was not locked on to Wu Baoliang's thousand violent sand fist, but Cheng Haonan's whole body turning black. Although Cheng Haonan was good at ordinary punches and kicks, and he did not have a powerful killing move like the thousand violent sand fist, the scene of his strength skyrocketing after his whole body turning black left a deep impression on Lin Yi. Strictly speaking, the blackening of the entire body could not be considered a move, but a state. A state that was even more unsolvable than the thousand wild sand bursting fist. Because he couldn't experience it firsthand like the thousand sand bursting fist, and he didn't face it many times like Wu Baoliang, Lin Yi didn't have a deep understanding of Cheng Haonan's blackened body, and it was much more difficult to simulate it. Moreover, this state itself was much more complicated than a simple ultimate move like the thousand sand bursting fist. If one wanted to successfully deduce a move, at the very least, one of the prerequisites was to grasp the essence of the move. For example, if Lin Yi didn't know the principle behind the thousand heavy explosions of the wild sand thousand bursting fist, he wouldn't have thought of using fire crystals as a replacement. Naturally, there wouldn't be the wildfire thousand bursting fist. However, Cheng Haonan's true blackness only lasted for a short moment. It was easier said than done to grasp the essence of it. Over and over again, the scene of the battle with Cheng Haonan during the day played in Lin Yi's mind like a movie. He kept repeating it, including Cheng Haonan's movements, reactions, and the aura he exuded. He did not miss any detail on the stage. Only by doing this could he find some clues. Previously, when deducing Wu Baoliang's thousand wild sand bursting fist, Lin Yi used less than the time it took for a stick of incense to roughly reconstruct his own wildfire thousand bursting fist. However, this time he spent most of the night deducing Cheng Haonan's blackening state, but he still couldn't grasp the essence. Could that move really be so invulnerable? Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. With his super strong perception, he couldn't even see a single clue. It was really strange. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Lin Yi's mind. No, the key was not after Cheng Haonan's blackening state, but before his blackening state. Although there was a huge gap in strength, whether it was before or after his entire body darkened, Cheng Haonan's combat essence had not changed at all. He was still using ordinary punches and kicks. The only difference was that his power and speed had skyrocketed. In other words, as long as he could understand Chang Haonan's ordinary punches and kicks, he could take advantage of the situation and understand his blackening state. The two were actually of the same origin. After figuring this out, the difficulty of deducing suddenly decreased a lot. Although Chang Haonan's blackening state only lasted for a moment, Lin Yi had a deep understanding of ordinary punches and kicks. After all, he had been in a stalemate with Chang Haonan for a long time and suffered a lot. Each of Chang Haonan's punches and kicks turned over in his mind. The true qi in Lin Yi's body couldn't help but become a little restless. This was not a simple perception but a fusion of a part of the perception. To some extent, the perception was more reliable than the perception. It felt more real, and the effect was naturally better. Although it was not clear how Chang Haonan did it, Lin Yi had already faintly entered a new realm. A brand new realm of physical techniques. Unlike martial arts, the foundation of martial arts lay in true qi, while the foundation of physical techniques lay in the body. In fact, it was somewhat similar to the physical experts in the secular world. Looking at the current cultivation world, including the 5 great islands of the heaven rank, martial skills ran rampant in the world. No matter what level the duel was, it would usually end with the exchange of a few powerful martial skills. Very few people still persisted in using physical skills. Of course, most of these people were former physical cultivators. After all, apart from a freak like Chang Haonan, the majority of people would not focus on cultivating body arts. That was because it required a long period of time and effort. Most importantly, the results of cultivation were far inferior to the rapid improvement of martial arts. Spending the same amount of time to practice a martial art would be enough to increase one's combat power by 10 points. However, if it was used on physical techniques, the combat power might only increase by 1 point or even less. With such a big difference, it was obvious which one a normal person would choose. Slow improvement was the biggest disadvantage of physical techniques, but at the same time, it had an absolute advantage that no other martial arts could compare to. As long as one persisted in practicing, the power of physical techniques could be improved infinitely. No matter how powerful a martial art seemed at the moment, it was still limited by the realm of strength. After reaching a certain level, it could not be improved any further. Even if one could continue to practice the subsequent moves, the improvement would be minimal, far from being able to keep up with the new realm. Therefore, one could only practice an even more powerful martial art and start from the beginning. However, physical techniques were different. Until now, no one had heard of anyone reaching the upper limit of physical techniques. If one continued to practice, they would explode and die. This kind of thing was basically impossible. R 1152. Chapter 4499. In other words, as long as one persisted from an ordinary person to the gold core stage, the nascent soul stage, the profound ascension stage, or even the superior mountain opening stage, one could always use physical skills to fight against the enemy because of its endless potential, but the process was also extremely difficult. But as long as one persisted in practicing diligently, he would never fall behind. In general, in the same realm, the physical masters who were good at physical skills were often stronger than the internal masters who were good at martial arts, because the physical masters were bound to cultivate both internal and external. Above the heaven stage, it was impossible to advance only by cultivating external skills, so those who could persist in cultivating both internal and external skills were not ordinary ruthless people. For a long time, Lin Yi was a master of internal skills, and all kinds of trump cards and killing moves belonged to the category of internal martial arts, which was inevitable. After all, compared to other masters of the same level, his practice time was really too short. From the beginning to the present, a total of less than 3 years had passed, which was simply negligible for cultivators. But in the cultivation of physical skills, no matter how talented one was, the most important point was that a large amount of time was needed. This was an objective fact that no one could avoid. There was no shortcut for physical skills. This was a widely recognized view, and Lin Yi had always thought so before. But after today's fight with Chang Haonan, he suddenly realized that although this view was still correct, it was not so absolute. Everything had a skill, even the simplest action had a corresponding trick, and physical skills were naturally no exception. As long as one could master the essence of it, it was not impossible to get twice the result with half the effort. Lin Yi believed. The reason why Chang Haonan's physical skills were so powerful was not only because he spent a lot of time on it, but also because he had mastered the trick that others could not. bringing true qi into physical skills. It was actually not difficult to mix ordinary punches and kicks with true qi. Any practitioner could easily do it, but that was the extent of it. Although it was mixed together, punches and kicks were still punches and true qi was still true qi. Not only could the power of the two not be superimposed, but they would also consume each other. The loss outweighed the gain. But in Chang Haonan's body, there was no sign of consumption. On the contrary, every punch and every kick only carried a little bit of true qi. However, it caused the might of his fists and legs to multiply, and it was even to the extent that it was sufficient to contend head-on with ordinary martial techniques. Such a method that cultivated both internal and external techniques could truly be said to be marvelous. Although Lin Yi hadn't studied physical skills for a long time, and he didn't have much attainment in the past, he was an assassin, so his physical talent was definitely outstanding. Secondly, he was very familiar with the control of true qi. With these two conditions put together, it wasn't impossible for him to learn Chang Haonan's super strong physical skills, even if he couldn't reach Chang Haonan's level in a short period of time. But as far as Lin Yi was concerned, it wasn't a pipe dream to multiply his physical strength by a couple of times, just like what was happening right now. After countless deductions, he had already begun to enter a brand new realm of body technique. So that's how it is. The root of that guy's strong physical skills is that he can use his true qi to instantly stimulate the vitality of his cells, which causes his physical strength to skyrocket in an instant. Lin Yi suddenly let out a long breath. After figuring this out, his spirit was immediately lifted. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although he's a scum through and through in terms of physical skills, he's a true genius. That guy can really be considered a genius. As a native of Heaven Stage Island, Chang Haonan certainly didn't know the word cell. His understanding of the human body was far less scientific than that of the secular world. Even so, he still managed to do it despite being ignorant of all this. This had to be said to be a miracle. Stimulating the vitality of cells in an instant was not uncommon in scientific research in the secular world, but in Heaven Stage Island it was really rare. The key was that Chang Haonan not only thought of doing this but also really did it. The technical content of this was not just a little bit or two. The more powerful the cultivator, the stronger their physical body, and the more powerful the cell vitality. But this didn't mean that it could be easily stimulated with true qi. If the stimulation was too small, there would be no effect. If the stimulation was too strong, then it wouldn't be called stimulating the cell vitality but killing a large number of cells. Success or failure depended on whether one could accurately grasp this degree. Lin Yi didn't know how Chang Haonan, who knew nothing about cells, could do this, but at least he was sure that this process must be very difficult. Even with Lin Yi's insanely high talent, comprehension, and the fact that Chang Haonan was a ready-made example, it took him a good half a night to finally get the hang of it. He'd made himself cough up blood a couple of times before finally getting the hang of it. He'd finally gotten the basics of this new body art. Since this is the principle of the superphysical skill, then Chang Haonan's blackened state should be the extreme stimulation. Lin Yi was very excited in his heart. If the normal state of the superphysical skill was the most suitable intensity of stimulation for the physical cells, then the intensity of stimulation in Chang Haonan's blackened state should be the limit of stimulation that his physical cells could withstand. Once this limit was exceeded, the physical cells would be directly killed by the true qi. In fact, even if this limit was not exceeded, after the extreme stimulation, a large number of cells would die due to overdraft of vitality, which meant that they would suffer a certain degree of internal injury. This was the price that must be paid for a moment of strength. One was the superphysical skill, and the other was the super-ultimate physical skill. After a whole night of deduction and experimentation, Lin Yi finally got a glimpse of the door. Once it was really put into use in actual combat, his strength would inevitably soar again compared to his original strength. With Lin Yi's current condition, if he were to fight Chang Haonan again, the situation would be very different from before. Unless Chang Haonan went all black without caring about the consequences, Lin Yi wouldn't necessarily lose to him, even if he didn't use the super bomb. Chang Haonan might not lose to Lin Yi. After mastering the essentials of the superphysical skill and the super-ultimate physical skill, Lin Yi didn't stop there. His requirements for himself were not limited to simple imitation, but to integrate his own strengths and further combine and create, just like the thousand raging flame fist. Compared to specific martial arts moves like the Thousand Raging Sand Fist, it was easier to integrate the super-physical skill with Lin Yi's own strengths. For example, the butterfly subtle steps he was thinking of at the moment could be added with the true qi to stimulate the cell vitality, making it an advanced version of the butterfly subtle steps. Chapter 4500. If it was necessary, Lin Yi could even turn it into extreme butterfly microsteps. Of course, the burden of using extreme butterfly microsteps was too great. If he used it, he would definitely suffer internal injuries. Moreover, Lin Yi hadn't mastered this extreme technique yet, so it was better to avoid it as much as possible. It's coming. Lin Yi's eyes suddenly flashed. In the process of deducing the super-physical skills and the ultra-ultimate physical skills, he had already felt that restless feeling from before. When he thought of the ultra-ultimate butterfly microsteps, the feeling became even more intense and surging. The originally majestic and silent Jinqi in his body began to circulate uncontrollably on its own, faster and faster. Every meridian in his body became extremely active, and his dantian was even more turbulent. This was a sign that he was about to break through. At this moment, the sky outside gradually brightened. Lin Yi had been preparing for the whole night, and the exciting moment had finally arrived. The sky was bright, and Magic Cold Plaza became lively again. However, unlike the South Continent Escort Agency conference 3 days ago, the number of people gathered here today was much smaller. After all, there was no competition, so there was no excitement to watch. Apart from the people from the escort agencies and the Chamber of Commerce, no one else would come here to join in the fun. Of course, now that Magic Cold Plaza was surrounded by the escorts sent by the new 5 major escort agencies, unless they received an invitation, normal people wouldn't be able to sneak in even if they wanted to join in the fun. After all, in today's conference, a large number of orders would be signed, and many trade secrets would be involved. Naturally, outsiders couldn't come in and watch. The conference hadn't officially started, but most of the people present had already arrived. In the core circle, the new overlord of the escort agencies, Qi Mingyuan, was in high spirits. He was talking and laughing. At this moment, none of the people standing around him were ordinary people. The manager of the Hong Chamber of Commerce's Wei Arc branch, Honest Chai, the head of the Black Eagle Escort Agency, Zhao Shanying, and the others were also the heads of the various escort agencies and the big shots of the Chamber of Commerce. All of them were important people, and with Qi Mingyuan as the center, they had already formed a new core circle of interests. In contrast, Boundless Sea, who had been popular in the past, was now cold and empty. Although the Four Seas Escort Agency barely managed to retain its position as one of the top 5 escort agencies, there wasn't even a single person who came to support them. But everyone knew the awkward situation it was in now, and businessmen were always the best at adapting to the wind. It was simply wishful thinking for them to offer help in a time of need. Looking at Qi Mingyuan's group, Boundless Sea's complexion alternated between green and purple. He had been given the cold shoulder in front of everyone's eyes. How could he accept this? Being left alone like this was too embarrassing. It was easy to become a joke. Boundless Sea clenched his teeth and took the initiative to strike up a conversation. This would have been unthinkable in the past, but he had no other choice. However, no matter what, he was still the boss of one of the 5 great escort companies. Boundless Sea couldn't lower himself to talk to a normal person. As for Qi Mingyuan's core interest circle, it was impossible for him to take the initiative to ask for a snub. He could only set his target on the head of Godwind Escort Agency, Zhao Bufan. After all, they had worked together for many years and were friends. Haha, Zhao. Boundless Sea walked over and squeezed out a smile. But before he could say anything, Zhao Bufan suddenly left with his people. He was left with his mouth open awkwardly, and he swallowed the second half of his sentence. He looked at Zhao Bufan again. He glanced at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, and then turned to talk to Qi Mingyuan. Qi Mingyuan obviously didn't refuse this kind of big shot. The two immediately started chatting, leaving Boundless Sea alone in the cold wind. This chief escort Zhao really is an interesting person. Brother Ling, look at that old bastard Boundless Sea's expression. It's too funny, ha ha ha. Qi Wenhan saw this scene clearly and couldn't help but hold his stomach and laugh loudly. Even though it's said that everyone kicks a wall when it's down, Boundless Sea is the head escort of the Four Seas Escort Agency. For him to suddenly fall to such an embarrassing state where no one cares about him is quite unexpected. Lin Yi was speechless as he shook his head. As the saying goes, a tiger dies with prestige. Normally, even if he fell, he shouldn't be so miserable. Moreover, the Four Seas escort agency hadn't truly collapsed yet. The people here were really realistic. The South Continent Sea has always been like this. They only care about benefits and don't care about relationships. These people change their attitude faster than flipping a book. Qi Wenhan smiled, not minding it. He looked Lin Yi up and down. Ling bro, did you eat some kind of elixir today? Why do I feel like you're different? You're so energetic, aren't you? No, brother Qi, you must be mistaken. Lin Yi smiled faintly. An hour ago, he had successfully broken through from the middle stage of Golden Core to the peak of the middle stage. Naturally, he was in high spirits and glowing. However, he had always been low-key. This was something that only he knew. There was nothing to announce. Is that so? Perhaps. Qi Wenhan scratched his head in confusion. He didn't continue asking because Qi Mingyuan had already led everyone onto the stage. The South Continent Escort Agency Alliance Conference had begun. As the new head of the escort agencies, according to convention, Qi Mingyuan naturally had to give an opening speech. However, he was different from Boundless Sea, who liked to put on airs. In this segment, he only said a few words symbolically and brushed it off with a few words. He went straight to the point and began to host the discussion about the cooperation between the major escort agencies and the various merchant guilds. The people in charge of the escort agencies were instantly energized. Every one of them was eager to start. This was the most important event of the day. In the next 5 years, whether their escort agencies ate meat or drank soup, or perhaps they couldn't even drink soup and could only eat Northwest Wind, all depended on how many orders they could pull in today. However, everyone knew in their hearts that even though the conference had not officially begun, the result was already decided. This was because this was a conference to share the fruits of victory. As the name implied, only the winners at the top of the rankings could share the biggest fruits. As for those losers who had lost their momentum, they could only look on enviously. What I'm most curious about right now is how many orders Boundless Sea and his Four Seas escort agency can get. Brother Ling, why don't you take a guess? Qi Wenhan said with a smile full of interest. In the past, their Four Seas escort agency always monopolized 20% of the shares. That's called being high and mighty, but this time it's going to be difficult. I can't guess that, but seeing the cold reception he received just now, it must have shrunk greatly this time. The Four Seas escort agency won't have an easy time in the coming days. Lin Yi smiled and changed the topic. In comparison, I'm more curious about something else. Why didn't Long Kiba or his Dragon Boat escort agency send a single person? Chapter 4501. Isn't that obvious? He was so embarrassed yesterday that he doesn't have the face to come again. Anyway, there won't be any orders if he comes, Qi Wenhan said with a pout. That can't be right. Even if he knows there won't be any orders, his Dragon Boat escort agency hasn't been removed yet. Even if Long Kiba doesn't want to come out and embarrass himself, he should at least send someone to represent him, right? Lin Yi still felt it was a little strange. Now that you mention it, it really is a little strange. Qi Wenhan couldn't help but frown. As the two of them were talking, a wave of clamorous noise suddenly sounded out from the entrance of Devil Cold Square, and everyone couldn't help but turn around to look. They saw two figures were slowly walking towards the center of the square amidst the chaos. One of them was Long Kiba, and the other was shockingly the evil cultivator that had fled in public yesterday, Chang Haonan. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. No one expected that Chang Haonan, the evil cultivator that everyone wanted to kill, not only did he not escape to the end of the world, he actually dared to come back so brazenly. Moreover, he even came to the venue where the experts of the escort agency gathered. Looking at Chang Haonan walking over with an evil smile on his face as if there was no one else around, everyone blurted out at the same time. Does this guy want to die? There must be something wrong when something is out of the ordinary. It seems like there's a change in the situation. Lin Yi's face darkened slightly. He didn't believe that Chang Haonan was an idiot who was courting death. He didn't have such thoughts in the past. And he definitely wouldn't have such thoughts after studying the wonders of the superphysical skill and the ultimate physical skill last night. Chung Haonan was definitely an extremely shrewd guy. Since he dared to come back so brazenly, it meant that he definitely had something to rely on. Moreover, this reliance was so strong that he could ignore his identity as an evil cultivator. Why? It seems like everyone doesn't welcome me? Chung Haonan's gaze slowly swept across everyone's faces. His brows were filled with arrogance and complacency, and he didn't take anyone seriously at all. The entire Demon Cold Square was stunned. As they watched Chung Haonan and Long Qiba walk into the center of the square, Qi Mingyuan, who was the #1 person in the Demon Cold Square, finally reacted. His face turned gloomy, and he was about to give the order to arrest Chung Haonan and Long Qiba. Since Chung Haonan, a heretic cultivator, dared to come here without the slightest scruple, this was clearly a provocation to him, the new overlord of the escort agency. Before Qi Mingyuan could say anything, Boundless Sea stood up, his eyes shining. This was a great opportunity in front of him. No matter how awkward the situation had been, as long as he could get some reputation back from this evil cultivator, then everything would be resolved. Boundless Sea slammed the table impatiently and roared with righteous indignation. In broad daylight, a mere evil cultivator dares to come back so arrogantly? On behalf of the South Continent Escort Agency. Before he could finish speaking, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the sky above Demon Cold Square. An extremely thick black fog descended from the sky with an endless evil aura, causing everyone's expression to change and tremble in fear. Feeling the powerful pressure coming from the black fog, everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble, and they cried out involuntarily. The high platform where Qi Mingyuan and the others were originally on was instantly blown away by the gust of wind brought by the black fog. For a moment many experts were thrown off their feet, and they were in a sorry state. After a moment, the recklessly sweeping gust of wind gradually dissipated, and the figure of an old man slowly appeared from within the black fog. He had green hair and red eyebrows, and his appearance was indescribably strange. The old man's sinister eyes swept across the crowd disdainfully. His body didn't emit a powerful and heaven-defying aura, but an invisible pressure made everyone unable to breathe. In particular, Qi Mingyuan and the others, who were the closest to him, felt as if the blood in their bodies had suddenly frozen, and they felt a bone-chilling coldness for no reason. Why does this person look so much like Wu Baoliang? Linny looked at the strange old man from afar, and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Wu Baoliang had a pair of triangular yin-yang eyes that were different from normal people. Apart from the strange appearance of this old man who descended from the sky, his eyes were extremely similar to Wu Baoliang's. Could this person be Wu Baoliang's relative, or even his father? At this moment no one dared to speak. Everyone stared blankly at this strange old man. Although the other party didn't start a fight as soon as he arrived, everyone could tell that this person clearly didn't come with good intentions. Which evil spirit dares to behave atrociously in our South Continent Escort Agency conference? Chung Haonan, do you think that you can disregard our righteous path just because you found a backer? Humph, this head escort will represent the will of heaven today. While everyone was still in a daze, Boundless Sea suddenly stood up and roared. He immediately pounced towards Chung Haonan. This was a rare opportunity to turn things around. If it was just a mere Chung Haonan, even if Boundless Sea took him down first, it wouldn't be very convincing. But now, a strange old man who was clearly not to be trifled with had appeared. Everyone was so scared that they didn't dare to move. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to display Boundless Sea's boldness and responsibility? Boundless Sea secretly glanced at Qi Mingyuan. Seeing how the other side was acting as if he was facing a great enemy, Boundless Sea felt very pleased. He wasn't afraid of not knowing the goods, but he was afraid of comparing the goods. With Qi Mingyuan, the so-called new overlord of the escort agencies, as a comparison, he could make his image even more prominent. After today's matter, it was clear who was more suitable to lead the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance in the future. With all sorts of wishful thinking in his mind, Boundless Sea felt his body become much lighter. Of course he wasn't stupid. He only attacked Chung Haonan, who he had confidence in. As for that strange old man who was clearly not to be trifled with, it would be safer to wait for him to call out and lead everyone to surround and attack him. However, Chang Haonan, who was listed by Boundless Sea as a target to increase his reputation, was looking at him with a faint smile. He was calm and unruffled in the midst of the chaos with his arms crossed. He had no intention of attacking. "Who do you think you are?" An extremely dry and harsh shout came from behind him. At the same time, an indescribable force suddenly descended on his back. Boundless Sea didn't even have time to recover from his complacency. His whole body was slapped into the ground like a fly, and he sunk more than 3 feet into the ground. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Boundless Sea was an expert at the peak of the late nascent soul stage. Even if he wasn't one of the best in the entire South Continent Escort Agency Alliance, he was at least in the top 5. Who would have thought that he wouldn't even be able to withstand one move from this strange old man? And from the looks of it, the old man hadn't even used his full strength yet. A giant in the mountain opening stage. Qi Mingyuan and the others who had some experience suddenly felt their hearts turn upside down. Although he hadn't shown his full strength from this simple attack, they could see that this strange old man was actually a mountain opening stage expert. R1152. Chapter 4502. In the South Continent Sea, where even a profound ascending stage master could do whatever he wanted, there was actually a mountain opening stage master. At this moment, everyone was so shocked that they could not even close their mouths. Everyone was shocked, speechless, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. This was not the East Continent College's disciple selection. Why did such an invincible existence suddenly appear? In an instant, the people who did not dare to move did not even dare to breathe. They all looked at each other and did not dare to make a sound. Don't look at how many masters were gathered here. Once they attacked together, even a mysterious ascending stage master might not be able to handle it. But now the opponent was a mountain opening stage giant. This kind of unrealistic idea was better to quickly put an end to it. If they were to really fight, even if they all attacked together, it would not be enough to kill them. Mountain opening stage evil cultivator master. Today is really a joke. Qi Wenhan smiled bitterly with an ugly expression. The black fog on this strange old man was much thicker than Wu Baoliang and Chang Haonan's. His evil aura deterred everyone present. If they still could not tell that this person was an evil cultivator, then everyone's eyeballs should be dug out. Anyway, it was useless to have it on his face. Lin Yi nodded with a gloomy expression and did not speak. From the moment this strange old man appeared, the whole situation had completely gone out of control. Even the insignificant people present were trembling with fear. Lin Yi, who was stared at by Chang Haonan with malicious intent, was naturally in a precarious position. He was probably in danger today. Lin Yi clenched his fists. At this time he could not rely on others, he could only rely on himself. Although there were so many people present who kept shouting that good and evil could not coexist, and chased after Chang Haonan like a rat on the street, times had changed. With absolute strength he had absolute right to speak. With the terrifying strength of this strange old man at the mountain opening stage, it did not matter whether he was an evil cultivator or not, because no one present dared to resist him no matter what he said. Once they resisted, there would only be one end, death. The situation was stronger than the person. At this time no one dared not to bow down. Not to mention that the opponent was an evil cultivator. Even if the opponent was a bandit who robbed all their belongings, no one present would dare to act rashly. They could only swallow their pride and obediently bury their heads like ostriches. Facing a heretic cultivator at the mountain opening stage, it wasn't sad to pretend to be a coward, it was sad to die. Amidst the deathly silence, Boundless Sea, who was embedded in the ground, struggled for a bit. With his face covered in blood, he climbed up in a sorry state, panting heavily. After all, he was an expert at the peak of the late nascent soul stage. Before the opponent got serious, he wouldn't die so easily. Of course, he was in a sorry state and he was also heavily injured. Boundless Sea tossed his laughable plan of farming reputation to the back of his mind. After staggering up, he didn't even look at Chang Haonan. He only dared to sneak a glance at the strange old man. Like everyone else, he shrunk his neck, not daring to breathe. However, Boundless Sea didn't dare cause trouble for himself, but this strange old man's gaze fell on him. Who told this idiot to steal the limelight? You're the host of this shitty conference. The strange old man looked coldly at Boundless Sea. His voice was even drier and more ear-piercing than before, giving everyone goosebumps. It was extremely unpleasant to listen to. But no matter how unpleasant it was, no one had any objections. They could only obediently endure it. Being stared at by the strange old man's sinister gaze, Boundless Sea instantly pissed his pants. His knees went soft, and he couldn't help but kneel on the ground. He hurriedly shook his head and stammered, No, this humble one isn't. That person is. This humble one was impulsive just now. Please forgive this humble one's offense. Boundless Sea pointed at Qi Mingyuan. Without hesitation, he sold out the new overlord of the escort agency. Everyone in the audience immediately looked at him with disdain. Even though they didn't dare to go against this evil cultivator in front of them, this didn't stop them from looking down on this spineless Boundless Sea. He spoke righteously and sternly, but at this critical moment, he really was more nimble than anyone else. Seeing the strange old man's sinister gaze, Qi Mingyuan's heart tightened, but he didn't say anything. Even though he couldn't go against this kind of existence, he definitely wouldn't be like Boundless Sea and shamelessly kneel in front of everyone. It doesn't matter who it is. In any case, this sect will temporarily take over your conference. If there's anyone who isn't satisfied, you can bring it up right now, the strange old man said with a condescending expression. Everyone nodded their heads. No one dared to say anything at this moment. Opposing would be courting death. No one here was an idiot, and no one would be the one to stick their head out. Not bad, you're all tactful. Even though there haven't been 10,000 experts that have died by my hands, there's at least 8,000. However, after these years of cultivation, this sect doesn't really want to go on a killing spree. Being a bit more obedient is also a good thing for you. The strange old man smiled sinisterly and then added, Let me introduce myself. This sect comes from Western Mountain, and my Dao name is Western Mountain Elder. Western Mountain Elder? The entire Magic Cold Plaza immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. If it was said that there was a trace of unrealistic hope in everyone's hearts before, now that hope had been completely shattered, no one dared to harbor any disloyal thoughts anymore. What about Western Mountain? Linny couldn't help but be slightly surprised when he saw everyone's shocked expressions. He had heard of Western Island, but he had never heard of Western Mountain. Could it be a special place in the southern continent sea? Brother Ling, you actually don't know? Qi Wenhan, who was beside him, had a surprised look on his face. He quickly lowered his voice and explained, Western Mountain is the most famous gathering place for heretic cultivators. The most ferocious and strongest heretic cultivators in the entire Heaven Stage Island are all gathered in Western Mountain, forming a Western Mountain evil sect. I heard that the leader of this Western Mountain evil sect is called Western Mountain Elder, and the second leader under him is this Western Mountain Elder. A gathering place for heretic cultivators? There's such a place? Linny instantly felt even more strange. He had never heard of such a thing. Were heretic cultivators not like street rats that could only hide and not see the light of day? The existence of heretic cultivators could not even be tolerated in a chaotic place like the southern continent sea, let alone Heaven Stage Island where there were many other powerful sections. In the understanding of normal people, a gathering place for heretic cultivators like Western Mountain evil sect that existed openly was obviously waiting for the major sects to join forces and encircle and annihilate it. Yes, it has existed for a long time. I heard that many years ago, the major sects of Middle Island, Northern Island, and Western Island even joined forces to encircle and annihilate it. But in the end, nothing happened. Qi Wenhan shrugged and sighed. What? Western Mountain evil sect is actually so strong? Linny could not help but click his tongue as he asked in shock. R1152. Chapter 4503. Even though they had a mountain opening stage powerhouse, the other sects on Heavenly Island weren't to be trifled with. With the combined forces of the Middle, North, and West Islands, if they really sent out their top experts, Shishan evil sect wouldn't be able to hold on no matter how strong they were. Shishan evil sect is strong, but apparently the two sides didn't really fight. The Righteous Alliance only knows that Shishan is somewhere between West Island and South Continent, but they don't know the exact location. Plus, that area of the sea is extremely dangerous, and there seems to be all sorts of high-level formations set up around it. The Righteous Alliance spent a month there and still couldn't find Shishan evil sect's nest, so they had no choice but to let it go, Qi Wenhan explained. He had only heard it from others and didn't know much about it. The version he told Lin Yi was the most widely spread version. As for whether or not it was true, only the person involved would know. So that's how it is. Lin Yi nodded in realization that made sense. If the two sides were to fight head-on and the alliance of the righteous sex still couldn't beat the evil sex, it'd really be a bit speechless. Wouldn't that be the sky-class island version of Six Sex surrounding Light Peak? As the two whispered to each other, Chang Haonan had already walked up to Shishan Old Sec's side. Shishan Old Sec's next words made everyone's eyelids twitch. Chang Haonan is now our sect's disciple. I've officially accepted him as my disciple. From what you said, it seems like you want to kill him. No, that's not true. Senior, you misunderstood. Boundless Sea was scared half to death and hastily tried to explain. He suddenly saw the mocking expression on Lin Yi's face and immediately said loudly, "It's Lingwan, yes, it's Lingwan who wants to kill him." Everyone was speechless. Boundless Sea was the only one who could be this shameless. Just now, he had clearly wanted to use Chang Haonan to boost his reputation. Now that disaster was upon him, he didn't even bat an eyelid and pushed the blame onto Chang Haonan. Lingwan. Following Boundless Sea's finger, West Mountain's old sect master's sinister gaze fell on Lin Yi. He laughed coldly. My previous disciple Wu Baoliang died by your hands? Not bad. Lin Yi calmly nodded his head. There was no way he could deny it. Plus, with his personality, he wouldn't deny it either. After all, he wasn't Boundless Sea. Oh, you dare to take responsibility for your actions? I didn't expect you to be a real man. The West Mountain Elder's already strange expression suddenly became even more ferocious and terrifying. He shouted coldly, "Do you know that he is not only my direct disciple but also my nephew?" I didn't know, but now I know. Lin Yi's expression was still indifferent. He thought to himself, no wonder these two have a pair of triangular yin-yang eyes. So they are uncle and nephew. Listening to Lin Yi's infuriating reply, everyone present couldn't help but have strange expressions, especially Qi Wenhan, Qi Mingyuan and Honest Chai. They were sweating for him, thinking that Master Ling was still too young. This wasn't the time to act like a hero, he'd really die if he did that. Sure enough, West Mountain's old sect master was so angry that his face turned ashen. It was almost the same color as his eyebrows. Black fog suddenly surged out from his head. The sky instantly darkened. It was as if the end of the world was coming. Just when everyone thought that West Mountain's old sect master couldn't hold back his killing intent, and that Lin Yi was dead for sure, the black clouds above his head suddenly dispersed. The sky became clear again, and the sun shone brightly. West Mountain's old sect master's killing intent suddenly disappeared. He didn't get angry and instead laughed. You have guts, you really have guts. This nephew of mine is the same as you. Back then, he dared to break out of the mountain just for a trivial matter. I've long said that evil cultivators who swagger through the streets will not have a good ending. Now that he has fallen to this state, his death is not undeserved. Hearing his words, not only were the others confused, even Lin Yi was a little stunned. What did he mean by this? Everyone thought that he was going to take revenge for Wu Baoliang, but in the end he actually changed the topic and said that Wu Baoliang's death was not unjust. The actions of experts were indeed unfathomable. This kind of strange thinking of an evil cultivator was even more incomprehensible. I also heard that the Dragon Boat escort agency was driven out by you? West Mountain's old sect master retracted his gaze from Lin Yi and changed the topic to this irrelevant matter. Everyone was even more confused and looked at each other. No, we didn't drive them out, we didn't drive them out. Boundless Sea was the first to recover from his shock and hurriedly said, the Dragon Boat escort agency is ranked second. From now on, there will be 6 great escort agencies. The old calendar of 5 great escort agencies should be changed long ago. Everyone couldn't help but feel a burst of disdain. Fuck, this guy is too shameless. The ironclad rules of the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance should be changed just like that? What fucking 6 great escort agencies? Even at this time, they still didn't forget to take care of their own 4 Seas escort agency. They were really cunning. Although in front of an evil cultivator, no one dared to say anything for the sake of their lives, everyone still had a bit of integrity in their hearts. However, there was nothing much to say about someone like Boundless Sea. This guy had already become the evil cultivator's lackey. Not only was he not ashamed, He even had the shameless expression of a man who knew when to yield and when to stand tall. Teveske, you're quite tactful. Scram to the side. Shishan's old sect master had a mocking smile on his face. He turned to look at Cheng Haonan and said, Disciple, let's get down to business. I'll give you a chance to personally take revenge. Go get rid of that Ling Yi, and then we'll go to the Dragon Boat Escort Agency together. It's rare for me to come out, so I have a lot of things to do this time. Long Kiba heard this and was immediately overjoyed. Previously, when Boundless Sea said that his Dragon Boat Escort Agency would once again become the number 2 escort agency, he wasn't this excited. After all, this was expected. He had already mentally prepared himself for this, so there was nothing to be surprised about. But now, Shishan's old sect master actually said that he wanted to go to his Dragon Boat Escort Agency. This was something that he couldn't even dream of. Long Kiba was so excited that he almost slapped himself. Fuck, this is the great giant of the opening period. So what if he's an evil cultivator? Who would dare to say no? In the South Continent seas, there were often people who said that good and evil couldn't coexist, but from the expressions of everyone here, especially Boundless Sea, it could be seen that the bigger the fist was the truth. As long as one was strong enough, evil cultivators could also become mainstream. Not convinced? Then I'll punch you to death. R1152. Chapter 4504. With the West Mountain Elder, the business of the Dragon Boat Escort Agency would not decrease because of the existence of the evil cultivator. Instead, it would be much more profitable than before. Even the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, the new hegemon of escort agencies, would not be able to compete with it. Businessmen prioritize profits above all else. They didn't care if they were heretical cultivators or not. As long as they could intimidate thieves and pirates, as long as they could deliver their goods safely and reliably, then they would choose a powerful escort agency as their first choice. In the end, the winner was king. As long as one's strength was strong enough, even evil cultivators were righteous. The Dragon Boat Escort Agency had the West Mountain Elder, an opening period elder, in charge. It was not a stain, but a blessing that could not be obtained in a few lifetimes. As long as the West Mountain Elder was around, absolutely no one would dare to provoke the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. As long as the Dragon Boat Escort Agency's flag was displayed on the ship, even pirates and robbers would have to hide far away. Otherwise, if they dared to have any evil thoughts, they would be enemies with the West Mountain Elder. Even 10 lives would not be enough to kill them. In contrast, the restoration of second place was secondary. Could even be said that it did not matter. With the West Mountain Elder's words today, it would be fine even if the Dragon Boat Escort Agency did not participate in the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance in the future. With the opening period elder in charge, would they be afraid of no business? Long Kiba was ecstatic, but at this moment the focus was not on him but Cheng Haonan and Lin Yi. Everyone saw that the West Mountain Elder changed the topic and did not mention anything about avenging his nephew and disciple, Wu Baoliang. They thought that he was going to let Lin Yi go, but they did not expect that he was leaving it for Cheng Haonan. Yes, your disciple will send Ling Yi's head to avenge Senior Wu as a gift for becoming my disciple. Cheng Haonan was immediately in high spirits. Although the identity of the Poison Eye mercenary group's boss sounded impressive, in the eyes of the higher-ups, it was not even worth mentioning. Not to mention those large sects, even people like Qi Mingyuan could clearly look down on him. But now it was different. He would replace Wu Baoliang and become the direct disciple of the West Mountain Elder. This was a powerful background that no one dared to underestimate. From now on, Cheng Haonan would usher in a turning point in his life, and he would soar into the sky. Of course, all of this was thanks to Ling Yi, and Cheng Haonan's road to meteoric success would start from killing Ling Yi. Cheng Haonan arrogantly walked over step by step, while the main character, Lin Yi, was still calm and unruffled. Qi Wenhan and the others, on the other hand, paled and lost their heads out of fear. No matter what, they would always stand on Lin Yi's side. They had already formed a community of mutual benefits. No matter if it was Qi Wenhan or Qi Mingyuan, or even Honest Chai who stood among the representatives of the Chamber of Commerce, none of them would abandon Lin Yi at this moment. But the problem was they really had no way to deal with Cheng Haonan. They did not need to be too afraid of Cheng Haonan, but what could they use to fight against the West Mountain Elder? In terms of strength, All of them together would not be a match for the West Mountain Elder. If they suddenly jumped out at this time, they would only be courting death. But they could not just watch as Lin Yi was killed by Cheng Haonan, right? Those who saw the battle yesterday knew that Lin Yi was suppressed by Cheng Haonan from start to finish. Even when he used the ultimate killing technique, the frenzied thousand burst fists, it was useless. Cheng Haonan had absolute power over him, and he was not a match for him at all. It had only been a day, and no normal person, including Qi Wenhan and the others, thought that Lin Yi wouldn't be able to turn things around successfully. Against the aggressive Cheng Haonan, Lin Yi was bound to lose. But if he lost today, then the result would be very different from yesterday's duel on the stage. Yesterday, as long as he fell off the stage, he could keep his life. But today it was a fight to the death. Seeing that Qi Wenhan was about to jump out, Lin Yi hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop him. He said in a low voice, "This is my business. You guys just watch carefully." Qi Wenhan opened his mouth to say something, but Lin Yi did not give him the chance. After giving him a look, he walked out of the crowd and took the initiative to meet Cheng Haonan. Lin Yi was very clear that he had to pass today. Qi Wenhan and the others could not help him at all. Instead, if the West Mountain Elder took out his anger because of him, then it would be really troublesome. You really have guts. You actually dare to take the initiative to stand out? Seeing this scene, Cheng Haonan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He clenched his fists and sneered. "I want to know, is there something wrong with your brain? Do you think you can beat me? Whether I can win or not, how do you know if I don't fight?" Lin Yi asked with a faint smile. His expression was still calm and composed. Even if the West Mountain Elder was fighting not far away, he did not have the slightest intention of stage fright. This kind of bearing really made everyone present speechless. Each of them secretly thought that it was a pity. With this kind of bearing, this boy would certainly achieve great things in the future. It was a pity that he had offended the West Mountain Elder. Today he was destined to die young. "Oh, your tone is not small. Fortunately, my memory is not bad. Otherwise, I would have thought that I had lost to you yesterday." Cheng Haonan wantonly ridiculed. His body suddenly emitted a layer of black gas. His aura suddenly became fierce and domineering. Impressively, he had actually activated the state of his whole body turning black. Obviously, Cheng Haonan did not intend to give Lin Yi any chance to resist today. After all, this was his first battle after joining the West Mountain Elder. If he could not get rid of Lin Yi cleanly and neatly, it was inevitable that he would lose face in the eyes of the West Mountain Elder. So today he must go all out. Super ultimate physical technique. Lin Yi's eyelids twitched slightly. If it was not for the West Mountain Elder's covetous eyes, he really had the mood to have a good fight with Cheng Haonan. After all, his newly developed ultimate physical skill and ultimate physical skill were still lacking in practice, and this was the perfect opportunity for him to do so. Perhaps after this battle, his mastery in this aspect would improve by leaps and bounds, and he would directly go from the beginner level to the next level. However, for now, staying alive was more important. Lin Yi shook his head with some regret. In the eyes of Cheng Haonan and the others, his performance became a blatant provocation. No matter who saw their opponent shake his head, they would probably think the same way. "Humph, you still dare to pretend when you are about to die. Among the people I have seen, you are really the prettiest. You really don't even know how to write the word death." Cheng Haonan let out a long howl. His body instantly transformed into a ghostly black shadow and pounced towards Lin Yi. His speed under the state of the dark state was very shocking. With such a sudden attack, even most of the original infant stage masters would not be able to react in time, let alone a mere Lin Yi. R 1152. Chapter 4505. Qi Wenhan and the others' hearts suddenly tightened. Their eyes were firmly fixed on Lin Yi's body, fearing that something bad would happen to him. "Oh, do you know what happened to the people who ridiculed me for being a pretentious prick?" Lin Yi was calm and unhurried. In the face of Cheng Haonan's full power outburst, he was not the slightest bit afraid. His figure violently retreated in an attempt to maintain a distance, and at the same time, he calmly asked, "I don't know, and I don't want to know." Cheng Haonan sneered. In his eyes, Lin Yi was already a dead man. He had no interest in talking nonsense with a dead man. I'll be merciful and tell you. I'm a soft-hearted person, And I'm afraid that you won't be able to rest in peace. They're all dead. Lin Yi was still calm and indifferent, and the ridicule on his face was obvious. Looking at this scene, the entire audience couldn't help but have a strange expression. Including Qi Wenhan and the others, they all felt that Lin Yi's current situation pointed to disaster. Who would have thought that at this time, he still had the heart to make fun of Chang Haonan? Was this a case of being bold because of his skill, or was it an indication that he knew that a great disaster was imminent, and was addicted to talking before his death? Humph, at this time you can only talk big. Since you have so much skill, then why are you still running? Hurry up and kill me. Chang Haonan laughed cruelly, but in his heart, he was somewhat surprised. Lin Yi's current speed seemed to be somewhat different from yesterday's. In yesterday's duel, although this kid's movement technique seemed to be exceptionally exquisite, and his speed was much faster than those ordinary experts, but compared to Chang Haonan it was still somewhat inferior. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been suppressed by him all the time. What's more, he had now activated his entire body's dark state, and his speed had skyrocketed a lot. In theory, he should be able to close in on Lin Yi in an instant. But now, a full 3 breaths had passed, and although the distance between them had been shortened, it was not obvious. What was even more outrageous was that Lin Yi's body revealed a trace of qi fluctuation, which made Chang Haonan feel that it was very similar to himself. Such a strange situation clearly did not appear yesterday. Could it be? When he thought that Wu Baoliang had died under the 1,000 violent flame fist, which was the same as his 1,000 violent sand fist, Chang Haonan could not help but shiver. Although it was very unbelievable, if there was a first, there might be a second time. Maybe this kid really had the terrifying ability to give others a taste of their own medicine, and had learned his super movement technique. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Chang Haonan was no longer as confident as before. The reason why he was able to suppress Lin Yi in all aspects yesterday was because of the difference in their physical skills. Now that he'd lost this advantage, even if he could still beat Lin Yi, it'd be very difficult. After all, this was not some shrimp soldier or crab general, but an existence that could kill Wu Baoliang head-on. In the face of an expert of this level, Chang Haonan would fail miserably if he was not careful. Seeing the uncertainty on Chang Haonan's face, Lin Yi knew that the guy had noticed something. He didn't hide it anymore, and used the newly formed super butterfly microsteps to its fullest. His speed increased drastically, and the distance between them that was getting closer and closer was instantly widened by a few body lengths. Sure enough, this time Chang Haonan completely verified the conjecture in his heart, and he couldn't help but howl with rage, his eyes spitting fire. This wasn't just a chance for him to take revenge for his son Chang Ketian. It was also a chance for him to become a subordinate of the Shishan old sect. Getting rid of Lin Yi was the most basic requirement, so how could he allow any accidents to occur? The black gas on his body suddenly became thicker, and at the same time, it began to show signs of being out of control. Chang Haonan's speed finally skyrocketed again. He was going all out. It couldn't be helped. He was fast purely because of his super-physical arts, and he didn't train in any advanced techniques. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was a typical speedmaster, and now that he was using butterfly microsteps, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Just this state alone was faster than Lin Yi's entire body turning black. Of course, this was also because Lin Yi had just broken through to the peak of the middle phase of Golden Elixir, and his strength was already a level higher. Now that he had the super butterfly microstep, the two stacked together, the increase was naturally not small. What's more, the same method in the hands of different people would have a world of difference. Chang Haonan was the authentic super physical technique and ultimate physical technique, but now he met the freak Lin Yi, and the effect became a counterfeit. Who could he find to reason with? Chang Haonan was now about to vomit blood. This was not purely because he was angry, but because he was forced to do so. The entire body turning black was already the limit that he could master normally. Now, in order to catch up with Lin Yi, he did not hesitate to go further. Although his speed was faster, he had already suffered a serious internal injury. In order to leave a good impression in the heart of the West Mountain Elder, he did not hesitate to exchange his life for speed. If this drags on for a little longer, he will be exhausted to death. What a pity! Lin Yi could not help but shake his head when he saw this. He had thoroughly studied the blackened state overnight. Of course, he knew what state Chang Haonan was in at the moment. If he was not afraid of the West Mountain Elder who was watching from the side, he would have the opportunity to kill Chang Haonan in this situation. But now, seeing that Chang Haonan was rapidly closing the distance again, he could not be entangled with this guy too much. Otherwise, even if he could kill Chang Haonan today, there would be no way to escape later. Although Lin Yi's strength had increased greatly recently, the gap in strength between them was still there. No matter how heaven-defying he was, it was impossible to escape from the hands of an evil cultivator in the mountain opening stage. After all, he was only at the peak of the middle gold core stage, not the peak of the middle nascent soul stage. In any case, escaping was the way to go. This was also what Lin Yi had been secretly planning since he saw Chang Haonan appear. Wahahaha, didn't you escape quickly? Let's see how you escape now. Chang Haonan did not care about the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He laughed proudly and arrogantly. He finally caught this guy. Escape. They were so close, but Lin Yi suddenly blinked and said with an unpredictable look, "Do you think I escaped because of you? Forget it in this life, but you should be more careful in the next life." Bullshit. Chang Haonan just wanted to taunt with the attitude of a winner, but found that the opposite Lin Yi suddenly pushed his hand in his direction. In the eyes of a physical master who practiced both internal and external cultivation, it was strange no matter how he looked at it. How could such a slow palm have any lethality? However, when Lin Yi's palm was completely opened, Chang Haonan felt the small, but dark purple thing in his palm. Chang Haonan's face suddenly changed. His eyes suddenly widened, and his expression became extremely frightened and hideous. R1152. Chapter 4506. He didn't know what a super bomb that was a combination of true qi and alchemy fire was, but his instincts told him that the little thing in Lin Yi's hand was extremely dangerous. If he didn't run away quickly, he would die. At the same time, the others didn't realize what was happening, but the West Mountain Elder, who was standing on the stage, suddenly raised his eyebrows. The dignified evil cultivator of the opening period actually showed a trace of fear at this moment. In the eyes of the crowd, this was even rarer than the sun rising from the west. However, before the crowd could start discussing, what happened next made everyone speechless. The super bomb that Lin Yi had started to condense at the first sight of Chang Haonan instantly attacked the whole place. With the magic cold square as the center, the whole magic cold sea shook, and an unparalleled monstrous tsunami suddenly erupted. A huge mushroom cloud appeared in the sky above the magic cold city, shaking magnificently. The end of the world had come. As for the demon cold square, which was the center of the explosion, it was covered in dust at this moment. Even though the facilities that were still in good condition were protected by layers of formations, they were still destroyed in an instant. The people at the scene were in a complete mess, and it was a complete mess. There were many people who were injured by the bombs. In serious cases, they were even on the verge of death. However, there was a silver lining in the misfortune that everyone present today was at least an expert above the gold core stage. Otherwise, if it was like the South Continent Escort Agency Grand Gathering, there would be at least hundreds or thousands of people dead. That would really be a wrongful death. The whole place was in a mess. According to the trend of the dust filling the sky, the chaotic scene would last at least several hours before it could calm down. However, at this moment, a sudden black wind blew, sweeping away the dust instantly. The magic cold square finally saw the light of day again, and the messy scene was clear at a glance. Whether injured or not, everyone's first reaction was to look at Lin Yi's position, including experts at the peak of the late nascent soul stage like Boundless Sea. Everyone's face was filled with clear fear. Due to Lin Yi's strong performance in the previous competition, everyone present already thought highly of him. At least, they didn't treat him as an ordinary middle stage golden core stage expert. In their hearts, his position had crossed a whole realm, enough to be comparable to a middle stage nascent soul stage expert. However, they never expected that. Even so, they still underestimated this freak. There was no doubt that the power of the heaven-defying explosion just now was enough to tear a peak late-stage nascent soul stage expert like Boundless Sea into pieces in minutes. Thinking about how he wanted to stomp such a freak to death, Boundless Sea couldn't help but break out a cold sweat. Fortunately, he didn't go personally, otherwise he wouldn't even know how he died. Not only Boundless Sea but even at this moment even Chi Wen Han Chi Lin Yi's allies were all shocked. They always thought Lin Yi was very strong, but they didn't know that Lin Yi was this. But at this moment, even if they wanted to show their respect, they didn't have the chance to do so. Lin Yi had disappeared without a trace. Not even a shadow could be seen. As for Chang Haonan, who was in that position before, he also disappeared at this moment. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Suddenly, someone tried to suppress his voice but still couldn't hide his shock and exclaimed, "Look!" Everyone followed the voice and finally found Chang Haonan's figure. At this moment, blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and there were more than a dozen big and small transparent holes all over his body. It was obvious that he was dead. This wasn't strange at all. He was less than 3 meters away from Lin Yi, and it was already a miracle for him to be able to leave an intact corpse at such a close distance. It was impossible for him to survive unless he was a mystic ascension master. No matter how strong Chang Haonan was, no matter how strong he was, his body was still in the golden core stage. With his defense, it was not surprising that he was blown to death. Chang Haonan's death was already expected by everyone. But what was really shocking was his current position. This guy was actually carried by a person with one hand. It was the West Mountain Elder with a gloomy face. The entire demonic cold square was in a mess, and only the area under the feet of the West Mountain Sect Master was undamaged. After all, the evil cultivators of the mountain opening period were extraordinary. Even so, it still couldn't change an embarrassing fact. The West Mountain Sect Master had clearly made a move just now, but he couldn't save Chang Haonan. At the moment when Lin Yi opened his palm and released the super bomb, the West Mountain Elder knew that things were not good. He knew that if this continued, Chang Haonan would die. This was his new disciple. If he let his disciple die in front of his eyes, wouldn't he, the West Mountain Elder, be laughed at alive? So at this moment, the West Mountain Elder chose to save Chang Haonan. But unfortunately, he was still too late. He did snatch Chang Haonan back, but he had already become a broken body. "How dare you?" The West Mountain Elder's face was livid. His hoarse and sharp voice attacked the eardrums of everyone present, causing everyone to bury their heads, not daring to look at him. Even the stupidest person could see that this opening stage evil cultivator had suffered a loss in the hands of Lin Yi. Now was the time for him to be angry. If anyone dared to show any disrespect, this West Mountain Elder might massacre everyone present. Although he said that he was cultivating, he was an evil cultivator after all. If he didn't kill, how could he live up to his title as an evil cultivator? When Qi Wenhan and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but be ecstatic. Although they didn't know the specific situation, they could at least be sure that Lin Yi seemed to have escaped safely. To be able to escape under the eyes of an opening phase practitioner was something that even an original soul practitioner wouldn't dare imagine, let alone a golden core practitioner. However, Lin Yi managed to do it. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. As expected, miracles were everywhere he went. At this moment, everyone's eyes secretly fell on the West Mountain Elder. They were all wondering how this opening stage evil cultivator would react. Would he be angry, or would he pretend to be an expert? However, what the crowd didn't expect was that as soon as their eyes focused on him, the figure of the West Mountain Patriarch suddenly disappeared without a trace. If it wasn't for the corpse of Chang Haonan that was riddled with holes on the ground, everyone would have thought that this person had never appeared. At the same time, 50 miles away, Lin Yi couldn't care less about the surging injuries in his body. He was trying his best to use the super butterfly microsteps to quickly get away from Devil Lung City. R1152. Chapter 4507. Before the West Mountain Elder appeared, from the first time he saw Chang Haonan, the escape plan had already been brewing in his mind. Opportunities were always given to those who were prepared, and Lin Yi was the kind of person who could create opportunities for himself even if there was no opportunity. Otherwise, he would not have a chance to successfully escape today. Condensing the super bomb was the first step, retreating while fighting against Chang Haonan was the second step, and the moment the super bomb was released, he used the recoil of the bomb to bounce himself away, which was the most crucial step. In contrast, killing Chang Haonan was just a matter of convenience. Without the strong recoil of the super bomb, Lin Yi would not be able to fly 50 miles away like this. Although it was very risky to move 50 miles away in an instant, it was the most important condition to escape from the West Mountain Elder. Otherwise, no matter how confident Lin Yi was, He would not be able to escape from the hands of an opening mountain stage evil cultivator purely with speed. Although he used true chi to protect his body in advance, Linny was still injured by the super bomb at such a close distance. There was no other way, this was the minimum price to pay for escaping. However, Linny could not heal himself yet. 50 miles could get rid of Yuanying stage masters, and even profound ascending stage masters, but whether he could get rid of an opening mountain stage evil cultivator, Linny was not sure at all. So at this time he did not dare to take it lightly, and escaped as far as possible at all costs. While escaping quickly, he could not help but secretly rejoice in his heart. Thanks to the super butterfly microstep that he developed last night, and thanks to the breakthrough this morning, this escape plan would not be so smooth. If there was even one mistake in the middle, even if there was only one step, he would die without a burial place. The direction that Linny was escaping to was a mountain range in the south of Emoleng City. This was also the only direction he could choose. To the east and north of Emoleng City was the vast sea, and although to the west was also a mountain range, the secret dungeon of the Central Chamber of Commerce was in the west. With the lesson from last time, Linny didn't dare to take the initiative to run into this kind of dead end. That was definitely walking into a trap. After all, there were a bunch of mystic ascension stage masters there. In terms of danger, it wasn't any less than Shishan Old Master. Of course, if he had no other choice, Linny might have chosen to escape to the west. It would have been perfect if the two sides started fighting each other. But now that everything was going smoothly, there was no need for Linny to jump into a pit with a high chance of survival. The wind howled in his ears, and he estimated that he was at least 60 miles away from Malengcheng. Just when he was about to let out a sigh of relief, a black wind came from behind him, and a silhouette appeared from the thick black mist. It was the red-haired, green-browed elder Shishan. "Humph, you run pretty fast, but you killed 2 of my disciples in a row. Do you think I'll let you go so easily?" The West Mountain Elder stared at Linny with a pair of triangular eyes. His face twisted as he laughed coldly. Feeling the cold killing intent coming from above, Linny's heart suddenly fell into an ice cellar, and his whole body froze. Everything was going smoothly, and he had escaped 50 miles away in an instant. How could the opponent catch up so easily? Linny had experienced many dangerous situations, but now that he was being stared at by the West Mountain Elder, he suddenly felt that death had become unprecedentedly close to him. He even felt that the blood in his body had begun to turn cold. This was the giant of the opening stage. Linny's face became ugly, and he was sweating profusely. He had been very careful in dealing with it, but he suddenly realized that he still did not understand the true meaning of this name. A master of the gold core stage wanted to escape from this kind of existence, and even wanted to escape unscathed. From the moment this idea appeared, it actually showed that Linny was too confident, or even overconfident. "You killed 2 of my disciples in a row. It seems a little too easy to kill you. Even if you are torn into pieces, it will not relieve the hatred in my heart. Otherwise, I will make you into a puppet." The West Mountain Elder was not in a hurry to kill, but he pinched his chin and said with a smile, "Although your strength is not so good, you should be very suitable to be a puppet. Maybe you will become a trump card puppet with the potential to grow." He. The evil cultivators had always been famous for their coldness. The loss of 2 disciples was not as big a blow to him as ordinary people thought. Especially Cheng Haonan was just a cheap disciple who had not even officially entered the sect. It did not matter whether he died or not. Instead, the idea that suddenly emerged now made the West Mountain Elder feel very happy. With the strength of Lin Yi's mere gold core stage, he could not enter the eyes of such a big figure. Even if he was made into a puppet, he would only be a gold core stage puppet. It could only be useful for those below the gold core stage. What use would it be for him, the evil cultivator of the opening stage? However, the terrifying power that Lin Yi had just released at that moment, even the West Mountain Elder had to be afraid. With the strength of a master of the gold core stage, he could actually overpower all the masters of the Yuanying stage. If such a genius was used as a puppet, it would definitely be the best of the best. It was completely possible to become a trump card puppet. A trump card puppet with the potential to grow, even if its starting point was only the gold core stage, as long as it continued to be refined and improved, It could go one step further to the Yuanying stage, the profound ascension stage, or even the opening mountain stage. That was the real killer. The West Mountain Elder suddenly felt that it was worth coming this time. If it was not for Lin Yi's super bomb that shocked him, he would not have thought of such a wonderful idea. After all, the requirements for the quality of the materials to become a trump card puppet were too high. It must be 1 in a billion, a super genius among super geniuses. Even people like Cheng Haonan and Wu Baoliang were far from qualified. However, it was obvious that this Lin Yi who suddenly appeared should have a little hope. Anyway, it would be a waste to kill him, so it would be a waste not to try. Trump card puppet? Go to hell. Of course, Lin Yi would not give up just like that. If he really became the trump card puppet of the West Mountain Elder, it would be worse than death. He immediately used the super butterfly microsteps to turn around and escape. As they were very close to the south bank, it was no longer realistic to want to lead the West Mountain Elder to the west. Before that, they would definitely be caught. Moreover, even if Lin Yi really did that, it would be useless because the masters of the Central Chamber of Commerce had already left. R1152. Chapter 4508. Covering his head and running to the south bank was a last resort, and he didn't even know if he'd be able to make it to the south bank. He didn't even have a plan for what to do after that. He could only take one step at a time. You still don't give up at this time? Your perseverance is really commendable, but you are a little stupid. You don't even know that a wise man submits to circumstances. You deserve to be a brainless puppet. The West Mountain Old Master floated in the black fog in the air, and calmly watched Lin Yi running wildly on the ground. Lin Yi didn't stop his footsteps. He couldn't help but mock Lin Yi inwardly. A wise man submits to circumstances was a phrase used to persuade others to submit, and now you're trying to turn me into a puppet? Who the hell would be willing to be a puppet in human form? An evil cultivator was indeed an evil cultivator. Even the giants of the mountain opening period were so uncultured. Of course, sneering was just sneering. Lin Yi wouldn't be stupid enough to turn back and bicker with the West Mountain Old Master. That would definitely affect his escape speed. Maybe he still had a chance of survival, but because of bickering, he would destroy his last chance of survival. This kind of stupid thing Lin Yi couldn't do. However, the chance of survival that Lin Yi imagined was simply a fart in the eyes of the West Mountain Old Master. To be more precise, it was not even a fart. It was true that Lin Yi's full display of the super butterfly microsteps at this moment was indeed extremely fast. Before, he could get rid of Cheng Haonan, who was in the state of blackness. It was enough to make most of the Yuanying stage masters look at him in the dust. Unfortunately, he was now facing the West Mountain Old Master. The difference in strength between them was too great. The difference was so great that the understanding of the speed of the movement was completely different. Lin Yi's speed was only fast in the sense of space. It was only the concept of fast in the ordinary people's concept. However, the West Mountain Old Master's understanding of speed had reached the level of time and space. It sounded mystical, but in reality Lin Yi's body was already a series of afterimages. Even arrows couldn't keep up with his speed, and this speed was enough to make people's eyes pop out of their sockets. Looking at the West Hill Elder in the air, the speed he was moving at was completely out of the range of what normal people could accept. The moment before, he was left behind by Lin Yi for a full 4 or 5 miles, but the next moment, he would find that the West Mountain Old Master in the black fog suddenly appeared above Lin Yi's head without warning. It gave people the feeling that he had broken through the shackles of space and achieved a space jump. This strange situation happened several times in a row. No matter how hard Lin Yi tried to adjust the direction of the route, no matter how he tried to conceal his aura, it was useless. Every time he tried to open up a little distance, the West Mountain Old Master would always appear above his head. Everything was useless. If it was not for Lin Yi's strong enough nerves, if it was someone else, they would have collapsed and knelt down. This huge pressure that followed like a shadow was really desperate. In fact, even Lin Yi, in the face of this unprecedented situation, could not help but have a trace of loosening in his mind. Hehe. I've finally found an opportunity. The West Mountain Old Master was overjoyed when he saw this. An evil and dark tentacle of consciousness instantly covered the top of Lin Yi's head. With this, he was going to deprive Lin Yi's soul. Soul hook hand. If he simply wanted to kill Lin Yi, with the means of the West Mountain Old Master, 100 Lin Yi would have long been dead. However, he wanted to capture Lin Yi and use him as a puppet, so he did not want to be heavy-handed. Although corpses could also be used to make puppets, they could only be ordinary puppets. If one wanted to refine a trump puppet, the minimum requirement was a fresh body. Of course, as long as the body was fresh, it would be fine. The soul and consciousness could still be erased if possible. After all, these things did not have the slightest advantage in refining a trump puppet. Instead, it would only be harmful. However, the soul of human cultivators was born extremely strong. The soul of any ordinary person was extremely tough, let alone a high-level cultivator. Even with the means of the West Mountain Old Master, it was not so easy to erase all the soul and consciousness at once. He must find a suitable breakthrough point. When a person's mind was shocked and lost, the spirit was the most vulnerable to heavy damage. This was the opportunity that the West Mountain Old Master had been waiting for. For this reason, he did not hesitate to come over Lin Yi's head again and again to stimulate Lin Yi, just to wait for this moment. Anyway, Lin Yi had been locked by his consciousness. Under his eyes, no matter how fast or how far he escaped, it would be useless. As long as he moved his mind, he could tear the space and appear above his head. Therefore, the West Mountain Old Master was not afraid that Lin Yi would escape. For a rare material that could be refined into a trump puppet, it was necessary to spend more effort. With the soul hook hand over his head, Lin Yi, who was sparing no effort to use the super butterfly subtle steps, was suddenly frozen. The boundless bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped his whole body. His whole body seemed to be frozen in an instant and could no longer move. Lin Yi suddenly became anxious because at this moment, he felt that the top of his head was opened. There was clearly an invisible hand that was pulling his soul and consciousness out of his body little by little. His whole consciousness began to become blurred. This was the means of the evil cultivators of the opening period. This time Lin Yi finally opened his eyes, but he was about to pay the price of his life. After that, he was even going to be refined into a puppet with no consciousness, but he could not resist at all. He could only feel his consciousness fading away little by little. It couldn't be helped. So far Lin Yi had never encountered such a high-level. It was like an ancient swordsman suddenly encountered the sniper of modern firearms. They were not on the same level at all. His whole person had long been stunned. How could he know how to resist for a while? Seeing that Lin Yi didn't resist at all, and his aura was getting weaker and weaker, the West Mountain Elder laughed with glee. His nephew Wu Baoliang's death was a pity, but Chang Haonan's death was insignificant. These two people could be exchanged for such an excellent material for a puppet. In his eyes, it was not a loss at all. "Boy, are you going to accept your fate?" Suddenly, there was a loud shout in Lin Yi's mind. It was the voice of the ghost. "Say, Senior." Lin Yi muttered with some blurred consciousness. He was like a person who fell into the water and grabbed the last life-saving straw. He struggled with all his might, but what he really showed was just a slight movement of his fingers. That was all. This was the limit of what he could do. Because his entire soul and divine sense were covered by the West Mountain Old Sect Master's soul-reaping hand. His body was no longer under his control. If this dragged on for a moment, his soul and divine sense would be completely hooked away. At that time he would completely lose his consciousness, and that would truly be beyond saving. R1152. Chapter 4509. Wake up. No one knew what magical means the ghost thing used. After a loud shout, it suddenly made Lin Yi, who was in a daze, feel refreshed, but the West Mountain Old Master suddenly trembled, and his expression suddenly changed. His soul-hooking hand was an extremely exquisite and profound divine sense skill. Once he seized the opportunity of losing his mind, then let alone a master of the gold core stage, even a Yuanying stage or even a profound ascension stage, could only be slaughtered by him. This was not something that could be resisted by strong willpower alone. There must be corresponding divine sense means, otherwise everything would be in vain. Although Lin Yi's previous performance was shocking, especially the super bomb, which even shocked the West Mountain Old Master, but the level was still there. If Lin Yi could use the divine sense means now, the West Mountain Old Master absolutely would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. In fact, Lin Yi's current mastery of divine sense was limited to the most basic divine sense perception. Not to mention any exquisite and profound divine sense skills. Even some of the most basic small skills could not be mastered. It was a pity that the West Mountain Old Master only guessed one point, but he could never guess the second point. He probably would not know that there was a ghost thing hidden in Lin Yi's body in this life. This guy was a primordial spirit master, and his attainments in divine sense were far above the West Mountain Old Master, although the ghost thing was still in the state of a broken primordial spirit, and it was not realistic to fight against the West Mountain Old Master, but if it only wanted to save Lin Yi, it was easy. You still have the strength to resist? What a rare genius, a natural-born ace puppet. The West Mountain Old Master did not understand the situation, thinking that it was Lin Yi who was barely holding on with his own willpower. He was not surprised but happy, and immediately increased the power of the soul-hooking hand. Lin Yi, who had just been awakened by the ghost thing, had not had time to recover. At this time he immediately became shaky again. He only felt that there was an unparalleled suction coming from the top of his head, madly sucking his soul and divine sense, and it seemed that it would not stop until he died. Humph! You dare to show off in front of me with such unscrupulous methods. The ghostly thing let out another cold snort. No one knew what method it used, but the invisible hand that the West Mountain Patriarch used to cover Lin Yi's head was instantly shattered by an inexplicable force. The West Mountain Patriarch staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had actually suffered internal injuries. This time the West Mountain Elder was stunned. He was an evil cultivator who was comparable to a mountain opening stage expert. Now, he was actually injured by a mere gold core stage expert. When had such an outrageous thing happened in the world? Before he did not save Changhaonan in time, it could only be said that he suffered a loss because he was caught off guard by Lin Yi, but now he was really injured internally. This was not as simple as suffering a loss. Although this injury was not serious, the West Mountain Patriarch's expression obviously became a lot more dignified. As a powerful evil cultivator, it was impossible for him not to understand the principle of being careful. Otherwise, he would not be alive today. Although he would not be afraid of Lin Yi because of this, at least he would not be able to do it as easily as he did just now. At the same time that the West Mountain Patriarch was injured by the ghost thing, Lin Yi took the opportunity to get rid of the entanglement of the soul-hooking hand. He finally regained consciousness, and then he was scared into a cold sweat. Fortunately, there was the help of the ghost thing, otherwise he would really die without a burial place this time. Thank you, Senior. Lin Yi quickly thanked him. Then, before the West Mountain Patriarch could react and attack again, he quickly used the super butterfly microstep to escape. Even if he knew that it was useless, and the other party would inevitably catch up with him in an instant like before, he still had to escape. He could not just give up like this. Sure enough, although the West Mountain Patriarch, who had just been injured by the backfire, was still a little shocked, it was impossible for him to let Lin Yi escape. Lin Yi had only escaped for a moment, and the West Mountain Patriarch's iconic black mist appeared on top of his head again. However, perhaps because of the lesson he had just learned, the West Mountain Patriarch did not immediately take action. Instead, he calmly re-examined Lin Yi. This was an excellent material for a trump card puppet. Even if he suffered some internal injuries, he did not want to rashly kill Lin Yi because it was easy to damage his body. If this caused him to be unable to refine a trump card puppet, it would be a great loss. The best way was still to use the soul-hooking hand to directly erase Lin Yi's consciousness like just now. That was the most ideal way to capture materials. However, before that, he had to first observe and find a good opportunity. Otherwise, if he suffered another inexplicable backfire of divine sense, then the West Mountain Patriarch would not be able to bear it. It was a pity that for a person with a strong will like Lin Yi, after losing his mind once, it was easier said than done to break through his mental defense a second time in a short period of time. This required great patience and deterrence. However, the West Mountain Patriarch did not lack these two things. As long as he could successfully refine a trump card puppet, not to mention chasing after Lin Yi for half a day, it did not matter even if it took a year and a half. Anyway, the last thing a cultivator lacked was time. Lin Yi fled desperately all the way, but from beginning to end, he could not get rid of the West Mountain Patriarch's control. Soon he had reached the south bank, and further ahead was the vast sea. There's no other way. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and immediately prepared to turn west. While the West Mountain Patriarch was still playing the cat and mouse game, he could only try to see if he could lead this guy to the center of the group of people and let the two groups of people fight each other. However, just as Linny was about to turn, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Jump down!" "What?" Linny was shocked. Before he had time to consider the pros and cons of jumping into the sea, his body had already reacted instinctively. He obeyed the ghost's command and jumped into the sea without hesitation. "Kiki, you think jumping into the sea can get rid of the Patriarch's divine sense lock? You are too naive." The West Mountain Patriarch saw this and raised a pair of green eyebrows, the corner of his mouth full of ridicule. It was true that the sea fog did have the effect of isolating the divine sense, but first, the sea fog was not thick at this time, and the isolation effect was far from strong enough to make the West Mountain Patriarch helpless. Second, even when the sea fog was at its thickest, with the strength of the West Mountain Patriarch's divine sense, as long as the distance between them was not more than 5 miles, it was still impossible for Linny to escape from the palm of his hand. Although it was early summer, the sea was still cold to the bone. Linny deliberately used genuine chi to protect his body, but he could not help but shiver. His whole body was crazily covered with layers of goosebumps. If ordinary people dared to jump down like this, no matter how good they were in the water, they would be frozen alive. Our 1152. Chapter 45:10. If it was just swimming in the sea, Linny would not have a problem. As long as he operated his genuine chi, he could maintain his body temperature. The space in the jade pendant could not only continuously replenish his genuine chi, but also ensure the supply of oxygen. In this way, Linny could stay in the sea for 10 days and half a night without a problem. However, since the sea could not stop Linny naturally, it could not stop West Mountain Old Sect, the evil cultivator giant. To think that he could get rid of West Mountain Old Sect by hiding in the sea was tantamount to a fool's talk. Even if he was deceiving himself, there was always a limit. What's more, the sea was not like the ground. Even if he could calmly deal with the sea, he still had to face all kinds of unexpected dangers, such as sea beasts. Due to its proximity to the South Continent, the sea beasts of the Spirit Beast clan did not interfere with each other. Most of them would not stay in the South Continent's sea. However, there were always exceptions. There were always some sea beasts that would wander in the South Continent's sea. Since they dared to come to the exclusive territory of the Spirit Beast clan, they naturally had one thing in common, and that was their strength must be very strong. Linny was truly unlucky today. He'd been hunted down by an elder of the West Mountain sect early in the morning, and now that he'd escaped into the sea, he just so happened to provoke an extremely dangerous existence, a ghost lightning ray that had been lurking at the bottom of the sea, waiting for its prey. Compared to other giant sea beasts that were hundreds of feet long, the ghost ray was very petite. From head to tail, it was less than 5 feet, very mini and pocket-sized. Of course, giant sea beasts were too big a target, and the South Continent Sea, especially the offshore sea, was not deep. If they dared to come over, they would be immediately detected by the Spirit Beast clan and human cultivators. Therefore, the sea beasts that really swam in the South Continent Sea were mostly small existences like the ghost ray. However, it was only small in size. For a terrifying existence like the ghost ray that could not be measured by common sense, if it really fought in the sea, not to mention the Gold Core Stage Masters, even the Yuanying Stage Masters would only be courting death. At least the Profound Ascending Stage Masters had the capital to fight it. A dark purple arc flashed in the sea. The ghost ray, which was buried in the sand and stones in a semi-dormant state, suddenly woke up the moment Linny jumped into the water, and then like a ghost silently chased after him. The ghost lightning ray was a pure carnivorous sea beast, limited by its size. Although its appetite was not as astonishing as other sea beasts, which could easily eat tons of meat, it was extremely picky about the quality of its prey. The stronger the creature, the more it liked. It would be best if the prey was a powerful human cultivator. Not only was the meat tender, but it could also increase its strength with each bite. For the ghost lightning ray, it was a delicacy made in heaven. If you wanted to hunt human cultivators, the South Sea was obviously the best choice. Just like what was happening right now, there would always be prey that would walk right into the trap. The ghost ray was silent but extremely fast. Linny had just entered a completely unfamiliar environment, and at the same time, he had to be careful of the West Mountain Elder. He was completely unaware of the danger coming from below. Fortunately, the Jade Pendant's warning function had not failed. The Jade Pendant's urgent warning sounded in his head, and Lin Yi's already tense nerves suddenly became even more nervous. He thought that the West Mountain Elder had caught up, and immediately sped up to escape. Unfortunately, he was underwater, and the Super Butterfly Microstep had lost its effect. If he wanted to move, he could only rely on swimming. However, this speed was really not complementary. Although Lin Yi's swimming ability was not bad, it was only slightly better than ordinary people. Without special training, it was impossible to move as freely as on the ground. However, although Lin Yi's speed was slow, the ghost ray that was pouncing up from below was not slow. As extremely dangerous dark purple electric arcs constantly streaked past his body, Lin Yi finally realized the huge ghost face that was rapidly approaching below, and his scalp went numb. The reason why it was called the ghost ray was because from above its back looked like a huge, hideous ghost face. It was like a death notice because when a human cultivator saw this ghost face, it meant that he was not far from death. At this moment, Lin Yi's mood was dull, and instantly sank to the bottom. He really did not look at the almanac when he went out today. Once a person's back was cold, even drinking cold water would get stuck in the gaps between the teeth. This was a living portrayal, although he had never seen the ghost ray before. Judging from the dangerous aura it emitted, this strange and evil creature was definitely not easy to deal with. Not to mention that he was being chased by the West Mountain Elder. Even under normal circumstances, Lin Yi might not have the confidence to deal with the ghost ray. After all, they were in the water. The ghost ray was not as patient as the West Mountain Elder. After staring at Lin Yi, it immediately launched an attack. Countless frightening dark purple electric currents spread out from the ghost face on its back. At first glance it looked messy, but upon closer inspection, one would find that these electric currents formed a three-dimensional cage, trapping Lin Yi alive. At the same time, the ghost ray's long black slender tail suddenly stabbed at Lin Yi's back from an extremely tricky angle. This was a true sneak attack expert, and its speed was so fast that even Lin Yi's Super Butterfly Microstep could not match up to it. Especially in the water, such speed could be called invincible. The Jade Pendant's alarm sounded, and Lin Yi finally reacted in the nick of time. Disregarding the cost, he used all his genuine chi, causing his body to move a small step in an instant. The ghost ray's creepy long tail almost pierced Lin Yi's ear. Although it did not graze him, the fierce water flow left a long narrow wound on Lin Yi's cheek. It was a ghastly sight. Missing its attack, the ghost ray let out a strange cry, and the purple electric cage trapping Lin Yi rapidly tightened. It seemed that it was ready to electrocute Lin Yi alive. The ghost ray's most powerful weapon was naturally the terrifying electric current it emitted. If measured by the units of the mortal world, its strength was at least hundreds of millions of volts, enough to electrocute any Yuanying stage expert alive. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the ghost ray would not use electricity to kill, because it would destroy the prey's flesh. Therefore, its first attack was to trap the prey in the purple electric cage, and then use its long tail to kill the prey. However, Lin Yi had dodged this attack, so it could only resort to this. Even if the meat was a little burnt, it was better than letting the prey escape. This was the ghost ray's hunting strategy. The purple electric cage rapidly tightened from all directions, and this time, even genuine chi could not save Lin Yi. Before he even came into direct contact with the purple electric, Lin Yi's body had already fallen into a state of paralysis. No matter how much he stimulated it with genuine chi, he could not alleviate it. Lin Yi could not help but smile bitterly. He had not escaped from the tiger's den, but had fallen into the wolf's den. This time he was really dead. Our 1152. Chapter 45:11. He had risked his life to avoid dying in the hands of the West Mountain Elder, only to end up as food for a ferocious sea beast. He was really unlucky. If this was not a sea beast but a spirit beast, then there would be nothing to be afraid of. With Ghost Thing in charge, basically all spirit beasts would have to show some respect to this top elder of the spirit beast clan. But the problem was that this ghost ray was a pure-blooded sea beast. Although sea beasts and spirit beasts were both ferocious beasts, the two were completely different. They were not of the same system, nor were they of the same organization. The sea beasts would not care about some bullshit spirit beast elder. Helpless, Linny thought that he was going to die here. Suddenly, a sneer sounded beside him, and the figure of the West Mountain Elder appeared in the rapidly tightening purple electric cage. His body was surrounded by a Zhenqi shield, which kept the seawater out and also blocked the purple electric cage. Kiki, I want to see where you can escape to, why don't you? Halfway through his sentence, the West Mountain Elder realized something was wrong. After taking a look at the purple electric cage, his triangular eyes suddenly fell on the ghost ray below. He frowned and said, "What the hell is this?" Lin Yi's expression suddenly became very strange. This was not a ghost, it was still in the space of the jade pendant. At the same time, the ghost face on the back of the ghost ray suddenly changed, making an indescribable noise. It was unknown whether it was expressing joy or shock. It probably did not expect that a prey would suddenly appear. The purple electric cage suddenly became even more dazzling, the intensity of the electric current more than doubled, and was slowly nibbling away at the West Mountain Elder's Zhenqi shield. At this rate, the West Mountain Elder and Lin Yi would inevitably become food for the ghost ray. Lin Yi looked at the West Mountain Elder calmly. He was already in a hopeless situation, and he was able to accept the situation calmly. It was the sudden appearance of the guy beside him that gave him a chance to live. He had been trying his best to escape from the West Mountain Elder's palm, but he didn't expect that he would become a grasshopper on a rope. He couldn't help but sigh at the irony of fate. "Humph, you dare to be arrogant in front of me? Evil creature, you're courting death." The West Mountain Elder was not afraid in the face of such a desperate situation. With a sneer, he clenched his fist and a cloud of black mist immediately covered the ghost lightning ray. The strange noises that filled the surrounding sea suddenly became very sharp and short. At the same time, there was a faint sound of bones and flesh being crushed. A moment later, the purple electric cage that trapped the two suddenly collapsed. Countless dark purple electric currents dissipated into the vast sea. At the same time, the black fog that enveloped the ghost ray dissipated. The vicious ghost ray had now been melted into a pool of thick blood. Lin Yi sucked in a cold breath as he looked at the West Mountain Elder with even more fear and wariness in his eyes. Such a ferocious sea beast was killed just like that, with one turn of his hand and another turning of his hand into rain. The strength of this mountain opening period evil practitioner was truly frightening, so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end. Jia, this is a good thing. It's shameful to waste it. The West Mountain Elder was not afraid that Lin Yi would take the opportunity to escape. He sucked the stinky blood on the spot and swallowed it. Even with Lin Yi's strong nerves, he was so disgusted that he almost vomited. Taking advantage of the time when the West Mountain Elder was swallowing the blood, Lin Yi hurriedly used all his genuine qi to try to escape from this terrible monster. Escape? Where can you escape to in front of me? The West Mountain Elder sneered. As he continued to swallow the blood, he locked the position of Lin Yi with his divine sense. As long as he could perceive the position, Lin Yi would never be able to escape from his hands. Although the speed in the water was not as fast as on the ground, Lin Yi used all his genuine qi to escape hundreds of feet away in the blink of an eye. Although he was trying his best to escape, his heart was at a loss, because he really did not know how to escape from the West Mountain Elder's hands. This feeling of powerlessness made Lin Yi feel deeply frustrated. This was something that had never happened before. In the past, no matter what kind of dangerous situation he encountered, even if he was only a step away from death, Lin Yi at least knew what to do, how to fight, and there was no room for hesitation. But this time was different. Faced with the pursuit of a giant evil cultivator in the opening mountain period, Lin Yi was really helpless. With his current strength and means, he could not see any possibility of getting rid of the opponent. Even if there was a slim chance, no matter how slim it was, Lin Yi could stake it all on one throw. Unfortunately, there was not even a slim chance of survival. Just as Lin Yi was at a loss, a regular rumbling sound came from not far ahead. The originally calm sea suddenly became turbulent, condensed into countless visible torrents, and quickly gathered in front. Lin Yi was suddenly shocked. With the ghost ray as a lesson, he thought that he had encountered some powerful sea beast. He was about to change direction to avoid it, but suddenly the ghostly thing's voice sounded in his mind. "It's here, rush in." Huh? Rush in? Lin Yi could not help but be stunned. Since the ghostly thing had said so, Even if it seemed to be extremely dangerous ahead, he could only bite the bullet and do as he was told. After all, there was no other way out now. If he followed the ghostly thing's instructions, he might be able to survive in the face of death and fight for the last chance of survival. Without any hesitation, Linny immediately took advantage of the torrent beside him, and his whole body rushed to the unknown ahead like a swordfish. His speed was almost comparable to the super butterfly microstep. This guy is really fast at escaping. Feeling that Lin Yi's position was rapidly moving away, the face of the West Mountain Elder, who was still swallowing blood in the same place, changed. Although he was confident that Lin Yi could not escape from his palm, in this vast sea, if Lin Yi escaped more than 5 miles, even with his divine sense, it would be difficult for him to locate Lin Yi's position, and it would be troublesome. This was a torrent vortex. At this time, Lin Yi finally saw the existence in front of him clearly. It was not a ferocious sea beast at all, but a torrent vortex that was like a giant tornado. The unparalleled suction force sucked everything around it into it, and then it was all crushed into pieces. Looking at this incomparably frightening scene, Lin Yi could not help but be dumbfounded. First it was the West Mountain Elder, then it was the Ghost Ray, and now it was a torrent vortex. Which great god did I offend today? Did I offend the king of sea beasts, the merman too? However, Lin Yi immediately thought that whether it was after jumping into the sea and encountering the Ghost Ray, or now encountering the torrent vortex, there was a common premise, and that was to listen to the ghostly thing's instructions. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and rush in. Do you want to stay and wait for death? The ghostly thing's voice sounded in his mind again. R1152. Chapter 45:12. Senior, have I offended you recently? Lin Yi suddenly asked with a strange face. No, why? The ghost was baffled by the question. Oh, then I'm relieved. Lin Yi took a deep breath, and then suddenly rushed into the torrent vortex. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was tantamount to seeking death. Lin Yi also felt so, because even with his gold core stage master's body, he could not withstand the huge force of the vortex. However, he had no choice now. He tried his best to protect his body with innate chi, and he could hold on in the torrent vortex as long as he could. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Yi entered the vortex, a terrible strangling force immediately came around him, and it was about to tear Lin Yi into pieces. Fortunately, Lin Yi had innate chi to protect his body, and at the same time he used a Raging Fire 8 trigram palm to fight against it, so he finally escaped. He thought that this strangling force would be endless, but after Lin Yi successfully survived the first wave, he found that the pressure on his body suddenly reduced. His whole body felt like he had entered the eye of the vortex, and he could not feel the strangling force at all. Instead, it seemed that he had entered a fast lane, and was quickly sent far away by a huge torrent. In order to escape, he actually rushed into the vortex. Is this guy crazy? At this time, the West Mountain Elder had already caught up. He knew that Lin Yi was in the vortex, but he did not dare to enter. Even if he was comparable to the evil cultivator of the opening mountain period, after all, he was still a mortal. It was easy for him to kill a few sea beasts, but if he fought against heaven and earth, then it was hard to say. Although the torrent vortex in front of him was not so heaven-defying, and its momentum was not even as strong as Lin Yi's previous super bomb. However, the West Mountain Elder knew that since the two were different, Lin Yi's super bomb was, after all, human power. It would soon disappear, but the torrent vortex in front of him was the power of heaven and earth. Although it did not look so terrible now, once it was triggered by some kind of chi, the power would be infinitely magnified, and at that time the West Mountain Elder would only be able to die. The higher the level of strength, the more often they cherished their life, and the more they did not dare to take risks. This was a common problem for most people, and the West Mountain Elder was no exception. But it was absolutely impossible for him to let Lin Yi go. After all, Lin Yi killed 2 of his disciples, and he was a rare trump card material. How could he let him go? He couldn't advance, but he couldn't retreat either. He couldn't help but feel regretful. He shouldn't have swallowed the blood and taken Lin Yi down first, and things wouldn't have been like this. Drifting in the vortex, Lin Yi, who had begun to get used to the darkness and turbidity, suddenly felt that the front was suddenly clear, and his whole body was thrown out by the torrent vortex. Although he was still in the water was obviously much clearer than the seawater just now. It was not as cold as before, and it was calm, giving people the feeling that they had suddenly arrived at a paradise. But at this time, Linny did not feel like he had survived a disaster, because he did not know where he was, and he did not know if he had gotten rid of the West Mountain Elder. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go up. The ghost urged in Lin Yi's mind. Go up. Lin Yi was slightly stunned, but he did not hesitate and directly followed the ghost's instructions. However, when he finally swam to the surface, he was shocked by the scene around him. There was a dense and lush primeval forest around him. At this moment, Lin Yi was no longer in the vast sea, but a large lake. No wonder the water quality was different from before. It was really a different world. Senior, what is this place? Caught in a torrent vortex, he was washed from the sea to a forest lake. Even Lin Yi could not help but feel strange. Obviously, all this was within the ghost's expectation. Otherwise, it would not have asked Lin Yi to jump into the sea, nor would it have asked Lin Yi to rush into the torrent vortex to seek his own death. South Island. The ghost's tone was a little complicated, and it explained to Lin Yi. The South Sea area and the mainland of the South Island are connected by water veins. Many sea areas have a special whirlpool waterway that connects to the inland lake of the South Island. As long as you can enter the whirlpool waterway, you can quickly arrive there. So amazing. That's quite convenient, but why have I never heard of such a shortcut? Lin Yi was a little surprised. He had stayed in the sea area of the South Continent for a long time, but it was not a short time either. In particular, he had wandered around the Lufeng Forest, but he had never heard of the whirlpool waterway. He only knew that it was not easy to enter the South Island. The ubiquitous miasma almost completely isolated the South Island from the surrounding sea area. Only at certain times could one come in through a special teleportation formation. Apart from that, he had never heard of such a convenient shortcut as the whirlpool waterway. Otherwise, there would be no need for so many people to line up to send spiritual jades to the teleportation formation. After all, the price of one teleportation was very high. These whirlpool waterways are the top secrets of our spirit beast clan. Only a few top elders and a small number of spirit beasts know about it. Most of the other spirit beasts don't know about it, let alone those human cultivators. Even if someone knows about it, he has to be silenced. After all, it's related to the safety of the entire spirit beast clan in the South Sea area. If someone casually enters the inland of the South Sea area, what will happen? The ghost thing said disapprovingly. The whirlpool waterway was only discovered by chance, and not every whirlpool had a hidden waterway. If one randomly found a whirlpool in the South Sea area and went into it, 99% of the people would be strangled alive. If one did not know the distribution of the whirlpool waterway clearly, who would dare to go into it rashly? What was more, many whirlpool waterways were one-way passages. Even if one entered the South Island smoothly, how could one get out? Perhaps one would not be able to return. Even the most courageous human cultivator would not dare to take this risk. Hearing the word silencing, Lin Yi could not help but shiver. He smiled bitterly and said, Senior, I'm also a human cultivator. You won't kill me too, will you? You're killing without teaching. Tsk boy, are you afraid? The ghost thing laughed strangely and then said, Don't worry. You're one of us. Besides, am I such an unreasonable person? Of course not, Lin Yi answered without thinking, but he added in his heart, because you're not a human at all. I would never do something as unreasonable as punishing without teaching. I've always taught before punishing, the ghostly thing said with a straight face. Lin Yi broke out in a cold sweat. Anyway, he would be killed if he didn't discipline or teach. What was the difference between the two? R1152. Chapter 45:13. Lin Yi swam towards the shore as he talked to the ghost. After all, he'd only be able to move freely once he was on land, and he'd be able to use his full strength. It was much better than being restricted in the water. Finally returning to the ground, Lin Yi could not help but let out a sigh of relief. The feeling of being trapped in the water disappeared, and he regained his confidence. What surprised Lin Yi was that although this place was the South Island, there was no thick miasma covering it, and there was no trace of the miasma layer on the top. It was fresh and natural like a paradise. Senior, why is there no miasma here? Is it the season when the miasma dissipates again? Lin Yi suddenly felt strange. He didn't notice this in the water before. It was not until he came ashore that he realized it. He had prepared to isolate the miasma with true qi in advance, but he found that there was nothing. That's not it. Although many places in the South Continent are covered by miasma all year round, there are also many places without miasma. It's just that most of them are inland and the gathering places of the spirit beasts. Human cultivators outside can't enter, so they don't know about it. The ghost explained. I see. Linny suddenly nodded. He thought that the South Continent was really a mysterious place of the spirit beasts. The outside world knew very little about it. Even the human cultivators in the South Sea area, who were close to the South Continent, knew most of the South Continent at the level of passers-by. There were probably very few people who really knew the inside story. Linny carefully observed the surrounding environment, and finally had a chance to treat his internal injuries. This time, in order to avoid the pursuit of the West Mountain Elder, he accidentally escaped to the inland of the South Continent. He had to think about what to do next. However, before he could breathe evenly, the warning sound of the jade pendant suddenly sounded again. At the same time, a cloud of black mist rushed out of the mirror-like lake. The familiar sneer suddenly made Lin Yi's face change. The West Mountain Elder actually chased him to this place. Boy, you're really brave. You even dare to go into this kind of torrent vortex? I didn't expect it. Turns out that there is another mystery in it. But do you think you can escape from my palm like this? It's really whimsical and wishful thinking. The West Mountain Elder was floating in the air, and his face was full of pride. Logically speaking, as an evil cultivator who was comparable to the existence of the mountain opening period, he had spent so much time and effort to chase Lin Yi, a master of the gold core stage. However, the West Mountain Elder felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment at this moment. If he'd been scared by the whirlpool just now, Lin Yi would have been able to escape his clutches completely. He'd have to return empty-handed, and that'd be the laughingstock of everyone. But now, the West Mountain Elder gritted his teeth and chased him. Lin Yi's previous efforts were all in vain. His fate had already been determined in advance. He would inevitably be refined into a puppet by the West Mountain Elder. As for whether he could become a trump card puppet, it depended on his luck. Of course, even if he could become a trump card puppet, it was really not good luck for Lin Yi because no matter what, he would end up the same. His consciousness would be completely erased by the West Mountain Elder, and there would be no more Lin Yi in the world. He thought that he had survived the disaster with great difficulty, but he didn't expect it to be an empty joy. This kind of ups and downs came too fast. Lin Yi was really speechless. Even the torrent vortex couldn't get rid of him. This evil cultivator of the mountain opening period was really haunting him. There is a swamp 3 miles south, escape there. The ghost thing reminded in his mind. There was a clear surprise in his tone. It was really unexpected that the West Mountain Elder could chase him to such a place. Lin Yi immediately performed the super butterfly micro-step with all his strength. Before the West Mountain Elder made a move, he quickly ran south according to the ghost thing's instructions. It was taboo to run quickly in the primeval forest, especially since this was the base camp of the Spirit Beast clan. If he was not careful, he would disturb the ferocious existence that he couldn't provoke. However, Lin Yi had no other choice now. He could only take the risk. What's more, Lin Yi was eager to provoke a heaven-defying spirit beast that could compete with the giant of the mountain opening period. As the saying went, 2 tigers cannot share 1 mountain. At that time, the West Mountain Elder would inevitably become its first target because the threat of this giant of the mountain opening period evil cultivator was far above Lin Yi. Only when the 2 tigers fought, Lin Yi had a chance to fish in troubled waters. Of course, Lin Yi's little plan couldn't be hidden from the experienced West Mountain Elder. His face suddenly showed a bit of killing intent. In order to perfectly capture a trump card puppet material, he really didn't want to hurt Lin Yi's body, but there must be a premise, which was that he wouldn't encounter any unexpected danger. In the Devil Cold Sea area, even all the sea areas of the South Continent with the strength of the West Mountain Elder, he could be unscrupulous. As long as he had the patience, it didn't matter if he spent a year and a half on Lin Yi. However, it was different here. The moment he rushed out of the water just now, West Mountain Elder had already realized that this was the South Island of the South Continent. It was true that the evil cultivators of the mountain opening stage were almost invincible existences, but the Spirit Beast clan was also full of powerhouses. If he were to cause a ruckus here alone and attract the top existences of the Spirit Beast clan, even the West Mountain Old Sect Master would suffer greatly, and his life might even be in danger. Safety first. If he really provoked someone that he shouldn't provoke, West Mountain Elder could only bear the pain and kill Lin Yi. Even if he couldn't refine a trump card puppet, it was better than being trapped in this dangerous place of the South Continent with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Lin Yi's perception was so sharp that he instantly noticed the killing intent emitted from West Mountain Elder. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat. The biggest crisis was coming. Lin Yi was not stupid. He knew that he could escape from West Mountain Elder for so long because the other party didn't want to hurt his body. Once this restriction was gone, it would be really not enough to kill him even if he had a few lives. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi had escaped to the swamp that the ghost thing mentioned. It looked not much different from other dense forests, but it smelled fishy. If any creature dared to step on it, they would be trapped and buried alive in minutes. Roll in the mud, then escape to the east. The ghost thing's reminder came one after another. Without saying anything, Lin Yi did as he was told. After rolling around the edge of the swamp, he immediately ran to the east, ignoring the pungent smell of the mud. Huh! How could this be? At this moment, West Mountain Elder was about to descend on Lin Yi's head, but he suddenly frowned. Just a moment ago, Lin Yi actually suddenly disappeared from his divine sense. Chapter 45:14. The West Mountain Old Master was shocked. Even if there was a sea mist that isolated the divine sense, as long as the distance was within 5 miles, it was impossible for Lin Yi to escape the perception of his divine sense. What's more, there was neither sea mist nor miasma in front of him. Divine sense was clearly unimpeded in all directions. How could he inexplicably lose track of Lin Yi's whereabouts? Without much hesitation, the West Mountain Old Master quickly increased his altitude, trying to find Lin Yi's figure by relying on his eyesight. After all, if Lin Yi really escaped under his eyes, he would become a laughingstock. However, in front of him was a primeval forest, lush and dense. As far as the eye could see, there were tall and dense treetops. It was impossible to see the situation on the ground with just one's eyesight. The phrase "looking into the distance from a high vantage point" was not applicable here. Left with no other choice, the elder couldn't care less about his image as a hegemon of the evil sect anymore. He finally let go of his pride and ran into the forest, searching like a madman. He destroyed a huge part of the forest with a wave of his hand, determined to find Lin Yi even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground. Listening to the huge movement made by the West Mountain Old Master not far away, Lin Yi could not help but be overjoyed. Provoking the West Mountain Old Master was a very dangerous thing, but the other party's reaction also showed that he finally had a chance of survival. Before this, he had been on tenterhooks, fearing that the West Mountain Old Master would suddenly appear above his head again. Don't worry, this swamp mud has no other use, but it is extremely effective in isolating divine sense. The evil cultivator's divine sense can't lock onto you, so naturally he can't suddenly appear like before. The ghost laughed. Swamp mud has such a great use? You really can't judge a book by its cover. No wonder Senior made me roll in the swamp mud. If I knew this earlier, I would have brought more back. Maybe it will come in handy in the future. Lin Yi reacted and could not help but sigh. Although it was still stinky and pungent, compared with the effect of completely isolating divine sense, a little smell was completely tolerable. His body was covered with a layer of swamp mud. To a certain extent, it was equivalent to wearing an invisibility cloak. It was much harder to hide from one's divine sense than to hide from one's eyes. In the eyes of a knowledgeable person like Lin Yi, this stinky swamp mud was a true treasure. Its value was definitely not lower than those natural treasures. It was just that it looked a little more unique when used. Kid, you really don't mind being dirty. The ghostly thing laughed strangely and reminded him. This kind of swamp is everywhere. If you want, you can put it back at any time. But now it's more important for you to escape. Although you can't directly use your divine sense to lock on him, that evil cultivator won't let you go so easily. If he catches up to us again, then even I won't be able to help. Thank you for your reminder, Senior. Lin Yi's heart trembled. The commotion behind him was getting closer and closer. The West Mountain Old Master was obviously crushing and destroying everything along the way. Without saying a word, he immediately broke into a run. At this moment, looking from a high altitude, with the forest lake as the center, it could clearly be seen that a large area of the primeval forest was rapidly destroyed. The West Mountain Old Master was attacking indiscriminately from all directions. But even so, his speed was much faster than Lin Yi's super butterfly micro-steps. It was really not a trivial matter when the evil cultivator of the mountain opening period went crazy. After all, this was the territory of the Spirit Beast clan. The West Mountain Old Master didn't want to make such a big movement. A strong dragon couldn't suppress a snake in its territory. If he really angered the Spirit Beast clan, he would not be able to bear the consequences. But in order to find Lin Yi, he was willing to pay any price. Even if he lost the opportunity to refine the ace puppet, he couldn't let Lin Yi escape so easily. Lin Yi couldn't help but be shocked. If this continued, he would be found by the West Mountain Old Master again. At that time he wouldn't even know how he died. This was the difference in strength. Even with the mud to isolate the divine sense, even with the exquisite super butterfly micro steps, it was still difficult to escape the pursuit of the West Mountain Old Master. This kind of powerlessness and frustration was enough to destroy anyone's will. However, under the huge pressure, Lin Yi's heart was filled with an extreme desire for strength. At this moment there was only one thing in his mind: become stronger, become stronger. If he was not at the peak of the middle stage of Gold Core, but at the peak of the middle stage of Nascent Soul, then it would not be difficult to escape. If he went further and reached the peak of the middle stage of Profound Ascension, then not to mention self-protection, perhaps he would have the strength to kill the West Mountain Old Master. Why did he have to escape in such a sorry state? In the end, Lin Yi's current strength was far from enough in front of these top masters. Of course, this was all in the future. If he couldn't escape the current situation, all his obsession would be in vain. If he couldn't even save his life, what was the use of obsession? Seeing that the West Mountain Old Master was about to find Lin Yi, at this moment, a majestic and pure divine sense suddenly swayed out from Lin Yi. It was not the usual circular dispersion, but a straight line instantly connected to the West Mountain Old Master, and an unfathomable voice sounded in the depths of his soul. "What evil spirit, you dare to trespass into my South Continent territory? Do you want to start a war with my Spirit Beast clan?" The ghostly thing's voice at the moment was not as casual as it usually was, but with an unparalleled terrifying pressure, just like the overbearing temperament of a top elder. The West Mountain Elder, who was still fuming with rage, was suddenly startled when he was suddenly locked onto by such a powerful divine sense. Provoking a top-notch existence in the Spirit Beast clan was the worst thing that could have happened to him. Even a great evil cultivator like him would not dare to openly challenge the Spirit Beast clan. Not to mention that this was the other party's base camp. "I'm the West Mountain Old Master. Please forgive me for disturbing you. I have no intention of offending the Spirit Beast clan. I'm only here to hunt down a human cultivator who killed my personal disciple. Please do me a favor." The West Mountain Old Master immediately did not dare to wantonly destroy the Spirit Beast clan, and he immediately responded politely. From the beginning to the end, the West Mountain Old Master did not doubt the other party's strength at all. After all, the other party's divine sense was far more pure and powerful than his own, so its strength could naturally be imagined. After all, the big evil cultivator was still a human. He did not dare to rashly provoke such a terrifying existence. This was the territory of the Spirit Beast clan. Either get lost or die. The ghostly thing's tone became more and more domineering, as if it did not take the mountain opening stage big evil cultivator seriously at all. Anger flashed across the West Mountain Old Master's face, but in the end reason prevailed. He did not dare to fall out with this powerful hidden spirit beast on the spot, so after a cold snort, he could only turn around and leave resentfully. The ghostly thing and Lin Yi both heaved a sigh of relief. It was really pure luck that they were able to scare this big evil cultivator today. During the process just now, if there was a slight flaw, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. Chapter 45:15. However, unexpectedly, the West Mountain Elder, who was about to leave, suddenly flashed toward the place where Lin Yi was and looked around suspiciously. Although he could not rely on his divine sense to lock on, his keen intuition that had been cultivated for many years told him that there seemed to be a trace of a human's aura in this place. This human was undoubtedly Lin Yi. "You're courting death." The ghostly thing's voice suddenly became fierce. Its divine sense that was locked on the West Mountain Elder suddenly turned into a sharp arrow and penetrated the divine sense emitted by the other party. Poof! The West Mountain Elder then spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the second time that his divine sense was injured and caused internal injuries. He immediately turned pale with fright and hurriedly fled, not daring to stay in this place any longer. "Why-ya-ya-ya. Ling Yi Jr., just you wait. This time I can't be bothered to deal with you. I hope you fall into the mouth of the spiritual beast as soon as possible. Even if the spiritual beast doesn't eat you, I'll definitely kill you in the future." The West Mountain Elder hurriedly left after saying these harsh words. He did not want to let Lin Yi go, but the problem was that he was afraid of death. At the same time, behind a giant tree less than 500 feet away from where he was just now, Lin Yi, who was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, leaned on the tree trunk and sighed in fear. This old monster is really fucking difficult to deal with. If it were not for the warning of the jade pendant, if it were not for Lin Yi's performance just now that exceeded his level and displayed the unprecedented extreme butterfly subtle steps, he would have become a corpse in the hands of the West Mountain Elder now. Humph, if I'm not in this ghostly state now, I'll kill as many of these crooked ways as they come. The ghostly thing could not help but feel a little scared. As the dignified top elder of the spiritual beast clan, he actually had to rely on a bluff to scare away an evil cultivator. Moreover, it was in the South Continent. This kind of thing really made him feel ashamed. "Senior, what should we do next?" Lin Yi did not respond tactfully and asked the most important question. "There's nothing to do. I didn't want to come back. However, since I was forced to return this time, I might as well take a look around. I want to see just what that vermilion bird has done to the Spirit Beast clan. And just who is that new Spirit Beast monarch?" The ghostly thing's voice was unfathomable. All right. Lin Yi didn't feel scared at all. The South Continent was a dangerous place for human cultivators, but since he was able to save his life from the West Mountain Patriarch, it didn't seem to be a big deal to stroll around the territory of the Spirit Beasts. After all, there was a ghostly thing as a guide. Emoling Pier. A huge ship bearing the banner of the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency finally left the harbor under the watchful eyes of the crowd. It had been a whole month since the South Continent Escort Agency Festival had ended. Chi Mingyuan, Chi Wanhan and Honest Chai, who was returning to Crescent City along the way, stood side by side on the deck of the huge ship, their expressions incomparably solemn. In order to inquire about Lin Yi's whereabouts, they had stayed in Emolung City for a whole month, using all kinds of methods in the open and in the dark. In the end, there was still no news at all. They didn't even know if Lin Yi was dead or alive, or where he had escaped to. It was as if he had completely evaporated from the face of the earth. However, what gave the crowd some comfort was that the West Mountain Patriarch hadn't appeared until now. Even though Lin Yi was a Golden Core stage expert, the possibility of him escaping from the hands of the West Mountain Patriarch was extremely small. Even though the possibility of him escaping from the hands of the West Mountain Patriarch was minuscule, the crowd couldn't help but hold on to this last bit of hope. As long as they didn't see Lin Yi's corpse, they believed that Lin Yi was definitely still alive. This kind of thing couldn't be done by others, but it wasn't impossible for Lin Yi, who had always produced miracles. Sai, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, has become the new overlord of escort agencies. Wherever it is, that place is the center of the South Continent Sea region. From now on, the Emoling Sea region won't be so lively anymore. Looking at the flag of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, someone in the crowd at the pier sighed. "I don't think so. Although the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency is the #1 escort agency. Didn't you hear about what happened on the day of the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance meeting? The Dragon Boat Escort Agency was personally led by a mountain opening stage giant. How could the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency compete with it? What a joke." Someone said disapprovingly. "Sai, you only know one thing but not the other. The West Mountain Patriarch is indeed the backer of the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, but he disappeared on the spot in order to hunt down Ling Yi of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Therefore, The Dragon Boat Escort Agency didn't get any other benefits other than regaining its status as the number 2 escort agency. Someone immediately retorted. That's right. I have a friend who is the representative of the Chamber of Commerce. I heard that after the incident that day, although the Dragon Boat Escort Agency regained its status as the number 2 escort agency, no other Chamber of Commerce placed any orders with it. Everyone is still observing. Therefore, the title of the number 2 escort agency is just an empty title. Someone immediately revealed. Oh, now that the rules of the 5 Great Escort Agency have changed, I heard that it has become the 6th Great Escort Agency. Was it Head Escort High of our 4 Seas Escort Agency's suggestion? Someone asked. My ass, the 6th Great Escort Agency. That was just that Boundless Sea's shameless suggestion to curry favor with the West Mountain Patriarch. In the end, as soon as the West Mountain Patriarch left, it was immediately rejected by the new overlord of the escort agency, Qi Mingyuan. Guess what he said? What did he say? The surrounding people all pricked up their ears. Ever since the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance was established, there have always been the 5 Great Escort Agency. I've never heard of the 6th Great Escort Agency. The rules can't be broken so easily. Since the 4 Seas Escort Agency is the 6th Great Escort Agency, then we can only disqualify the Alliance Committee. This person imitated Qi Mingyuan's tone and said, then does that mean the 4 Seas Escort Agency is excluded? TSK. Falling from the overlord of the escort agency to the dust. Wouldn't Boundless Sea cry himself to death? Someone sighed. Nonsense, who asked him to use his cheap mouth to curry favor with West Mountain Elder Sect? That shameless face of his back then really makes people want to vomit. Now great, he carried the Dragon Boat Escort Agency in, and his own 4 Seas Escort Agency was squeezed out. I bet Boundless Sea's intestines are green with regret. He might as well just be a bit more shameless and disqualify the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. In any case, he was the one who disqualified the 4 Seas Escort Agency. Another person sneered. He wouldn't dare do something like that, even if you lent him 100 guts. If the West Mountain Patriarch comes back, no matter how many lives Boundless Sea has, it won't be enough. Everyone laughed. No matter what, this time the 4 Seas Escort Agency is probably not going to be able to rise again. Not only did it suddenly drop out of the 5 Great Escort Agency, I heard that it didn't even get many orders. From now on it'll be nothing. Quite a few people shook their heads. Chapter 45:16. Serves him right. I thought Boundless Sea was a righteous person, but I didn't expect him to be such a shameless person. He went back on his words and was the first to jump out and lick West Mountain's old master's boots. He really threw away the face of our cold devil city. Someone sneered. That's right. This time his true nature has been exposed. Serves him right. Everyone expressed their disdain. This time Boundless Sea had completely lost the support of the people. It would be difficult for him to even establish a foothold in the Cold Devil Sea region. We're going back just like that? Qi Wenhan looked at the Cold Devil Pier, which was getting further and further away. He punched the railing unwillingly. Brother Ling risked his life for our Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and made such a great contribution. In the end, he was hunted down by an evil cultivator and met with a tragic end. We could only watch helplessly without being able to help. How could we still have the face to be the overlord of this escort agency? Anishchai glanced at Qi Wenhan and nodded his head. This young master of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was a man of character. Young Hero Ling was right about him. Your father also wishes to continue staying behind to find out more news about young Hero Ling. But we've already waited for more than a month. If we continue wasting our time here, Velvet Arc City might end up in chaos, and young Hero Ling's efforts would be wasted. Qi Mingyuan sighed and patted Qi Wenhan's shoulder. Don't worry. Young Hero Ling is a virtuous man. I've already asked Old Song to send a large number of people here. As long as young Hero Ling's whereabouts are found, we will know immediately. It's the same for him to stay here. The Hong Merchant Association also has their own channels to look for news. I've already told them to do their best to look for news of young Hero Ling. I'm sure nothing will happen. Anishchai comforted while praying for Lin Yi in his heart. Compared to the Qi father and son duo, he was actually more dependent on Lin Yi. After all, he had never met Hong Zhong. Lin Yi could be considered his only backer in the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Hong Zhong had only accepted him sincerely because of Lin Yi. If something really happened to Lin Yi, it would be a fatal blow to him. Yes, with the connections of your Hong Chamber of Commerce and my Heaven's Equal Escort Agency in the seas of the South Continent, it is enough to infiltrate every nook and cranny. Given time, it should not be difficult to find young hero Ling. Qi Mingyuan nodded, and turned to look at Qi Wenhan. Wenhan, do you know how to contact young hero Ling's junior sister Huang? Junior Huang? Qi Wenhan was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Qi Mingyuan with a strange expression. Brother Ling has not even come to a conclusion yet, and my dad is already trying to salvage the situation by roping in Junior Huang, who has become the disciple of the divine nun of the Eastern Sea. Young hero Ling has 20% of the shares. This is something that he has exchanged for with his great contributions. Our Heaven's Equal Escort Agency will not go back on our word. We cannot not honor our promise just because young hero Ling is no longer here. Therefore, to be safe, we should try to contact junior sister Huang first. When the time comes, we might as well transfer the 20% of the shares under her name. That way, we will be able to account to young hero Ling, Qi Mingyuan said seriously. Chief Escort Qi is indeed righteous. Honest Chai nodded his head in approval. Huang Xiaotao was the only person that everyone had seen who had a relationship with Lin Yi. Furthermore, their relationship was very close. If Lin Yi were to really die, transferring the 20% of the shares to Huang Xiaotao would be the logical thing to do. From this point, Qi Mingyuan could be considered to be very generous. After all, 20% of the shares was not a small amount. If it was anyone else, they would be more than happy to swallow it back after Lin Yi dies. After all, Lin Yi did not have any children or disciples to inherit his inheritance. Logically speaking, once he dies, the 20% of the shares would naturally return to the agency's name, and no one would say anything about it. I really do not know how to contact junior sister Huang. I only know that she is in the Morning Star Academy in the Eastern Continent. Qi Wenhan could not help but shake his head. After all, he was not familiar with Huang Xiaotao. They had only met a few times, and they had not even spoken much to each other. Moreover, they were in the Eastern Continent, a place so far away. Then let's keep it for now. We'll think of a way to contact her in the future, Qi Mingyuan muttered. After all, the Eastern Continent was not a place that anyone could casually go to. Even if he knew that the Morning Star Academy was in the High Forest Sea, even someone with Qi Mingyuan's strength did not have the qualifications to go there alone, not to mention his subordinates. Yes, Qi Wenhan nodded his head solemnly. Although he was the sole successor of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, he wholeheartedly approved of Qi Mingyuan's decision. Qi Mingyuan's decision might have been a little far-sighted, but Qi Wenhan's decision was purely out of friendship. This time, if Lin Yi really did not return, Qi Wenhan would not want to swallow the 20% of the shares. Instead, he would think of ways to compensate for it. This was in line with his temperament. With the halo of being the overlord of the Southern Continent's escort agencies, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency returned to Weiwan City. The Weiwan Pier was bustling with people. Almost all the leaders of the various forces in the Weiwan Sea had gathered. Such a grand and lively scene had not been seen in Weiwan City for decades. The reason why so many leaders had gathered here was obvious. They wanted to establish a good relationship with the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, and leave a good impression on Qi Mingyuan, who was at the peak of his power. After all, he was the new overlord of the Southern Continent's escort agencies. His status was equivalent to the leader of the righteous in the Southern Continent's sea. In the future, his influence would not be small. Even if he could not be a friend, he definitely could not be an enemy. Therefore, even the local tyrants who once had grievances with the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency had prepared lavish gifts to express their goodwill. They wanted to use this opportunity to bury the hatchet. In contrast, the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, which had already returned to Weiwan City a month ago, did not have such an ostentatious scene. Even if it had regained its title as the No. 2 escort agency, and rumor had it that it had the support of West Mountain Elder, the problem was that West Mountain Elder was not present. Who knew if this evil cultivator giant would really come to the headquarters of the Dragon Boat Escort Agency? If West Mountain Elder had really come to Weiwan City, then everyone present would naturally have to be respectful to the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. As the saying went, when one was under someone else's roof, one had to lower one's head. However, before that, it was better to keep a respectful distance. After all, when there was no absolute power to deter others, the slogan that good and evil could not coexist was still very popular. In order to avoid public criticism, it was better not to have anything to do with the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. This kind of thing would only bring harm and no good, and the people present were not fools. Long Kiba sat alone in the lobby of the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, as he listened to the clamor of gongs and drums from the pier. These people were all sucking up to the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, but they did not care about the Dragon Boat Escort Agency at all. Such an obvious difference in treatment, no matter who it was, would feel uncomfortable. R 1152. Chapter 45:17. Furthermore, in the past month, the Dragon Boat Escort Agency's business was simply terrible. Let alone the title of number 2 escort agency, it was even worse than before. How could this be tolerated? In the end, it was all because of the West Mountain Old Sect. As a founding stage evil cultivator, he only chased after a mere Ling Yi. In the end, he never returned, and there was no news at all for an entire month. Long Kiba was really full of complaints now. He secretly cursed the old monster in his heart. Could it be that after killing Ling Yi, he couldn't be bothered with his Dragon Boat Escort Agency anymore? This was very possible. After all, after Wu Baoliang and Chang Haonan died in Ling Yi's hands, his Dragon Boat Escort Agency and the West Mountain Old Sect no longer had any connection. There was indeed no need for the West Mountain Old Sect to come to the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. However, this way Long Kiba and the Dragon Boat Escort Agency would be in trouble. They were clearly being roasted on a fire. They would have a bad reputation of having secret dealings with evil cultivators. In the end, they did not gain any benefits at all. Instead, their business was deteriorating day by day. Long Kiba wanted to slap himself when he thought of these troublesome matters. Why did he choose to form an alliance with the Poison Eye mercenary group? Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many problems later on. Even if they couldn't obtain the title of number 2 escort agency, they could at least keep their business. At least they wouldn't be as empty as they were now. Such a huge Dragon Boat Escort Agency could not even receive a single order from morning till night. Everyone could only wait to starve with nothing to do. Long Kiba could only drown his sorrows in alcohol. The enthusiastic sound of gongs and drums outside made him even more annoyed. He suddenly roared. Where the hell are all the people? It's so noisy outside, don't they know to close the door? Close the door? It doesn't sound like I'm welcome? A cloud of black fog suddenly condensed in the middle of the hall, and a strange old man with red hair and green eyebrows appeared. It was the West Mountain Old Sect. Say, Senior, you're back? Long Kiba was instantly shocked. He hurriedly stood up in surprise and joy, and respectfully said, Long Kiba greets Senior West Mountain Old Sect. I was just annoyed by the noise outside just now. I'm not targeting you, Senior. Please don't take it to heart. I don't think you have the guts. The West Mountain Elder snickered. Then his figure flashed and he sat down in the main seat of the hall. Although he still looked so mysterious at first glance, there was a hint of fatigue between his brows that was difficult to conceal. Men, quickly prepare the best banquet. This head escort leader wants to welcome Senior's arrival. Long Kiba hurriedly instructed. His face was filled with wild joy, and he looked forward to it very much. This time, the West Mountain Old Sect Master has finally arrived. I want to see how those snobbish people are going to deal with this. Everyone in the Dragon Boat Escort Agency was mobilized, and a table of first-class banquet was quickly prepared. Long Kiba sat at the end of the table and toasted West Mountain Ancestor without concealing his flattery. Even the people in the Dragon Boat Escort Agency had goosebumps when they heard this. However, West Mountain Ancestor happened to like this, and his words were much kinder to Long Kiba. Seeing that West Mountain Ancestor was almost satisfied, Long Kiba said tentatively, Senior West Mountain, you killed Ling Yi this time not only to avenge Brother Wu and Brother Chang, but also to help the Dragon Boat Escort Agency get rid of a big threat. I thank you for your great kindness on behalf of the entire Dragon Boat Escort Agency. Ling Yi? Hearing this name, West Mountain Ancestor's face suddenly turned cold. And he said with a somewhat unnatural expression, "Don't mention it. I was careless this time. I wanted to capture him alive and refine him into a puppet. I didn't expect that I would accidentally enter the South Island and be targeted by the top experts of the Spirit Beast clan. That brat escaped." "Ah, Lingyi escaped to the South Island? How is that possible? I remember that there is no teleportation formation in Devil Lung City." Long Kiba couldn't help but be speechless. He was a native of the South Continent. Apart from those few teleportation formations, he didn't know that there was any other way to enter the South Island. "What? You even dare to question my words?" West Mountain Ancestor looked at Long Kiba with an unfriendly gaze. This was a common trait among evil cultivators. I don't have the guts. Senior, you are too serious. I just feel that it is unbelievable. Lingyi is too lucky. He accidentally got the top experts of the Spirit Beast clan to avenge him. Otherwise, even 100 lives wouldn't be enough for him to die. Long Kiba was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and quickly tried to salvage the situation. He was really lucky to escape to the South Island this time. However, it doesn't mean that he was lucky. With his insignificant strength, once he was discovered by the Spirit Beast clan, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape the fate of becoming their food. Therefore, he can be considered as a dead man. It's just that we can't see his corpse. West Mountain Ancestor's expression became a little more relaxed. Yes, Lingyi will definitely die this time. No matter how lucky he is, he won't be able to escape from the Spirit Beast clan's territory alone. Long Kiba nodded in agreement. That's for sure. We spent a lot of effort to get out of the South Island, and we were almost besieged by the experts of the Spirit Beast clan, let alone someone like Lingyi. The West Mountain Elder Master clearly had a lingering fear as he spoke. If he wasn't entangled by the powerful spirit beasts on the South Island, he would have returned long ago with his strength. It wouldn't have taken him a month. West Mountain Ancestor could escape from the South Island unscathed not only because of the powerful strength of the mountain opening stage, but also because of luck. If his luck was any worse, he, the evil cultivator, might have been buried in the South Island. At the end of the day, the South Island was the inviolable base camp of the Spirit Beast clan. Even if the Spirit Beast clan and human cultivators lived in harmony, no human cultivators were allowed to enter the South Island unless the Spirit Beast clan sent an invitation. Anyone who trespassed would be killed without mercy. Senior, now that Lingyi is definitely dead, shouldn't we get rid of the people from the Heavens Equal Escort Agency as well? They're all Lingyi's accomplices, and they're now the overlord of the South Island Escort Agency. Their power shouldn't be underestimated. As the saying goes, weeds will grow again if the roots are not removed. Long Kiba immediately shifted his hatred. Regardless of whether Lingyi was dead or alive, it didn't matter to him. The key was the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. This was the archenemy that his Dragon Boat Escort Agency had to get rid of. Otherwise, even with the West Mountain Old Sect Master holding the fort, it could only be ranked second in name. You want me to deal with the Heavens Equal Escort Agency? West Mountain Ancestor glanced at Long Kiba. Yes. These blind clowns are really hateful, especially Qi Mingyuan, who claimed to be the leader of the righteous Dao. He kept saying that the righteous Dao and evil Dao can't coexist. He didn't take you seriously at all. We have to get rid of him. Long Kiba took the opportunity to instigate. Chapter 45:18. Long Kiba, you're up to no good. West Mountain Elder's face suddenly turned cold. No. I wouldn't dare. I'm telling the truth. Long Kiba was startled. He was in a hurry to get someone else to do his dirty work, but he forgot that West Mountain Elder was a shrewd person. He couldn't hide his dirty thoughts from him at all. The truth? Is Qi Mingyuan an idiot? Why would he provoke me? The West Mountain Old Master squinted at Long Kiba and said, I have no enmity with the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. Why did you kill these people so recklessly? Do you think my life is too easy? Do you want to provoke the big shots of the righteous sects to cause trouble for me? Senior, please don't be angry. I didn't think it through. Long Kiba didn't dare to talk back to West Mountain Elder, so he could only sincerely admit his mistake. However, he kept cursing in his heart. A dignified opening stage evil cultivator giant doesn't even dare to destroy the Heaven's Equal escort agency. What a coward. If word of this gets out, I'll be laughed at. It's better to be safe than sorry. I'm a famous figure in all the righteous sects on the heavenly island. I have to be careful with my every move. If I'm caught, the consequences will be unimaginable, West Mountain Elder said in a deep voice. At his level of strength, he had long passed the stage of recklessness. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. He could be unscrupulous in West Mountain, but now that he was out of West Mountain, even in the chaotic South Continent Sea, he had to keep a low profile. After all, the saying that good and evil cannot coexist with each other was not as simple as it sounded. Killing was unavoidable, but it had to be done with a good reason. Shishan Old Master hunting Linny down was to avenge his 2 disciples. It was a matter of course. No one would think there was anything wrong with it. Even the righteous sects couldn't find fault with it. However, every debt has a debtor. If West Mountain Elder killed innocent people, other than Linny himself, he would also kill the entire Heaven's Equal escort agency. Even if he was an opening stage evil cultivator giant and seemed to be invincible. Don't forget that the righteous sects also had opening stage evil cultivators, even if there weren't any in the South Continent Sea. There are always other places. Moreover, the Heaven's Equal escort agency was now publicly acknowledged as the leader of the righteous Tao in the South Continent Sea. If the West Mountain Old sect dared to destroy the Heaven's Equal escort agency, it would be equivalent to challenging the entire righteous Tao on Heaven Stage Island. If that really happened, it might be another time when the 6 major sects besieged Light Summit. How could the old and cunning West Mountain Elder do such a stupid thing that would bring trouble upon himself? Putting aside the fact that there was no enmity between him and the Heaven's Equal escort agency, even if there was a grudge between them, he would not have dared to attack them for no reason given their current status. Yes, Senior is indeed far-sighted. Compared to you, I am still too childish and impulsive. Long Kiba could only smile apologetically and try to curry favor with him. Then he probed with hope in his heart. Senior, you don't have any other matters this time, right? You must stay in our escort agency for a while, so that our juniors can have the opportunity to show their filial piety. Forget it. Since I've already said so, I'll give it to you. I might as well stay at your Dragon Boat escort agency for a period of time. West Mountain Elder nodded. This was the reason why he came here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come. Thank you, Senior. Long Kiba was overjoyed, and the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. He hurriedly ordered, "Hurry up and prepare a room for Senior. Remember, it must be the best. If you dare to be negligent in this matter, I'll kill you all." Yes, everyone hurriedly answered. This was a room prepared for a founding stage evil cultivator. Even if they had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to be negligent. I have something to say first. I promised to stay here, but it's not for nothing. West Mountain Elder suddenly said, "My cultivation requires a female in the nascent soul stage to cooperate with me. So, you have to find some female in the nascent soul stage for me. This is the minimum condition." Huh? Female in the nascent soul stage? Where can I find them? Long Kiba was instantly dumbfounded. There were not many female cultivators, and the higher the level, the rarer they were. Moreover, most of them were concentrated in the West Island. In the South Continent Sea, which was famous for its chaos, it was rare to see a few female cultivators in the Golden Core stage, let alone female cultivators in the nascent soul stage. Humph, if it was so easy to find, would I still need you? West Mountain Elder glanced at Long Kiba and curled his lips. Do you really think that you don't need to do anything, and you can let me stay here for your Dragon Boat escort agency? How can there be such a good thing in the world? You're the head of an escort agency. You can't be so childish and naive, right? Senior, you're right. I'll do my best and won't let you down. Long Kiba wanted to cry but had no tears. Where could he find female cultivators in the nascent soul stage? Did he have to go all the way to the West Island to kidnap them? Even if he really dared to go to the West Island, it was impossible for him to capture female cultivators in the nascent soul stage alive. After all, he was only a master in the nascent soul stage. If he was lucky enough to meet one, he might not even be able to defeat her, let alone capture her alive. But now that things had come to this, How could Long Kiba dare to say no? It wasn't easy for him to get West Mountain Elder to stay here, but now that things had come to this, he said he didn't want him. Wasn't that just messing with West Mountain Elder? How many lives did he, Long Kiba, have? How dare he mess with an evil cultivator in the opening mountain period? Then I'll wait for your good news. The West Mountain Old Ancestor smiled with satisfaction. If he could really find a nascent soul female cultivator, it would be a piece of cake for him with his strength. However, he had too many misgivings. If he let Long Kiba collect them on his behalf, the risk would be much smaller. Even if he caused any trouble, he could let Long Kiba take the blame. Poor Long Kiba didn't know about this. In fact, even if he guessed West Mountain Elder's sinister intentions, he had no other choice. Since he decided to cooperate with West Mountain Elder, an evil cultivator in the opening mountain period, he was bound to pay a corresponding price while getting huge benefits. Taking the blame was just one of them. Long Kiba tried his best to flatter West Mountain Elder. Under his orders, the news that West Mountain Elder was in charge of the Dragon Boat Escort Agency spread like wildfire. Soon it spread all over the streets and alleys. In just an hour, everyone in Wei Arc City knew about it. For a moment, the limelight of the Dragon Boat Escort Agency overshadowed the grand return of the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. It became the focus of everyone's discussion. After all, it was an evil cultivator in the opening mountain period, a super existence that the entire South Continent had to look up to. When the news reached the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, Qi Mingyuan, Qi Wenhan, and the others couldn't help but be shocked. Chapter 45:19. This was good news for the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, but it was bad news for the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. If the West Mountain Elder was unhappy, he could easily wipe out the entire Heavens Equal Escort Agency. What would they do then? This kind of thing wasn't impossible, in fact it was extremely possible. However, in the midst of their fear, other than the bad news of Shishan Elder being in charge of the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, they finally heard a piece of good news. Lin Yi didn't die, at least not at the hands of Shishan Elder. That's great, Brother Ling did not disappoint us. I knew that anything that happened to him would not be strange, ha 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 ha. Qi Wenhan was overjoyed. In comparison, the threat of the West Mountain Elder was completely ignored by him. Young Hero Ling is truly a rare genius. Even the West Mountain Elder could not do anything to him. This is really... Qi Mingyuan was overjoyed, but he could not help but be dumbfounded. The West Mountain Elder was an evil cultivator of the mountain opening stage. Yet he failed to kill a golden core stage expert. If this did not come from the mouth of the West Mountain Elder, no one would believe it. To be able to escape the West Mountain Elder's pursuit is indeed worthy of celebration. However, young Hero Ling is currently trapped in the southern island. It is still very dangerous. Honest Chai, who rushed over after hearing the news, was still worried. Shopkeeper Chai, don't worry about this. Brother Ling is a virtuous person. Even the West Mountain Elder could not take his life. The spiritual beasts are the same. Let's just wait for him to return. Qi Wenhan, on the other hand, was full of confidence in Lin Yi. After witnessing so many miracles from Lin Yi, he couldn't help but worship Lin Yi blindly. He was almost treating Lin Yi as his idol. That's right, young Hero Ling has been to Lufeng Forest before, and has the experience of surviving in the southern island. Who knows, he might be able to survive this time. We don't need to worry too much. Qi Mingyuan agreed. That's true, with young Hero Ling's strength, he will definitely be able to return safely. This time, I will definitely be able to return safely. Honest Chai nodded. The sudden appearance of the Western Mountains' old sect master had caused a huge commotion in Velvet Arc City at the beginning, causing everyone in the Heavens Equal Escort Agency to be in a state of panic. After that, he did not do anything else. He merely stayed in the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, and did not take a single step out of the agency. As time passed, the focus of the public gradually shifted away from the West Mountain Old Sect Master. It seemed that the appearance of this evil cultivator at the mountain opening period did not have much impact on Wei Arc City. It was just that the Dragon Boat Escort Agency's business had improved a little, that was all. However, even with the presence of the West Mountain Old Sect leader, the business of the Dragon Boat Escort Agency only recovered to its previous level, and did not reach a particularly explosive level. In fact, most of the businesses that came to them were scattered businesses, and they could only earn a small profit. As for the long-term and huge orders like the Hong Chamber of Commerce, there was not a single one. Firstly, the majority of these large orders from the Chamber of Commerce had been placed during the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance Conference that day. The Dragon Boat Escort Agency didn't get to eat the meat at that time. Now it was destined that they could only drink some thin soup. Secondly, most of the Chamber of Commerce trusted the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. After all, it was the true overlord of the escort agencies. Its strength and reputation were top-notch, but it was hard to say for the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. Since they were related to evil cultivators, their reputation was naturally not good. Now that the West Mountain Old Sect leader was in charge, there was no doubt about their strength. The problem was, who could guarantee that the West Mountain Old Sect leader would always stay in the Dragon Boat Escort Agency? What if the Chamber of Commerce signed long-term contracts with them, and the West Mountain Old Sect leader suddenly left one day? Wouldn't that be a huge loss for them? Merchants were born to pursue profits. If they couldn't see stable returns, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens for them to fork out large amounts of spiritual jades. Long Kiba, who was looking forward to surpassing the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, was obviously not satisfied with this result. He didn't expect that with the West Mountain Old Sect leader personally in charge, the Dragon Boat Escort Agency's business would be in such a half-dead state. This was completely different from the hot situation he had expected. This enormous disparity simply caused Long Kiba to be depressed to the point of wanting to spit blood. After all, he'd been forced to search for nascent soul stage female cultivators every single day these past few days. How could he endure such great pressure in exchange for such a small amount of benefits? However, no matter how depressed Long Kiba was, there was nothing he could do. After all, business was a matter of mutual consent. As an escort agency owner, he couldn't use the West Mountain Old Sect leader's name to go out and force those Chamber of Commerce to buy and sell, right? If he really caused an uproar, the first person to look for him would be the West Mountain Old Sect leader. This evil cultivator was determined to keep a low profile. Wasn't Long Kiba looking for trouble for him? Wei Arc City returned to its usual peace. If there was really a difference, it would be that there were obviously more outsiders coming to the Wei Arc waters. This was the central effect brought about by the overlord of the escort agency. In the past, everyone went to the Devil Cold Waters, but now it was the Wei Arc waters' turn in the forest of the southern island. After the ghostly thing scared away the West Mountain Old Sect leader, Lin Yi stayed at the same place to rest and recuperate. After healing his injuries, he continued to move forward in the dense forest. Although it was a completely unfamiliar place with a competent guide like the ghostly thing, he didn't have to worry about getting lost. However, what made Lin Yi feel rather strange was that he had been walking in this dense forest for a whole 3 days and 3 nights, but he still hadn't encountered a single spiritual beast. This was the base camp of the spiritual beasts. Logically speaking, a powerful spiritual beast should be kicked out at any time. How could there not be a single spiritual beast? This didn't make sense. After all, even in the very edge of Lufeng Forest, traces of spiritual beasts could often be found. Now, according to the ghostly thing, this place was much closer to the core hinterland of the southern island than Lufeng Forest. If Lufeng Forest was said to be a remote mountain village, then this place was at least a junction between the city and the suburbs. However, this scene was a little too abnormal. Not only Lin Yi but even the ghostly thing felt a little strange at this time. No matter how one looked at it, this indeed couldn't be considered normal. If the edge was so empty, it would make sense. However, after walking for 3 days and 3 nights, they were already deep in the hinterland, but it was still as dead as a ghost. It really didn't make sense. Senior, should we continue to walk in? Why don't we go back? I feel that this place is a little weird. Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. There must be something wrong if something was abnormal, especially when this place was the base camp of the spiritual beasts. If they let their guard down, it would be fatal. Chapter 45:20. Lin Yi knew very well that he must not be greedy or curious in a place like the South Island because any one of them would lead to disaster and death. It's indeed abnormal. Seems like something big has happened. Let's go and take a look, the ghost said after a moment of hesitation. Okay. Lin Yi did not object. Although his rationality told him that it might be dangerous to go on like this, Since the ghost insisted on taking a look, of course, he would accompany it to the end. After all, they were on the same side. Moreover, Lin Yi could see that even though the ghost could not protect itself, it was still very concerned about the spirit beasts. It said that it did not want to go back to the spirit beasts, but it would unconsciously remember the slightest sign of trouble. To a certain extent, this senior spirit beast was actually quite arrogant. Lin Yi continued on his way to the core area, but he was much more careful with every step he took. This place was supposed to be a place where powerful spirit beasts gathered, but it had become so strange. He didn't even need to think to know that something was amiss. One wrong move and he'd be doomed. Along the way, another day passed. Lin Yi was more and more surprised. Could something big have happened to the spirit beasts? Just when Lin Yi could not hold back his curiosity, the ghost's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Wait, don't go any further. Lin Yi quickly stopped and found a hidden corner to hide himself. He looked around and found nothing special, so he could not help but ask in surprise. Senior, what did you find? There are many spirit beasts gathered in front, and their auras are not weak. If you continue to go there, you'll definitely be discovered, the ghost said in a deep voice. Many spirit beasts gathered in front? Lin Yi was shocked. He did not sense them at all, so there should be a long distance to the gathering place of the spirit beasts. Moreover, the ghost said that these spirit beasts were not weak. They must be extremely powerful existences. Many spirit beasts have very unique auras. Even if they consciously hide their auras, they can't completely hide it. You human cultivators can't sense it, but you can't hide it from my senses, the ghostly thing explained. Then what do we do now? Lin Yi asked. Since there were peerlessly powerful spiritual beasts in front of him, a human cultivator like him would be courting death if he went over rashly. However, if he retreated now, it would go against his original intention. After all, he only knew that there were many spiritual beasts gathered together, but he did not know what was going on. For the sake of safety, we can't go any further. The ghost being pondered for a brief moment. It really wanted to know what had happened to the spirit beasts, but it had to ensure Lin Yi's safety first. It could not let Lin Yi take such a huge risk. Therefore, the ghost creature would rather retreat in this situation. In any case, if something were to happen to the spirit beast, it would not be able to do anything in its current state. All it could do was watch from the sidelines. All right. Since the ghost had said so, Lin Yi naturally wouldn't force it. Even if he wanted to help, he had to first have the strength to do so. At least with his current strength at the peak of the middle stage of Gold Core, it was far from enough to intervene in the affairs of the spirit beasts. After taking a deep breath, Lin Yi immediately carefully restrained his breath and prepared to withdraw. However, at this moment, the ghost creature suddenly shouted softly, "Don't move!" At the same time, a powerful divine sense, like a monstrous blazing wave, suddenly crossed the top of Lin Yi's head. Lin Yi thought that his strength was not weak, but compared with the owner of this divine sense, he was at most a grain of sand. While the ghost creature was at least a vast and boundless sea of sand, there was no comparison between them. At this moment, Lin Yi's heart was even more horrified than when he faced the Shishan elder sect, the evil cultivator of the mountain opening period. It was much more shocking and horrifying. The feeling of having goosebumps all over his body in an instant once again made Lin Yi deeply understand what it meant to be unreachable and daunting. Lin Yi couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. He carefully used divine sense to communicate with the ghost creature in his mind. The ghost creature was silent for a moment. Then it slowly said two words in a very complicated tone. Zhu Quebeklin suddenly became silent. No wonder it was so horrifying. No wonder a random divine sense was more shocking than the Shishan elder sect. It turned out to be the top elder of the spirit beast clan. No wonder a single divine sense was so hot and terrifying. Even Lin Yi, who had always been accustomed to using frenzied fire, couldn't bear it. It turned out to be Zhu Ke, the ancestor of playing with fire. Apart from the former king of the spirit beasts, a top-notch elder like the Vermilion Bird was the pinnacle of the spirit beast clan. The spirit beast clan had always strictly adhered to the law of the jungle. For a top-notch elder to be able to intimidate so many powerful spirit beasts, one could imagine how terrifying his power was. However, Linny immediately thought that the ghost creature living in the space of the jade pendant at the moment was once in existence at the same level as Zhu Quebec naturally. Their strength should not be too different. Although he had long known that the ghost creature was the top elder of the spirit beast clan, Linny had no idea how strong the ghost creature was in its heyday. In private, he had made various speculations about the levels of human cultivators. He had guessed the nascent soul stage, the profound ascension stage, and the mountain opening stage. In the secular world, he had ridiculously thought that it was heaven stage great perfection, but now he finally experienced it. At the same time, Linny unconsciously broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, when he first encountered the ghost creature in the secular world, this guy was already in a broken spirit. Otherwise, if it still had 1/10,000th of its strength, he wouldn't even know how he died. After being silent for a long time with lingering fear, Linny finally managed to recover and asked, "Senior, then are we still going?" As the top elder of the spirit beast clan, the ghost creature obviously had a friendship with Zhu Quebec. However, whether this friendship was good or bad, enemy or friend, only the ghost creature itself knew. "Are we going or not?" Hearing this, the ghost creature half laughed at itself and half explained, "Let me tell you this, if it was in its heyday in the past, Zhu Ke would have to call me Big Brother. But if we are discovered in this state, it will definitely find a way to make my soul fly away. Of course, you will also be burned to ashes." Chapter 45:21. After all, this was the territory of the spirit beasts, which was also the territory of the vermilion bird. It didn't even need to do anything to kill a human cultivator like Linny. Not only would the ghost be of no help, it would also die even faster if it dared to show itself. "Oh no, it's too late to retreat now, the vermilion bird has already discovered you." The ghost stopped him in a deep voice. Linny was shocked. With his current strength, he would definitely die if he was targeted by the vermilion bird. "Since you were scanned by its divine sense just now, it's impossible for the vermilion bird not to know that you're here." The ghost's words made Linny feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. However, the next sentence made him heave a sigh of relief. "But you don't have to be too alarmed. When it scanned you with its divine sense just now, I deliberately disguised a trace of the aura of a spirit beast on your head. So you should try to hide your own aura as much as possible. In this way, to outsiders you'll look like a spirit beast in human form. If nothing goes wrong, you should be able to get away with it." "Oh, that's not too bad." Linny nodded with lingering fear. He couldn't guarantee anything else, but if it was just about hiding his own aura, if he claimed to be the second strongest in the world, no one could be the first in the world. But don't be too happy too early. Even if the vermilion bird didn't notice anything strange just now, it's impossible for you to retreat now. The ghost sighed. "Why?" Linny's heart tightened again. "There are so many spirit beasts gathered in front of us. It's obvious that all the spirit beasts in this area have been gathered there. According to my speculation, the vermilion bird is holding a spirit beast conference. In principle, all the spirit beasts in the core area must be present. If you weren't discovered just now, it'd be fine. But if you retreat now, it'd be too suspicious." The ghost smiled bitterly. So I can only brace myself and move forward. Senior, are you sure it'll be okay?" Linny suddenly felt helpless. He knew that the vermilion bird was holding a spirit beast conference in front of him, but he still dared to move forward. Wasn't this the same as hanging himself? Was he tired of living? Linny had always been bold, but he wasn't stupid. He would be crazy if he jumped into the frying pan even though he knew it was dangerous. There should be no problem. The ghostly thing couldn't be too sure. After all, no matter how one looked at it, this matter was very risky. However, it still comforted Linny. "With your ability to conceal your aura and the spirit beast aura that I've disguised on your body, as long as they don't try to distinguish it, even if you're face to face with the vermilion bird, they won't be able to tell anything." "All right." Linny nodded with a bitter smile. He knew what the ghostly thing was trying to say. As long as no one was targeting him, everything would be fine. However, if he was targeted by a spiritual beast expert, especially if the vermilion bird noticed that something was amiss, then everything would be over. However, since things had developed to this point, there was no other way out. He could only bite the bullet and do as the ghost said. "Kid, you don't have to worry too much. Other than some races with special talents or spirit beasts that don't like human form, many spiritual beasts with a little bit of intelligence can transform into human form. Many spirit beasts with a little bit of intelligence can take on a human form after reaching the heavenly Tao, so even if you go there now, you won't attract too much attention. The ghostly thing continued to comfort him. Don't worry, Senior. Although this is a little dangerous, it's not a big deal. Although it's a little dangerous, I can still take it. Linny let out a long breath. He was not a person who was afraid of things. Moreover, it was useless to be afraid now that things had come to a head. The more panicked he was, the easier it would be for him to reveal his flaws. Only by dealing with it calmly could he have a chance to get away with it. Well, that's good. However, just to be safe, you'd better wear the 1,000 silk mask. You'd better wear the 1,000 thread mask. That rough martial appearance is more in line with the aesthetics of spirit beasts. Most spirit beasts have a similar temperament after transforming into human form. Your current appearance is too delicate, and it's easy to attract attention. The ghostly thing warned again. All right. Linny nodded, took out the 1,000 silk mask and put it on. At the same time, he complained in his heart about the strange aesthetic of the spiritual beasts. He had been cultivating for so long, but this was the first time someone said he looked delicate. Everything was ready. After Linny calmed his mind and held his breath, he immediately walked forward. The ghost released the aura of a spiritual beast at the right time. This was not the aura of the ghost itself, but it was deliberately disguised. Its strength was only equivalent to that of a spiritual beast at the gold core stage. It was better to be careful. If the ghost directly released its own aura, even if he deliberately suppressed the strength, it would still be very dangerous. Other spiritual beasts might not be able to recognize it for a while, but the old enemy of the vermilion bird would definitely be able to detect it in an instant. That would be the real disaster. Along the way, after about the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Linny finally sensed the aura of a large group of powerful spiritual beasts. Judging from their position, they were not far ahead. From a distance, he could hear some strange cheering and jumping sounds. Sometimes there were hoo-hoo-ha and sometimes there were hoo-hoo. Ordinary people could not understand what this meant, but it sounded very lively. Taking a deep breath, Linny continued to brace himself and walked forward. After a short while, the original lush primitive jungle suddenly opened up. As far as the eye could see, there was an extremely empty field. There were no dense shrubs, no giant trees, no swamps or deep pools. It was just a green grassland. As Linny and the ghost expected, there were indeed many spiritual beasts gathered here. There were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Many of them had transformed into human forms, and many of them maintained their original forms. All of them were speaking in human language, laughing and cheering. If he had suddenly seen this scene in the secular world, Linny would definitely have cried out involuntarily. This was simply a group of demons dancing. Even though he was already mentally prepared, when he saw so many spiritual beasts at once, and each of them had a strong and extraordinary aura, Linny could not help but be a little dumbfounded. The spiritual beasts he had seen in his life could not even compare to 1% of the spiritual beasts here. At this moment, in the middle of the empty field, there was a group of spiritual beasts in human form singing and dancing. It seemed that they were performing something. The other spiritual beasts in the field were watching with relish and cheering from time to time. However, in the eyes of Linny, this was simply like a primitive tribe. He really could not see what was so beautiful about that strange dance. Chapter 45-22. I've finally seen the legendary Spirit Beast clan today. Is this the Spiritual Beast Convention that you mentioned, Senior? Linny secretly asked the ghost. Just a little on the top, said Little Bitch. You can say that. The ghost's breathing became more hurried and it said in a complicated tone, this can't be considered a complete spiritual beast convention because the spirit beasts from several regions haven't arrived yet. However, the scale of this convention is no small matter. All the spirit beasts nearby have been summoned. It seems that the vermilion bird is really ambitious and is preparing to become the regent. The vermilion bird? Which one is the vermilion bird? Linny looked at the high platform in surprise. Because he wasn't in his original form, he couldn't determine which one it was even though he knew that the vermilion bird was on the platform. He subconsciously looked at the center of the high platform. At this moment, There was a mysterious man wearing a bamboo hat sitting in that seat. It was unknown what he looked like, nor what kind of spirit beast he was. All he knew was that his bamboo hat was made from a variety of colorful feathers, and he was the most conspicuous person present. Moreover, the person sitting in the center seat was undoubtedly the most important person, and it should be the vermilion bird. After all, according to the logic of most people, even though the vermilion bird was a top-rate elder of the spirit beast clan, it was still a bird at the end of the day, so it was very normal and logical for it to like wearing a body of gorgeous feathers. Not that one. The ghost knew what Linny was thinking and pointed out. The one on the left of the man in the bamboo hat is the vermilion bird. Linny looked again, noticing that in the seats closest to the man in the hat, there were two weird-looking old men sitting on the left and right of the man in the hat. The one on the left had a face as red as blood, and his eyebrows were furrowed, giving off an intimidating aura. Although he was just sitting there calmly, his entire body seemed to be shrouded in raging flames, making people not dare to look him in the eye. It felt like they would be burned to ashes if they got too close. Although his appearance was rather strange, the vermilion bird's aura was not too surprising. Nonetheless, the vermilion bird's true appearance and aura were not too surprising. At least, to Lin Yi, it was worthy of its status as a top-notch elder among the spirit beasts. At first glance, one could tell that the vermilion bird was like a god among the clouds, and would not be regarded as an ordinary spirit beast. Then who's that man in the middle and the one on his right? Linny couldn't help but ask curiously. Putting aside the mysterious bamboo hat man, even the old man standing to his right was as strange and eye-catching as the vermilion bird. He had a green face and sharp fangs, and his eyes were a dazzling gold. The terrifying aura he exuded was not much weaker than the vermilion bird's. That mysterious bamboo hat man. Looks like he's the new spirit beast monarch that the vermilion bird found. I wonder what kind of spirit beast he is. The ghostly thing sighed. In order to search for the bloodline of the spirit beast monarch in the secular world, it had fallen to such a miserable state. It would be a lie to say that it didn't have any doubts about this new spirit beast monarch. After all, the vermilion bird's reputation had never been very good. Furthermore, there were far too many dramas of the vermilion bird using the emperor as a hostage. If it wasn't for his current state, the ghostly thing would definitely go up and personally examine the quality of this new spirit beast monarch. If it discovered that the bloodline was fake, it would be the first to attack the vermilion bird. However, what could it do? The ghostly thing silently paused for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. As for the one on the right, I don't know him either. Could he be a newly promoted elder of the vermilion bird monarch? From the fact that this person was able to stand side by side with the vermilion bird monarch, it was clear that this person's status was extremely high. It was very likely that he was also an elder. However, this ghostly thing had more or less interacted with the elders of the spirit beast clan. However, it had never seen such an existence before. This was a completely unfamiliar face. The ghostly thing couldn't help but fall into deep thought from the strange scene today. From the strange scene today, it could already smell something unusual. All the signs indicated that this spirit beast clan was no longer the spirit beast clan that it was familiar with. The ghostly thing's heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. However, Linny did not think too much about it. He only quietly blended in with the crowd. Oh no, to be more precise, he should be in the herd of spirit beasts. To him, it did not matter what happened to the spirit beast clan as long as his human identity was not discovered. What made Linny feel rather gratified was that the surrounding powerful spirit beasts had all their attention focused on the high platform and the group of dancing spirit beasts in the middle. From the beginning to the end, none of them had even glanced at him. Even if the spirit beasts next to him had occasionally noticed him, their gazes would only pass for a brief moment. After all, Lin Yi's body was only emitting the aura of a golden core spirit beast. In the eyes of everyone present, this insignificant level of strength could only be considered as an existence at the bottom. No one would waste their time to pay attention to such a weakling, let alone strike up a conversation with him. If this was any other occasion where killing was allowed, it would make sense for him to be eaten by the spirit beasts as a snack. No matter what, it seemed like the ghostly thing's disguise was a success. If there were no accidents, it should be able to get away with this successfully. Amidst the heaven-shaking cheers, The human-shaped spirit beasts in the middle finally finished their dance and dispersed into the herd of spirit beasts. All of the spirit beasts present then turned their attention to the high platform. That was just the opening dance. The next part of the show was the most important part. As expected, once all of the spirit beasts' attention had been shifted to the high platform, the vermilion bird immediately laughed and took a step forward, leaving the so-called new spirit beast king and the other elders behind. Looking at its high-spirited appearance, those who did not know better would have thought that it was the spirit beast king. Very good. I'm very happy to see all of the spirit beast brothers from Enluo Cultivation City gathered here to pay respects to our new king. As the vermilion bird spoke, a scorching wave of air enveloped the entire place with every move it made. Not only did it show its overwhelming power, it also made the already enthusiastic atmosphere even more hot-blooded. As soon as the vermilion bird finished speaking, the entire place was filled with cheers. All of the spirit beasts, regardless of whether they were in human or beast forms, knelt on the ground in unison, shouting "Long live the king!" as they prostrated themselves on the ground. These were all unruly and powerful spirit beasts. If any one of them were to be released, they would probably cause chaos in the South Continent's sea. Linny initially thought that based on their temperament, even if they would obey the so-called new spirit beast king, it would at most be a formality. He did not expect them to be willing to prostrate themselves on the ground. Such a scene of prostrating oneself on the ground was rare even in the strictly ordered human sections. It was evident that the spirit beast clan was not as disunited as most people thought. Chapter 45-23. They might not be disciplined at all, but they absolutely followed the natural law that the strong ruled. As long as the king of the spiritual beasts and the top-notch elders were powerful enough, the cohesion of the spiritual beasts would not be weaker than that of human cultivators. In fact, they might even be more powerful. This was because unlike human cultivators who harbored ulterior motives and plotted against each other, these spiritual beasts were much purer by nature. Since they had chosen to obey, they would sincerely obey before they had the power to launch a counterattack. They would not pretend to agree but oppose in secret. Enluo Cultivation City? While Linny was pretending, he could not help but mutter in confusion. He asked the ghost thing in private. "Senior, what do you mean? The South Island is not like the human territory where there are no complicated divisions such as cities and towns. The entire South Island is divided into 5 areas, and the core of each area is a cultivation city. Enluo District is one of the 5 areas, and it's located near the Dark Devil Sea area of the South Island." The ghost thing explained to Lin Yi. "I see." Lin Yi suddenly thought of Audiobook Cultivation City in Lufeng Forest. Although it was now abandoned as a relic, it should have been a large area of the South Island before it was abandoned. However, after it was completely abandoned, there were fewer and fewer spiritual beasts. Instead, it gradually became a place for human cultivators to explore. According to the order of the previous king of spiritual beasts, each cultivation city will be guarded by a top-notch elder. Basically, it can be seen as the top-notch elder's sphere of influence. The ghost thing continued. Initially, it did not want to tell Linny about the spiritual beasts. However, this time it wanted to let Linny know more about the inside story. After all, he was in the South Island now. It had to let Linny know what kind of situation he was in at the very least. "So, there are a total of 5 top-notch elders in the spiritual beasts?" Linny asked. "No, there are always only 4 top-notch elders." The ghost thing paused and explained. "The other 4 cultivation cities have their own top-notch elders, but Enluo Cultivation City is different. Because of the existence of the 4 Seas Escort Agency, the Dark Devil Sea area has always been the center of the South Island, so it's the same for Enluo Cultivation City. There's no need for any elders here because the king of spiritual beasts is here." Linny nodded. Enluo Cultivation City was personally overseen by the Spirit Beast King, and the 4 top-notch elders could be considered as high-ranking officials, each of them guarding a region for the Spirit Beast King. Such an arrangement could not be said to be simple and crude. Nonetheless, it was in line with the Spirit Beast's straightforward style. When the Spirit Beast King isn't around, won't Enluo Cultivation City be ownerless? Linny asked. A country can't live without a king, and a city can't live without a master. There was a long period of time between the disappearance of the former king of spirit beasts. As the center of the South Island, Onlua Cultivation City couldn't be in a state of chaos all the time. That won't be the case. Ever since the disappearance of the previous Spirit Beast King, the 4 elders decided to take turns to guard the Spirit Beast King. However, as time went on, everyone began to harbor their own schemes to replace him. In the end, it became more and more intense. Seeing that they were about to fall apart and even kill each other, I proposed to go to the secular world to look for the bloodline of the Spirit Beast King. You know what happened next? The ghost thing sighed. Well, this is actually normal. There will only be so-called loyalty under the deterrence of absolute power. Human cultivators are all like this. Naturally, the spirit beasts are no exception. Linny nodded and sighed. While Linny communicated with the ghost thing secretly, Vermilion Bird looked at all the spirit beasts present who had surrendered. She laughed with satisfaction and said, "Brothers of spirit beasts, the king is still very young now. It's not enough for him to lead the spirit beast clan by himself. As his subordinates, we can't force him. At least we have to give the king space to grow. Therefore, the king has decided to let me and Elder Azure Dragon work together to manage the affairs." Before the Vermilion Bird could finish speaking, the strange old man with a green face and long fangs stepped forward and nodded at the spirit beasts present. He was obviously the Elder Azure Dragon that the Vermilion Bird was referring to. As for the so-called new Spirit Beast King, he had not made a single sound since the beginning. Everything was being controlled by the Vermilion Bird. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was a puppet through and through. What? Elder Azure Dragon? Linny did not have much of a reaction. However, after the ghost thing heard this, its already rapid breathing became even more unstable. Linny could clearly sense a monstrous rage from it. Ever since he met the ghost thing, he had never seen it so irritated. "What's wrong, Senior?" Linny quickly asked. "Azure Dragon." "Humph, Azure Dragon. This bastard has promoted a new Elder Azure Dragon." The ghost thing gnashed its teeth in anger. If it was at its peak, Linny had no doubt that it would have rushed forward and stepped on the Vermilion Bird Elder. "What do you mean?" Linny was confused. There were a total of 4 top-notch elders. Since there was a Vermilion Bird Elder, then there was also a Azure Dragon Elder, right? "Humph, because I am Elder Azure Dragon," the ghost thing roared. "Ah." Linny was shocked speechless. This was the first time he knew the ghost thing's true identity. No wonder it was so agitated and angry. It turned out that this was the original Elder Azure Dragon. It was obvious that the person standing on the stage was the Vermilion Bird's newly promoted wing. This was actually not difficult to understand. When the ghost thing descended into the secular world as one of the 4 great elders, no one would dare to do anything to it for a short period of time. However, after disappearing for a long time, its position as a top-notch elder naturally became a fat piece of meat in the eyes of others. It was normal for it to be replaced. "Senior, don't be too angry. Since it dared to change the position of the king of spirit beasts, how could it change the position of an elder?" Linny could only comfort it with a wry smile. The ghost thing was silent for a long time. Its rapid breathing gradually calmed down. With a hint of relief and helplessness, it said, "You're right. I've disappeared for so long. It's normal for a new elder to replace me. It seems that the Vermilion Bird has indeed taken control of the overall situation of the Spirit Beast clan. It's really not easy. Aren't there other top-notch elders? Are they just going to let the Vermilion Bird act so presumptuously?" Linny asked curiously. There are 5 major cultivation cities on the South Island. The Vermilion Bird has its own city, this new Elder Azure Dragon has his own city, and this Onlua Cultivation City, which nominally belongs to the King of Spirit Beasts. A total of 3 cities have fallen into the Vermilion Bird's control. The other 2 elders don't agree with it, so it can't go against them. Moreover, this guy is now in a righteous position. He can use the Emperor to order the feudal vassals. Chapter 45-24. The Vermilion Bird occupied 3 out of the 5 great cultivation cities. Furthermore, the Vermilion Bird controlled the Emperor and commanded the feudal vassals. This familiar situation reminded Linny of Cao Cao during the 3 Kingdoms period. He was also extremely powerful. As for whether or not the other 2 elders could stop the Vermilion Bird, it would depend on whether or not they had the qualifications to become Sun Quan and Liu Bei. "Senior, don't be impatient." A little impatience will spoil a great plan. Our current strength is insufficient. Even if we jump out, we won't be able to stop the vermilion bird. However, one day we will definitely get justice," Linny said in a determined tone. He wasn't just trying to comfort the ghostly thing. He truly had this thought. With his relationship with the ghostly thing, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Linny believed that one day, he would have enough strength to intervene in the affairs of the Spirit Beast clan. When that time comes, he would make the vermilion bird spit out everything that the ghostly thing had taken from him. "You little brat." The ghostly thing couldn't help but laugh. Its originally gloomy mood was greatly relieved. It laughed and scolded. "Do you think I'm a brainless idiot? How could I not understand this logic? But to be honest, with my original personality, I really didn't know how to endure. However, now that I've been with you every day, I've learned it. You've taught me several lessons." "You're overpraising me, Senior." Linny scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "There's no need to be humble. I'm really not flattering you." The ghostly thing laughed and sighed with deep emotion. "Patience is the most important thing. Once you have enough strength, you will strike with lightning speed. Originally, your strength was far greater than yours, but they were all trampled to death by you one after another. However, they were trampled to death by you one after another. I realize that only by becoming like you can one be truly ruthless." Linny almost spat out his saliva. Fortunately, he forcefully held it back and the other spirit beasts around him didn't notice anything strange. With a strange expression, he said, "Cough cough. Senior, are you praising me or insulting me?" "Of course I'm praising you. There aren't many people who can do this. Although cultivators are known to cultivate their body and mind, most of them don't have a high spiritual realm. There are many who are brave and ruthless, and there are many who are impulsive. Many people fight for a moment of pride. They would rather die than stand up for themselves, but you are different. If you can't beat them, you'll run. That's why you're still alive today." The ghostly thing sighed. "All right, take it as a compliment." Linny rubbed his nose and asked, "Senior, why did you say that? Are you not planning to reveal your identity? Isn't that obvious? Look at this situation. The vermilion bird's words are the law from top to bottom. If I dare to show my face now, not only will my soul be destroyed, you'll also die with me." The ghostly thing curled its lips. "That's true." Linny nodded. That was exactly what he was thinking. He was just afraid that the ghostly thing would be unable to control its anger for a while. Since the ghostly thing was able to control itself, that was for the best. "All right. This time, I've gathered everyone here because I have an important matter regarding our Spirit Beast clan to discuss with all of you. I'll let Elder Azure Dragon explain it to everyone in detail." The vermilion bird gave Azure Dragon a meaningful look. Subsequently, it returned to its seat and handed the right to speak to the newly appointed Azure Dragon Elder. Azure Dragon cleared his throat, which had a strange metallic quality to it. He faced all the spirit beasts present and said, "Spirit Beast brothers, according to the king's decree, the South Continent has always been the territory of our Spirit Beast clan. But now, human cultivators were everywhere in the South Continent's sea region. In fact, they've even taken over the dominant position." "Why?" Of course, the South Continent that he was referring to did not only include the Southern Island, but also all of the South Continent's sea areas such as the Devil Lung, Zhanduan, Weiqian, and Distant Star. The Southern Island and the huge sea areas nearby were the complete South Continent. That's right, why? All the spirit beasts present were instantly stirred up. Although the Spirit Beast clan and the human sex had reached a tacit agreement not to invade each other, and there had been no major turmoil all these years, in reality, the confrontation between the spirit beasts and human cultivators had always existed. In various parts of the 5 heavenly islands, they had always been killing each other. Human cultivators coveted the various materials on the spirit beasts, while the spirit beasts, in turn, treated the humans as the best delicacies. It could be said that a large number of human cultivators and various spirit beasts died in each other's hands every day. However, these casualties were considered normal natural competitions and were far from the level of war, so everyone turned a blind eye to it. Therefore, the South Continent, which was the base camp of the Spirit Beast clan, still had a large number of human cultivators living in the surrounding sea areas, and they had always lived in harmony with each other. However, now that Azure Dragon had said this balance would probably be thrown into disarray. Not only that, these shameless human cultivators not only openly occupied the South Continent Sea area that belongs to the Spirit Beast clan, they even had the guts to sneak into our South Island's territory for this so-called adventure, steal our treasures, and kill our fellow spirit beasts. Everyone, do you think we can tolerate this? Azure Dragon deliberately stirred up the crowd's emotions. We can't tolerate it. We can't tolerate it. We can't tolerate it. The spirit beasts present were even more enraged. That's right, the South Continent is the territory of the Spirit Beast clan. Only the Spirit Beast clan is the sole overlord of the South Continent. We can't tolerate this. Azure Dragon nodded in satisfaction. He made a hand gesture to calm the crowd of spirit beasts down, then continued. I also heard that the spirit beasts scattered in the other heavenly islands are often killed wantonly by human cultivators because they are alone and because those places are the humans' territory. Some of them are even taken as spirit pets for the humans to order around. Everyone, don't you think this is a great humiliation for the Spirit Beast clan? Humiliation. 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 All the spirit beasts present had their necks flushed red and their eyes were bloodshot. It was as if they were going to eat someone at any time. Lin Yi, who was among them, could not help but feel his scalp go numb when he saw the scene of tens of thousands of beasts roaring. He was shocked speechless. If they continued to incite the crowd, a war between the Spirit Beast clan and human cultivators would be inevitable. What were the Vermilion Bird and Azure Dragon trying to do? Were they really going to start a war? What are these two bastards thinking? The ghost creature was also frowning. If the Spirit Beast clan's power could be gathered together, they would be much more powerful than any human sect. However, there were not just a few human sects, there were hundreds and thousands of human sections. If a full-scale war were to start, the Spirit Beast clan was destined to end up in one end, death without a burial place. Chapter 45-25. After all, even the previous spiritual beast king, who was so powerful and invincible, did not dare to start an all-out war with human cultivators. In the end, they reached a tacit understanding of not interfering with each other's business. How could a mere vermilion bird have such guts and ambition? How dare the humans bully us and humiliate the spiritual beast clan? My fellow spiritual beast brothers, what do you think we should do? The Azure Dragon instigated them openly. Damn it, humans, an eye for an eye. Yes, yes, let the humans pay the price. The spiritual beast clan cannot be cowards. Kill. 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 A shocking murderous aura suddenly erupted from the bodies of the spiritual beasts. Even the weather was affected. The weather suddenly changed. The originally clear sky was now covered with dark clouds. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The deliberate instigation had completely aroused the monstrous rage of the spiritual beasts present. Powerful spiritual beasts were wild and untamed to begin with. In their eyes, human cultivators were merely food. Now that they had suddenly realized that they, the dignified spiritual beast clan, had been bullied by humans to this extent, how could they continue to compromise for the sake of the general interest? Everyone be quiet. Seeing that it had achieved its effect, the Azure Dragon gestured for the spiritual beasts to quieten down again. It said in a deep voice, "The price of starting a war is too high. We can't take this step unless it's absolutely necessary. However, according to the king's decree, even if the spiritual beast clan does not start a war with the shameless humans, we must at least control our own territory. The South Continent belongs to the spiritual beast clan. We will not allow the humans to come and go as they please." Lin Yi and the ghost were shocked. Judging from the Azure Dragon's tone, could it be that he wanted to expel all the humans in the South Continent's waters and even kill them all? If that was really the case, although it was not as serious as starting a full-scale war, it was definitely not a small matter. If the process was not handled properly, it could develop into an unmanageable situation. The two of them were secretly shocked, but the agitated, powerful spirit beasts did not have such concerns. Other than a few of them who were more cautious, most of them were warmongers, and they could not wait for an all-out war. If the higher-ups wanted to exterminate the humans in the South Continent's sea, they would definitely support it with both hands and feet. Therefore, in accordance with the king's decree, Elder Vermilion Bird and I have discussed and decided that we will send castellans and administrative departments to all the main cities in the sea regions of the South Continent. They will be responsible for collecting taxes from the various sea regions of the South Continent. From now on, all human cultivators who come to the South Continent to live and travel must pay taxes to the Spirit Beast clan. The Azure Dragon took advantage of the situation and announced loudly, "Tax?" Lin Yi and the ghost were stunned at the same time, and they could not help but have strange expressions on their faces. It turned out that the Vermilion Bird and the new Azure Dragon did not want to start a war, but wanted to use this excuse to amass a fortune. Among all the sea regions in the South Continent, the Cold Devil Sea region is the most prosperous and stable sea region, and it's located closer to Onlua Cultivation City. Therefore, Elder Vermilion Bird and I have discussed and decided that this sea region with the richest profits will be handed over to the Spirit Beast brothers here. The king needs you to maintain law and order, and he needs you to collect taxes on his behalf. Are you willing? The Azure Dragon tempted them. Yes. The group of spirit beasts immediately responded in unison. They danced in joy and jumped in excitement. The king is wise. The shameless humans should have paid tribute to the king long ago. We're willing to serve the king, and we guarantee that we'll complete the task. Although the human sex were powerful, in the South Continent Sea region alone, all the human cultivators were no match for the spirit beasts even if they gathered together. A few powerful spirit beasts would be enough to suppress all the human cultivators in the South Continent Sea region. There was no doubt about this. Therefore, as soon as the order was given, the fate of the human cultivators in the South Continent Sea region was sealed. Faced with a colossus like the spirit beasts, they had no power to resist at all. Anyone who disobeyed would be crushed into pieces. To the spirit beasts, this was a business that cost nothing at all. There was a naturally juicy piece of meat hanging in front of them, and as long as the higher-ups gave the order, they could swallow it at any time. Listening to the rising and falling voices, the Azure Dragon and the Vermilion Bird looked at each other and smiled. This was a plan that they had arranged a long time ago. Collecting taxes was only the first step in their plan. Judging from the reaction at the scene, this crucial first step had obviously succeeded. As I expected, the Vermilion Bird is an ambitious fellow who doesn't know how to behave. He has just taken control of the spirit beast's power, and he's already starting to amass wealth wantonly. This bastard is too greedy. If we let him do as he pleases, I'm afraid the spirit beasts will not be able to escape. Sigh. The ghost sighed helplessly. Linny nodded in agreement. Collecting taxes from the human cultivators in the South Continent Sea region sounded reasonable and understandable. This was because the South Continent Sea region was attached to the South Island. In theory, it was indeed the territory of the spirit beasts. They even had to pay rent to rent a house, let alone so many human cultivators living in the South Continent Sea region. However, the problem was that human cultivators had not just come to the South Continent Sea region in the past 1 or 2 years. Instead, they had been stationed here for thousands of years. Their understanding of the South Continent Sea region was even better than that of the spirit beasts. In terms of time span alone, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were the masters of the South Continent Sea region. For thousands of years, although the human cultivators in the South Continent Sea region and the spirit beasts in the South Island's boundary were only a short distance apart, they had always lived in harmony. Now, this rule had been broken because of the Vermilion Bird's selfishness. Could the human cultivators in the South Continent Sea region be convinced? As the saying goes, every man for himself. For the sake of worldly possessions like the spiritual jades, many people would even lay their hands on their own brothers. No one would hand over the spiritual jades in their hands. Even if the human sex came over to collect taxes by force, it was impossible for the South Continent Sea region to not be in turmoil, let alone the spirit beasts who were on opposing sides. Once they suddenly started collecting taxes, it could be foreseen that a fierce battle would be unavoidable. Even if the human cultivators in the South Continent Sea region were no match for the spirit beasts, there would always be people who could not help but rise in revolt if they really had no way out. With the spirit beast's overwhelming strength, it was more than enough to crush the human cultivators in the South Continent Sea region to death. However, it was unknown whether the Vermilion Bird and the Azure Dragon had thought that a single spark could start a prairie fire. Once this kind of thing started burning in the South Continent's sea region, it would be impossible to extinguish it in the South Continent's sea region. In the end, it was inevitable that the human cultivators from the other Heaven Stage islands would be involved. Chapter 45:26. For example, if the Spirit Beast clan forced the Hong Chamber of Commerce's branch to pay taxes, would the headquarters of the Hong Chamber of Commerce not react at all? Even if the Hong Chamber of Commerce was not so hot-tempered as to start a war directly, what about the other major forces whose interests would be affected? There were ambitious people like the Vermilion Bird and the Azure Dragon among the Spirit Beast clan. Similarly, there were many such people among the human cultivators, perhaps even more than the Spirit Beast clan. Please be prepared. Perhaps they had been eyeing the Spirit Beast clan for a long time, but they had not been able to find a suitable excuse. Now that the Spirit Beast clan had taken the initiative to hand over their weakness, how could they let it go? If the human cultivators really started a war with the Spirit Beast clan, it would inevitably be a waste of manpower and resources. The powerful ones could make a fortune from the war, while the weaker ones could at least flee far away. In the end, the truly unlucky ones would always be the ordinary people who had not advanced to the heavenly Tao or built their foundation. The world was difficult, and the strong preyed on the weak. This was the eternal and unchanging law of nature. If one did not have enough strength to protect oneself, no matter what happened, the final outcome would always be extremely miserable. However, this had nothing to do with Lin Yi for the time being. Lin Yi had always been protective and would often see injustice, but he was never the kind of person who took responsibility for the world. To Lin Yi, as long as it didn't affect the people around him, it didn't matter even if the spirit beasts and human practitioners started a war. He wouldn't be so righteous as to stop this war. It would be fine if he was strong enough, but he didn't have that strength right now. There was no point in saying anything. Let's go. The ghostly thing sighed and suddenly said after a moment of silence, not going to watch anymore? Lin Yi could not help but be slightly stunned. It was normal for him to stay out of this because he was an unrelated outsider after all. Not only did he have nothing to do with the Spirit Beast clan, but even the human cultivators might not be his original camp. He came from the secular world, and the cultivators on the heavenly island had never acknowledged people like him. However, the ghostly thing was different. This was the former Azure Dragon elder of the Spirit Beast clan. Even if he could let go of the Spirit Beast clan, he definitely could not let go of it. Now, the Spirit Beast clan was about to be pushed into an abyss by the Vermilion Bird. How could he just turn around and leave so easily? I already know the Vermilion Bird's intentions. What's the point of staying here? Since it's useless anyway, why should I stay here and spoil my mood? The ghostly thing laughed bitterly and said, "Besides, their attention is on the stage now. This is the best time for you to escape unscathed. Otherwise, you'll be in danger when everyone leaves. Could it be that I've been discovered?" Lin Yi's heart suddenly tightened. This kind of thing was not a joke. In that case, the best course of action was to leave. He couldn't stay for a moment longer. Not necessarily, but have you forgotten where this place is? Even you human cultivators who claim to be civilized are constantly killing each other, let alone the spirit beasts. The ghost laughed bitterly and continued. Don't be fooled by the fact that so many spirit beasts can live in harmony now. That's because there are beings like the Vermilion Bird above them. However, once they leave the public sight, they will devour each other repeatedly. In their eyes, you're just a golden core stage snack. Any spirit beast could devour you for a meal. That's true. Lin Yi shrunk his neck in fear. He was so worried that his identity as a human would be exposed that he almost forgot about this threat. Spirit beasts would never truly live in harmony with each other. Even if he was treated as a spirit beast, he would still be in danger. Taking advantage of the fact that all the spirit beasts were unable to extricate themselves from the Azure Dragon's incitement and were all cheering at the high stage, Lin Yi immediately began to retreat stealthily. If he was occasionally seen by a spirit beast next to him, he would stop and pretend to shout along with them. Furthermore, he was originally standing at a very outer position, so the entire retreat process was rather smooth. However, just as he was about to retreat into the dense forest and leave smoothly in the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A cold voice suddenly exploded from the high stage. Who's so bold as to leave without permission when I, the elder, am making an announcement? As soon as the voice finished speaking, all the spirit beasts present focused their attention on the vermilion bird. Then they followed the vermilion bird's gaze and shifted to the top of Lin Yi's head. Suddenly becoming the center of attention, Lin Yi could not help but feel his scalp go numb. His back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. If this was a human public event, even if there were many experts, he would not feel so pressured. However, the problem was that this was the spiritual beast convention. Being stared at by so many powerful spirit beasts made him feel like a lamb that had mistakenly entered a wolf's den. At the very least, Lin Yi could still maintain his composure on the surface. If it was someone with an average mental fortitude, they would have been so frightened that they would have collapsed on the spot. Not only Lin Yi, but even the ghost could not help but break into a cold sweat for him. At the same time, he could not help but feel a little regretful. His decision to quickly escape before the end of the convention was not wrong. However, he had never considered that the vermilion bird was actually using its divine sense to monitor the entire venue. After all, even for a primordial soul grandmaster like the ghost, using its divine sense to monitor the entire venue was definitely not a small burden. He never thought that the vermilion bird would not hesitate to waste so much energy in order to completely control the spiritual beast convention. It was no wonder that Lin Yi had been detected by the vermilion bird's divine sense before he even arrived here. It turned out that this guy had been monitoring every corner of the venue. The vermilion bird shot a cold gaze at Lin Yi. He was just about to take over the Azure Dragon's words and appoint a governor of the Demon Lung City in front of everyone. However, he did not expect this brat to turn around and leave at this time. Wasn't it obvious that he was not taking a top-notch elder like him seriously? Under the watchful eyes of so many powerful spirit beasts, Lin Yi could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He suppressed the nervousness in his heart and carefully turned around, saying, in reply to Elder Vermilion Bird, "This lowly one is only going to relieve himself. I did not leave the venue without permission. Please understand, Elder." In response to Lin Yi's quick-witted answer, the crowd of spirit beasts revealed a look of understanding. As the saying goes, humans have 3 urgent needs. Naturally, spirit beasts were no exception. Since he was going to relieve himself, he naturally had to find a secluded place. This was a logical answer. Although spirit beasts were not as particular as humans, and it was not a problem for them to relieve themselves in public under normal circumstances, it was clearly inappropriate for them to do so in this situation. Moreover, most of the spirit beasts present had transformed into their human forms. It was somewhat shameful for them to do such a thing in public. Like a book, the home of reading books. Unique website. Chapter 45-27. However, even though the spirit beasts present did not care about Lin Yi's words, the vermilion bird, a top-notch elder, would not be fooled so easily. Today's spirit beast convention was directly related to the vermilion bird's grand ambitions, so it could not afford to make any mistakes. Even if there was only the slightest hidden danger, it had to be nipped in the bud. What's more, before this, it had already spoken to the higher-ups of all the big and small families in Enluo Cultivation City. It had strict requirements for the venue's discipline, and it clearly remembered that this golden core brat was already late. Now he wanted to leave early? This was simply outrageous. Convenient. The vermilion bird narrowed its long and narrow eyes and snorted in an unfriendly tone. Humph, which clan does this spirit beast belong to? Clan elders, step forward. Similar to human cities, the spirit beast forces in a cultivation city were also based on clans, such as the Big Fire Lion clan and the Big Spider clan. Every spirit beast clan naturally had a clan leader, elders, and other higher-ups. For a top-notch elder like the vermilion bird, as long as it controlled the higher-ups of the clan, it could control all the spirit beast forces, or even the entire spirit beast clan. Because of the difference in their clans under normal circumstances, it was obvious which spirit beast belonged to which clan. However, if a spirit beast transformed into a human, it would be difficult to identify its original form. This had nothing to do with strength. Unless they were familiar with each other, even the vermilion bird would not be able to identify it. As soon as the vermilion bird finished speaking, not a single spirit beast stepped forward to respond. Lin Yi was a human cultivator who had come to fish in troubled waters. It would be strange if a spirit beast stepped forward. Seeing that the atmosphere had fallen into an awkward stalemate, Linny knew that something was going to happen if this went on, so he quickly replied, "Elder Vermilion Bird, I don't live in Luo City. I just happened to pass by, so I came to join the convention. My hometown is actually Lufing Forest." Lufing Forest was the only place that Linny was relatively familiar with, because it was an abandoned area. It was on the outskirts of the Spirit Beast clan. As the leader of the Spirit Beast clan, the Vermilion Bird would not care about a country bumpkin who came from such a place. Since there were so many Spirit Beasts present, there must not be any acquaintances from Lufing Forest. What? Lufing Forest? The Vermilion Bird raised her eyebrows upon hearing this, but then her tone became even more unfathomable. How is that possible? How did a mere gold core stage cultivator manage to travel such a long distance? What exactly do you do? At the same time, all the spirit beasts present looked at Linny with suspicion. The South Island was different from the human society. In the human society, as long as one didn't make trouble, even if he was only in the gold core stage, he could go to many places. But it was different here. Every spirit beast had a deep-rooted sense of territory. Under normal circumstances, if a weak spirit beast dared to cross a powerful spirit beast's territory, it would usually end up being eaten. This was a matter of course among the spirit beasts, so nobody would interfere. Therefore, in the eyes of any spiritual beast, it was simply impossible for a golden core stage spiritual beast to traverse all the way from Lufing Forest to here. Looking at the suspicious expressions of the spirit beasts, Lin Yi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He subconsciously used the human's thinking just now, but he forgot that although many of the spirit beasts could transform into humans, they were fundamentally different from humans. I think he's a spy who was bribed by a human cultivator. Left and right, take him down. Azure Dragon, who was next to him, immediately ordered. Yes. The guards that were guarding the area shot up into the air. Even Linny couldn't help but jump in fright when he felt the terrifying aura coming from the guards. The momentum of these spirit beast guards was even more majestic and vast than that of the giants in the mountain opening stage. The insufferably powerful evil cultivator giant elder sect of West Mountain couldn't even compare with these guards. This was simply incredible. It was even more ferocious and horrible than the mountain opening stage. What realm was this? At this moment Lin Yi's heart was in turmoil. The mountain opening stage was already the highest realm he had ever seen, but he didn't expect it to be an eye-opener in the territory of the spirit beasts. A few random guards that jumped out were already stronger than the mountain opening stage, not to mention the high and mighty top-notch existences like the Vermilion Bird and Azure Dragon. Wasn't the spirit beast too ridiculously strong? It was only at this moment that Linny finally realized that the spirit beasts had been able to compete with human cultivators for a long time. This was not without reason. It was no wonder that the Vermilion Bird was so ambitious to amass wealth wantonly. No matter who controlled such a frighteningly huge force, they would most likely be as confident as the Vermilion Bird, or even more unscrupulous. As mentioned before, the strength of the spirit beasts was far above any human sect. In the past, Linny more or less had a trace of prejudice against the spirit beasts. He always felt that without the strong deterrence of the former king of the spirit beasts, the spirit beasts had fallen apart day by day. But now it seemed that even though the overall strength of the spirit beasts was not as strong and invincible as before, it still couldn't be underestimated. If an all-out war really broke out, human cultivators would definitely pay a huge price. Even if they could laugh until the end, it would probably be a Pyrrhic victory. In an instant, a myriad of thoughts ran through his mind, but this was not the time for Lin Yi to be in a daze. With his strength, he couldn't even face the elder sect of West Mountain, let alone facing these terrifying spirit beasts that were superior to the elder sect of West Mountain. Lin Yi knew that this time he was probably really finished. Once he was caught, his identity as a human would inevitably be exposed in front of the various means of these powerful spirit beasts. When that time came, it was easy to imagine what would happen to him. Even death would probably be an extravagant hope. Once a person was unlucky, even drinking water would be difficult. Lin Yi felt that this was his current state. There was always a piece of bad luck lingering on top of his head. It was not easy to get rid of the elder sect of West Mountain, but in the blink of an eye, he had encountered these even more ruthless existences. While Lin Yi was feeling helpless, the ghost was tangled and hesitating. In this kind of situation, it was impossible for Lin Yi to escape unscathed. The only way to have a chance was to stand up in front of everyone. As the former elder of the Azure Dragon clan, the ghost believed that it should have some influence in the Spirit Beast clan, especially in a public place like the Spirit Beast Convention. Even the Vermilion Bird might not dare to do anything to it. If it stood up for Lin Yi, the pressure would naturally shift from Lin Yi to it. Of course, the premise was that it had the strength to do so. But now, what if the Vermilion Bird didn't buy it? R1152.